foreman alive in the black, early death region protected her in the prison. The generations had implanted a stoicism deep within her, wire hard of flesh, a sense of humour, a knowledge of the passing of bad times, and utter strength of certainty that we English'll beat these little yellow bastards come hell or high water, and won't that be a grand day? "Percy, leave your sister be," she called out nasally. "Go to sleep." "Yes, Ma," the boy replied, twisting in the top bunk again and kicking his sister for good measure. When Grace had settled the argument to the shrill chorus of "Keep those damn brats quiet, how are we going to get some sleep?" she settled back once more on the lower bunk and scratched patiently at the bedbug bites. Singapore was very hot tonight. Very hot. And dusk had just settled. And little food today, and precious little tomorrow. But that doesn't matter, she said to herself contentedly. We've stayed alive so far, and these little yellow buggers weren't about to make her lose her mind like they had a lot of the women. Praise the Lord that Percy had got over his dysentery, and Elvira hadn't had malaria for weeks now. She could just see herself telling old Bert when the war was over and they were back in England, with her drinking a foaming pint of stout with good cheese and the pickle bottle, oh, how I miss good English pickled onions, open on the kitchen table. "Now don't take on, Dad," she'd be saying simply, telling the whole story. "It wasn't so bad for me and Percy and Elvira. We got by with a bit of this and a bit of that." She wouldn't tell him about the strange things they'd had to eat, or the fever, or the blood sickness, or how some of the women had lain with the guards to get food, or how she had cursed herself that she wasn't pretty but mousy and undesirable when Elvira had been sick unto death, and she would have done anything to save her. But the sickness had passed, and all in all, Elvira was growing up to be quite a young lady. "Of course she's short for her age, but that don't count for nothing. I never did like the tall ones," she'd say complacently. Grace mentally tallied her gains, her losses. Percy was all right. For 6 years old he was doing fine and the best thief in the camp. That'll stand him in good stead when we get out. Elvira was a good un too, her with her little blue eyes and innocent expression and thin as a rake for her 4 years of life. She was the decoy. Yes, she thought happily, my kids are all right. They'd worked out the system themselves, and my word, weren't the little buggers proud when they came back with something. They knew every inch of the camp, all the dirty atap huts and the 2 streets of houses that were barbed-wired off from the rest of Singapore, which the women also lived in and were also part of the camp. And they were like 2 of the wogs, burnt and brown, and they spoke the language so well they were just like wogs themselves. Sometimes one of the native kids would get near the wire and give them something, and they'd bring it straight back to her. Honest they were, and brought up to know what's right and what isn't. They always brought it straight back to her. Then she'd always divide it up and make sure that they got the most. She was glad that she didn't need much food. But oh my, what I wouldn't do for a pickled onion and a huge slice of nice, rich cheddar cheese and a bottle of stout and more pickled onions. So the kids were healthy, and she was all right. Of course it wasn't good when the fever came, but you get used to that, and then she knew that old Mrs. Donaldson, the one who looked after her hut, would look after the kids when she wasn't up. Feeling the surrounding women, bunks upon bunks, she decided that she hated women. At first it had been almost fun trying to get set up in this new life, jailed up. But the women with their aches and pains, and hair, and lend me this and lend me that, and the screaming and tears, and things that make women cry which don't make men cry, and most of the children, having to guard your own at the expense of others. Oh well, that's what we've had to do since the Garden of Eden. On the lost side there was herself. She knew she had never been pretty, but now, with all the sores from some unknown bug or microbe covering her, that was not good. And how her pretty gold hair had thinned and turned lank and grey, and she was only 30. Perhaps the doctors will put the sores away when we get out. Tropical sores. Horrid. But they're sure to have a cure. Down the shed, atapped and bug-pooled above, one of the women was weeping in her sleep. That'd be Mrs. Font. Still worrying about the disease she'd caught from the guard to get food to keep Georgie alive, but the medicine didn't keep him alive, and now all she had was the disease and the hurt of it. Poor woman. Well, they'll get her well too when we get out. Grace wouldn't even think of Harold. No, Harold was sacrosanct. He was in Changi, and some day they would be together again, and they would go back home for a visit, but never, never, never would they ever live in Birmingham. Oh, my dear, no. Somewhere in England, perhaps, but never in a city. In the country, somewhere small and nice and open, no more smoke and dust and dirt, no. Over her dead body. Grace turned over and tried to sleep. She was content and knew that while her children were alive, she would live to guard them. And if they died, they died. And she would still live, because a woman can always have more children and must live for the husband who was still alive. And even if her husband died, then she must still live, for there are always people to take care of and look after, and this was the world, the whole meaning of a woman's life. Lying in her bunk, thinking, she came to a decision. She decided to do something about Sammy and the Kirk girl. Yes, she'd adopt them, and they would live happily together, 2 boys and 2 girls. Both children had lost their mothers, their shields, this last week, but they were good children and good thieves. Yes, that will be very nice. They can move their bunks next to ours, and we'll eat together and live together, the 5 of us. And if, when we get out, their fathers are lost too, and they have no one to care for them, then Sammy and Linda can live with us always. There will always be enough to feed the family. She turned over and slept happily. It was so good to have a family to care for. Chapter 14. Getting out of the camp was too simple. Just a short dash to a shadowed part of the 6-wire fence, then easily through, and a quick run into the jungle. When they stopped to catch their breath, Peter Marlowe wished he were safely back talking to Mac or Larkin, or even Gray. All this time, he told himself, I've been wanting to be out, and now when I am, I'm frightened to death. It was weird. On the outside, looking in. From where they were, they could see into the camp. The American hut was 100 yards away. Men were walking up and down. Hawkins was walking his dog. A Korean guard was strolling the camp. Lights were off in the various huts, and the evening check had long since been made. Yet the camp was alive with the sleepless. It was always thus. "Come on, Peter," the king whispered, and led the way deeper into the foliage. The planning had been good, so far. When he had arrived at the hut, the king was already prepared. "Got to have tools to do a job right," he had said, showing him a well-oiled pair of Jap boots, crepe soles and soft, noiseless leather, and the outfit, a pair of black Chinese pants and short blouse. Only Dino was in the know about the trip. He had bundled up the 2 kits and dumped them secretly in the jumping-off point. Then he had returned, and when all was clear, Peter Marlowe and the king had walked out, casually, saying that they were playing bridge with Larkin and another Aussie. They had had to wait a nerve-wracking half-hour before the way was clear for them to run into the storm drain beside the wire and change into their outfits and mud their faces and hands. Another quarter-hour before they could run to the fence unobserved. Once they were through and in position, Dino had collected their discarded clothes. Jungle at night. Eerie. But Peter Marlowe felt at home. It was just like Java, just like the surrounds of his own village, so his nervousness subsided a little. The king led the way unerringly. He had made the trip 5 times before. He walked along, every sense alert. There was one guard to pass. This guard had no fixed beat, just a wandering patrol, but the king knew that most times the guard found a clearing somewhere and went to sleep. After an anxious time, a time when every rotten stick or leaf seemed to shout their passing, and every living branch seemed to want to hold them back, they came to the path. They were past the guard. The path led to the sea, and then the village. They crossed the path and began to circle. Above the heavy ceiling of foliage, a half-moon stuck in the cloudless sky. Just the right amount of light for safety. Freedom. No circling wire, and no people. Privacy at last. And it was a sudden nightmare to Peter Marlowe. "What's up, Peter?" the king whispered, feeling something wrong. "Nothing. It's just... well, being outside is such a shock." "You'll get used to it." The king glanced at his watch. "Got about a mile to go. We're ahead of schedule, so we better wait." He found an overgrowth of twisted vine and fallen leaves and leaned against it. "We can take it easy here." They waited and listened to the jungle. Crickets, frogs, Sudden twitters, sudden silences, the rustle of an unknown beast. I could use a smoke. Me too. Not here, though. The king's mind was alive. Half was listening to the jungle. The other was racing and rehashing the pattern of the deal to be. Yes, he told himself, it's a good plan. He checked the time. The minute hand went slowly, but it gave him more time to plan. The more time you plan before a deal, the better it is. No slip-ups, and a bigger profit. Thank God for profit. The guy who thought of business was the real genius. Buy for a little and sell for more. Use your mind. Take a chance, and money pours in. And with money, all things are possible. Most of all, power. When I get out, the king thought, I'm going to be a millionaire. I'm going to make so much money that it's going to make Fort Knox look like a piggy bank. I'll build an organization. The organization will be fitted with guys, loyal but sheep, brains you can always buy. And once you know a guy's price, you can use him or abuse him at will. That's what makes the world go round. There are the elite and the rest. I'm the elite. I'm going to stay that way. No more being kicked around or shoved from town to town. That's past. I was a kid then, tied to Pa, tied to a man who waited tables or jerked gas or delivered phone books or trucked junk or whined handouts to get a bottle. Then cleaning up the mess. Never again. Now others are going to clean up my mess. All I need is the dough. All men are created equal, certain inalienable rights. Thank God for America, the king told himself for the billionth time. Thank God I was born American. It's God's country, he said, half to himself. What? The States. Why? Only place in the world where you can buy anything, where you got a chance to make it. That's important if you're not born into it, Peter, and only a goddamn few are. But if you're not, and you want to work, why, there are so many goddamn opportunities they make your hair curl. And if a guy doesn't work and help himself, then he's no goddamn good, and no goddamn American, and— Listen, Peter Marlowe warned, suddenly on guard. From the distance came the faint tread of approaching footsteps. It's a man, whispered Peter Marlowe, sliding deeper into the protection of the foliage. A native. How the hell do you know? Wearing native clogs. I'd say he was old. He's shuffling. Listen, you can hear his breath now. Moments later the native appeared from the gloaming and walked the path unconcerned. He was an old man, and on his shoulders was a dead wild pig. They watched him pass and disappear. He noticed us, said Peter Marlowe, concerned. The hell he did. No, I'm sure he did. Maybe he thought it was a Jap guard, but I was watching his feet. You can always tell if you're spotted that way. He missed a beat in his stride. Maybe it was a crack in the path, or a stick. Peter Marlowe shook his head. Friend or enemy, thought the king feverishly. If he's from the village, then we're okay. The whole village knew when the king was coming, for they got their share from Chung San, his contact. I didn't recognize him. But that's not surprising, for a lot of the natives were out night fishing when I went before. What to do? We'll wait, then make a quick recce. If he's hostile, he'll go to the village, then report to the elder. The elder'll give us a sign to get the hell out. You think you can trust them? I can, Peter. He started off again. Keep 20 yards in back of me. They found the village easily. Almost too easily, Peter Marlowe thought to himself suspiciously. From their position on the rise they surveyed it. A few Malays were squatting, smoking on a veranda. A pig grunted here and there. Surrounding the village were coconut palm trees, and beyond it the phosphorescent surf. A few boats, sails furled, fishing nets hanging still. No feel of danger. Seems all right to me, Peter Marlowe whispered. The king nudged him abruptly. On the veranda of the headman's hut was the headman and the man they had seen. The two Malays were deep in conversation. Then a distant laugh broke the stillness, and the man came down the steps. They heard him call out. In a moment a woman came running. She took the pig from his shoulders, carried it to the fire coals, and put it on the spit. In a moment there were other Malays, joking, laughing, grouped around. There he is, exclaimed the king. Walking up the shore was a tall Chinese. Behind him a native furled the sails of the small fishing craft. He joined the headman, and they made their soft salutations, and they squatted down to wait. "Okay," grinned the king. "Here we go." He got up and, keeping to the shadows, circled carefully. On the back of the headman's hut a ladder soared to the veranda high off the ground. The king was up it, Peter Marlowe close behind. Almost immediately they heard the ladder scrape away. "Tabe," smiled the king as Chung San and Sutra, the headman, entered. "Good to see you, Tuan," said the headman, groping for English words. "You makan eat, yes?" His smile showed betel-nut-stained teeth. "Terima kasih, thanks." The king put out his head to Chung San. "How you been, Chung San?" "Me good all time. You see, Chung San sought the word, and then it came. "Here, a good time maybe all same." The king indicated Peter Marlowe. "Ichiban friend. Peter, say something to them. You know, greetings and all that jazz. Get to work, boy." He smiled and pulled out a pack of Coors, offering them around. "My friend and I thank thee for thy welcome," Peter Marlowe began. "We appreciate thy kindness to ask if we will eat with thee, knowing that in these times there is a lack. Surely only a snake in the jungle would refuse to accept the kindness of thy offer." Both Chung San and the headman broke into huge smiles. "Voila," Chung San said. "It will be good to be able to talk through thee to my friend Raja all the words that are in my miserable mouth. Many times have I wanted to say that which neither I nor my good friend Sutra here could find the words to say. Tell the Raja that he is a wise and clever man to find such a fluent interpreter." "He says I make a good mouthpiece," said Peter Marlowe happily, now calm and safe. "And he's glad he can now give you the straight stuff." "For the love of God, stick to your well-bred limey talk. That mouthpiece mishmash makes you look like a bum yet." "Oh, I've been studying Max assiduously," Peter Marlowe said, crestfallen. "Well, don't. He also called you Raja. That's your nickname from here on. I mean, here on in." "Crap off, Peter." "Up yours, brother." "Come on, Peter, we haven't much time. Tell Chung San this, about this deal." "You can't talk business yet, old man," said Peter Marlowe, shocked. "You'll hurt everything. First we'll have to have some coffee and something to eat. Then we can start. Tell 'em now. If I do, they'll be very offended. Very. You can take my word for it." The king thought for a moment. Well, he told himself, if you buy brains, it's bad business not to use them, unless you've got a hunch. That's where the smart businessman makes or breaks, when he plays a hunch over the so-called brains. But in this case he didn't have a hunch, so he just nodded. "Okay, have it your way." He puffed his cigarette, listening to Peter Marlowe speak to them. He studied Chung San obliquely. His clothes were better than the last time. He wore a new ring that looked like a sapphire, maybe 5 carats. His neat, clean, hairless face was honey-toned and his hair well-groomed. Yeah, Chung San was doing all right for himself. Now old Sutra, he's not doing so good. His sarong's old and tattered at the hem. No jewellery. Last time he had a gold ring, now he hasn't. And the crease mark where his ring had been worn was almost unnoticeable. That meant he hadn't just taken it off for tonight's show. He heard the women off in the other part of the hut chattering softly, and outside the quietness of the village by night. Through the glassless window came the smell of roasting pig. That meant the village was really in need of Chung San, their black market outlet for the fish the village was supposed to sell directly to the Japs, and were making him a gift of the pig. Or perhaps the old man who had just trapped a wild pig was having a party for his friends. But the crowd around the fire was waiting anxiously, just as anxiously as us. Sure, they're hungry too. That means that things must be tough in Singapore. The village should be well stocked with food and drink and everything. Chung San couldn't be doing too well smuggling their fish to the markets. Maybe the Japs had their eye on him. Maybe he's not long for this earth. So maybe he needs the village more than the village needs him, and is putting on a show for them, clothes and jewellery. Maybe Sutra's getting pissed off with lack of business and is ready to dump him for another black marketeer. "Hey, Peter," he said, "ask Chung San how's the fish biz in Singapore." Peter Marlowe translated the question. "He says that business is fine. Food shortages are such that he is able to obtain the best prices on the island. But he says the Japs are clamping down heavily. It's becoming harder to trade every day, and to break the market laws is becoming more and more expensive. Aha. Got you. The king exulted. So Cheng hasn't come just for my deal. It is fish and the village. Now how can I turn this to my advantage? Betcha Cheng San's having trouble delivering the merchandise. Maybe the Japs intercepted some boats and got tough. Old Sutra's no fool. No money, no deal, and Cheng San knows it. No makey tradey, no makey business, and old Sutra'll sell to another. Yes, sir. So the king knew he could trade tough and mentally upped his asking price. Then food arrived. Baked sweet potatoes, fried eggplant, coconut milk, thick slices of roasted pork heavy with oil, bananas, papayas. The king marked that there was no millionaire's cabbage or lamb or satay of beef, and no sweetmeats the Malays loved so much. Yeah, things were tough, all right. The food was served by the headman's chief wife, a wrinkled old woman. Helping her was Sulina, one of his daughters. Beautiful, soft, curved, honeyed skin, sweet-smelling, fresh sarong in their honour. "Tabe, Sam," winked the king at Sulina. The girl bubbled with laughter and shyly tried to cover her embarrassment. "Sam?" winced Peter Marlowe. "Sure," answered the king dryly. "She reminds me of my brother." "Brother?" Peter Marlowe stared at him astonished. "Joke. I haven't got a brother." "Oh." Peter Marlowe thought a moment, then asked, "Why Sam?" "The old guy wouldn't introduce me," said the king, not looking at the girl, "so I just gave her the name. I think it suits her." Sutran knew that what they said had something to do with his daughter. He knew he had made a mistake to let her in here. Perhaps, in other times, he would have liked one of the Tuan to notice her and take her back to his bungalow to be his mistress for a year or two. Then she would come back to the village well-versed in the ways of men, with a nice dowry in her hands, and it would be easy for him to find the right husband for her. That's how it would have been in the past. But now romance led only to a haphazard time in the bushes, and Sutra did not want that for his daughter, even though it was time she became a woman. He leaned forward and offered Peter Marlowe a choice piece of pig. "Perhaps this would tempt thy appetite. I thank thee. You may leave, Sulina." Peter Marlowe detected the note of finality in the old man's voice, and noticed the shadow of dismay that painted the girl's face. But she bowed low and took her leave. The old wife remained to serve the men. Sulina, thought Peter Marlowe, feeling a long-forgotten urge. She's not as pretty as Nye, who was without blemish, but she is the same age, and pretty. 14, perhaps, and ripe. My God, how ripe. "The food is not to thy taste?" Cheng San asked, amused by Peter Marlowe's obvious attraction to the girl. Perhaps this could be used to advantage. "On the contrary, it is perhaps too good, for my palate is not used to fine food, eating as we do." Peter Marlowe remembered that for the protection of good taste, the Javanese spoke only in parables about women. He turned to Sutra. "Once upon a time, a wise guru said that there are many kinds of food, some for the stomach, some for the eye, and some for the spirit. Tonight I have had food for the stomach, and the sayings of thee and Tuan Cheng San have been food for the spirit. I am replete. Even so, we have also been offered food for the eye. How can I thank thee for thy hospitality?" Sutra's face wrinkled. Well put. So he bowed to the compliment and said simply, "It was a wise saying. Perhaps in time the eye may be hungry again. We must discuss the wisdom of the ancient another time." "What are you looking so smug about, Peter?" "I'm not looking smug, just pleased with myself. I was just telling him we thought his girl was pretty." "Yeah, she's a doll. How about asking her to join us for coffee?" "For the love of God," Peter tried to keep his voice calm, "you don't come out and make a date just like that. You've got to take time, build up to it." "Well, that's not the American way. You meet a broad, you like her, and she likes you, you hit the sack." "You've no finesse." "Maybe, but I've a lot of broads." They laughed, and Cheng San asked what the joke was, and Peter Marlowe told them that the king had said we should set up shop in the village and not bother to go back to the camp. After they had drunk their coffee, Chung-san made the first overture.
"I would have thought it risky to come from the camp by night, riskier than my coming here to the village."
First round to us, thought Peter Marlowe. Now, Oriental style, Chung-san was at a disadvantage, for he had lost face by making the opening. He turned to the king. "All right, Raja, you can start. We've made a point so far." "We have?" "Yes. What do you want me to tell him?" "Tell him I've a big deal, a diamond, 4 carats, set in platinum, flawless blue-white. I want $35,000 for it, 5,000 British Malay Straits dollars, the rest in Jap counterfeit money." Peter Marlowe's eyes widened. He was facing the king, so his surprise was hidden from the Chinese. But Sutra marked it. Since he was no part of the deal but merely collected a percentage as a go-between, he settled back to enjoy the parry and thrust. No need to worry about Chung-san. Sutra knew to his cost that the Chinese could handle himself as well as anyone. Peter Marlowe translated. The enormousness of the deal would cover any lapse of manners, and he wanted to rock the Chinese. Chung-san brightened palpably, caught off his guard. He asked to see the diamond. "Tell him I haven't got it with me. Tell him I'll make delivery in 10 days. Tell him I have to have the money 3 days before I make delivery, because the owner won't let it out of his possession until he has the money." Chung-san knew that the king was an honest trader. If he said he had the ring and would hand it over, then he would. He always had. But to get such an amount of money and pass it into the camp, where he could never keep track of the king, well, that was quite a risk.
"When can I see the ring?" he asked.
"Tell him if he likes he can come into the camp in 7 days. So I must hand over the money before I even see the diamond, thought Chung-san. Impossible. And Tuan Raja knows it. Very bad business. If it really is 4 carats, I can get $50,000, $100,000 for it. After all, I know the Chinese who owns the machine that prints the money. But the 5,000 in Malay Straits dollars, that is another thing. This he would have to buy black market. And what rate? 6 to 1 would be expensive. 20 to 1 cheap.
"Tell my friend, the Raja," he said, "that this is a strange business arrangement. Consequently, I must think, longer than a man of business should need to think."
He wandered over to the window and gazed out. Chung-san was tired of the war and tired of the undercover machinations that a businessman had to endure to make a profit. He thought of the night and the stars and the stupidity of man, fighting and dying for things which would have no lasting value. At the same time, he knew that the strong survive and the weak perish. He thought of his wife and his children, 3 sons and a daughter, and the things he would like to buy them to make them comfortable. He thought also of the second wife he would like to buy. Somehow or another, he must make this deal, and it was worth the risk to trust the king. The price is fair, he reasoned, but how to safeguard the money? Find a go-between whom he could trust. It would have to be one of the guards. The guard could see the ring. He could hand over the money if the ring was real and the weight right. Then the Tuan Raja could make delivery here at the village. No need to trust the guard to take the ring and turn it over. How to trust a guard? Perhaps we could concoct a story, that the money was a loan to the camp from Chinese in Singapore. No, that would be no good, for the guard would have to see the ring, so the guard would have to be completely in the know, and would expect a substantial fee. Chung-san turned back to the king. He noticed how the king was sweating. Ah, he thought, you want to sell badly. But perhaps you know I want to buy badly. You and I are the only ones who can handle such a deal. No one has the honest name for trading like you, and no one but I, of all the Chinese who deal with the camp, is capable of delivering so much money.
So, Tuan Marlowe, I have a plan which perhaps would cover both my friend and the Raja and myself. First, we agree to a price. The price mentioned is too high, but unimportant at the moment. Second, we agree to a go-between, a guard whom we both can trust. In 10 days, I will give half the money to the guard. The guard can examine the ring. If it is truly as the owner claims, he can pass over the money to my friend the Raja. The Raja will make delivery here to me. I will bring an expert to weigh the stone. Then I will pay the other half of the money and take the stone."
The king listened intently as Peter Marlowe translated.
"Tell him it's okay, but I've got to have the full price. The guy won't turn it over without the dough in his hands. Then tell my friend the Raja I will give the god 3/4 of the agreed price to help him negotiate with the owner."
Chung San felt that 75% would certainly cover the amount of money paid to the owner. The king would merely be gambling his profit, for surely he was a good enough businessman to obtain a 25% fee. The king had figured on 3/4. That gave him plenty to maneuver with. Maybe he could knock a few bucks off the owner's asking price, 19.5. Yeah, so far so good. Now we get down to the meat.
Tell him okay. Who does he suggest as the go-between?
Torasumi. The king shook his head. He thought a moment, then said direct to Chung San,
"How about Imuri? Tell my friend that I would prefer another. Perhaps Kimina."
The king whistled. A corporal yet. He'd never done business with him. Too dangerous. Got to be someone I know.
"Shigata-san?"
Chung San nodded in agreement. This was the man he wanted, but he did not want to suggest it. He wanted to see who the king wanted, a last check on the king's honesty. Yes, Shigata was a good choice. Not too bright, but bright enough. He had dealt with him before. Good.
"Now, about the price," said Chung San. "I suggest we discuss this. Per carat, 4,000 counterfeit dollars. Total 16,000. 4,000 in Malay dollars at the rate of 15 to 1.
The king shook his head blandly, then said to Peter Marlowe, "Tell him I'm not going to crap around bargaining. The price is 30,000, 5 in Straits dollars at 8 to 1, all in small notes, my final price."
"You'll have to bargain a bit more," said Peter Marlowe. "How about saying 33, then—"
The king shook his head.
"No. And when you translate, use a word like crap."
Reluctantly, Peter Marlowe turned back to Chung San.
"My friend says thus. He is not going to mess around with the niceties of bargaining. His final price is 30,000, 5,000 in Straits dollars at a rate of 8 to 1, all in small denomination notes."
To his astonishment, Chung San said immediately,
"I agree."
For he too didn't want to fool with bargaining. The price was fair, and he had sensed that the king was adamant. There comes a time in all deals when a man must decide yea or nay. The Rajah was a good trader. They shook hands. Sutra smiled and brought forth a bottle of sake. They drank each other's health until the bottle was gone. Then they fixed the details. In 10 days, Shagata would come to the American hut at the time of the night guard change. He would have the money and would see the ring before he handed over the money. 3 days after, the king and Peter Marlowe would meet Chung San at the village. If for some reason Shigata could not make the date, he would arrive the next day, or the next. Similarly, if the king couldn't make their appointment at the village, they were to come the next day. After paying and receiving the usual compliments, Chung San said that he had to catch the tide. He bowed courteously, and Sutra went out with him, escorting him to the shore. Beside the boat they began their polite quarrel about the fish business. The king was triumphant.
"Great, Peter. We're in. You're terrific. When you said to give it to him in the teeth like that, well, old man, I thought you'd lost him. They just don't do those things."
"Had a hunch," was all the king said. Then he added, chewing on a piece of meat,
"You're in for 10% of the profit, of course. But you'll have to work for it, you son of a bitch. Like a horse. God, just think of all that money. $30,000 would be a stack of notes, perhaps a foot high."
"More," the king said, infected by the excitement.
"My God, you've got nerve. How on earth did you arrive at the price? He agreed. Boom, just like that. One moment's talk, then boom, you're rich."
"Got a lot of worrying to do before it is a deal. A lot of things could go wrong. It ain't a deal till the cash is delivered and in the bank."
"Oh, I never thought of that."
"Business axiom. You can't bank talk, only greenbacks."
"I still can't get over it. We're outside the camp, with more food inside us than we've had in weeks, and prospects look great. You're a bloody genius."
"We'll wait and see, Peter." The king stood up. "You wait here. I'll be back in an hour or so. Got another bit of business to attend to. So long as we're out of here in a couple of hours, we'll be okay. Then we'll hit the camp just before dawn. Best time. That's when the guards will be at their lowest mark. See you." And he disappeared down the steps. In spite of himself, Peter Marlowe felt alone, and quite a little afraid. Christ, what's he up to? Where's he going? What if he's late? What if he doesn't come back? What if a Jap comes into the village? What if I'm left on my own? Shall I go looking for him? If we don't make it back by dawn, Christ, we'll be reported missing and we'll have to run. Where? Maybe Changsan'll help. Too dangerous. Where does he live? Could we make the docks and get a boat? Maybe contact the guerrillas who are supposed to be operating. Get hold of yourself, Marlowe, you damn coward. You're acting like a 3-year-old. Curbing his anxiety, he settled down to wait. Then suddenly he remembered the coupling condenser. 300 microfarads. "Tabe, Tuan." Cassie smiled as the king entered her hut. "Tabe, Cassie." "You like food, yes?" He shook his head and held her close, his hands moving over her body. She stood on tiptoe to put her arms around his neck, her hair a plume of black gold falling to her waist. "Long time," she said, warmed by his touch. "Long time," he replied. "You miss me?" "Uh-huh," she laughed, aping his accent. "You arrived yet?" She shook her head. "No like this thing, Tuan. Has danger." "Everything has danger." They heard footsteps, and soon a shadow splashed the door. It opened, and a small, dark Chinese walked in. He wore a sarong and Indian chappals on his feet. He smiled, showing broken, mildewed teeth. On his back was a war parang in a scabbard. The king noticed that the scabbard was well oiled. Easy to jerk that parang out and cut a man's head off. Just like that. Tucked into the man's belt was a revolver. The king had asked Cassie to get in touch with the guerrillas operating in Johor, and this man was the result. Like most, they were converted bandits now fighting the Japanese under the banner of the communists who supplied them with arms. "Tabe, you speak English?" the king asked, forcing a smile. He didn't like the look of this Chinese. "Why you want talk with us?" "Thought we might be able to make a deal." The Chinese leered at Cassie. She flinched. "Beat it, Cassie," the king said. Noiselessly she left, going through the bead curtain into the rear of the house. The Chinese watched her go. "You lucky," he said to the king. "Too lucky. I bet woman give good time, 2-3 men one night, no? You want to talk a deal? Yes or no? You watch, white man. Maybe I tell Japs you here. Maybe I tell them village safe for white prisoners. Then they kill village. You'll end up dead fast that way." The Chinese grunted, then squatted down. He shifted the parang slightly, menacingly. "Maybe I take woman now." Jesus, thought the king, maybe I made a mistake. "I got a proposal for you guys. If the war ends suddenly, or the Japs take it into their heads to start chopping us POWs up, I want you to be around for protection. I'll pay you $2,000 American when I'm safe." "How we know if Japs kill prisoners?" "You'll know. You know most things that go on." "How we know you pay?" "The American government will pay. Everyone knows there's a reward." 2,000. Marlowe, we get 2,000 any day. Kill bank, easy. The king made his gambit. I'm empowered by our commanding officer to guarantee you 2,000 a head for every American that is saved, if the chute blows up. I no understand. If the Japs start trying to knock us off, kill us. If the Allies land here, the Japs are going to get mean. Or if the Allies land on Japan, then the Japs here will take reprisals. If they do, you'll know, and I want you to help us get away. How many men? 30. Too many. How many will you guarantee? 10. But the price would be 5,000 per man. Too much. The Chinese shrugged. All right, it's a deal. You know the camp? The Chinese showed his teeth in a twisted grin. We know. Our hut's to the east, a small one. If we have to make a break, we'll break through the wire there. If you're in the jungle, you can cover us. How will we know if you're in position? Again, the Chinese shrugged. If not, you'll die anyway. Could you give us a signal? No signal. This is crazy, the king told himself. We won't know when we're going to have to make a break, and if it's going to be sudden, there'll be no way of getting a message to the guerrillas in time. Maybe they'll be there, maybe not. But if they figure there's $5,000 apiece for any of us they get out, then maybe they'll keep a good lookout from here on in. Will you keep an eye on the camp?
Maybe leader says yes, maybe no.
Who's your leader? The Chinese shrugged and picked his teeth. It's a deal, then?
Maybe.
The eyes were hostile.
You finish?
Yes. The king stuck out his hand. Thanks. The Chinese looked down at the hand, sneered, and went to the door.
Remember, 10 only. Rest kill.
He left. Well, it's worth a try, the king assured himself. Those bastards could sure as hell use the money. And Uncle Sam would pay. Why the hell not? What the hell do we pay taxes for?
Tuan,
said Cassie gravely as she stood at the door,
I not like this thing.
Gotta take a chance. If there's a sudden killing, maybe we can get out. He winked at her. Worth a try. We'd be dead anyway. So, what the hell? Maybe we got a line of retreat.
Why you not make a deal for you alone? Why you not to go with him now and escape camp?
Easy. First, it's safer at the camp than with the guerrillas. No point in trusting them unless there's an emergency. Second, one man's not worth their trouble. That's why I asked him to save 30, but he could only handle 10.
How you choose 10?
It'll be every man for himself, as long as I'm okay.
Maybe your command officer no like only 10.
He'll like it if he's one of the lucky ones.
You think Japanese kill prisoners?
Maybe. But let's forget it, huh? She smiled.
Forget. You hot. Take shower, yes?
Yes. In the shower section of the hut, the king bailed water over himself from the concrete well. The water was cold, and it made him gasp, and his flesh sting. Cassie. She came through the curtains with a towel. She stood looking at him. Yes, her Tuan was a fine man, strong and fine, and the colour of his skin pleasing. Voila, she thought, I am lucky to have such a man. But he is so big, and I am so small. He towers over me by 2 heads. Even so, she knew that she pleased him. It is easy to please a man, if you are a woman, and not ashamed of being woman. What are you smiling at? He asked her as he saw the smile.
Ah, Tuan, I just think, you are so big and I so small. And yet, when we lie down, there is not so much difference, no?
He chuckled and slapped her fondly on the buttocks and took the towel. How about a drink?
It is ready, Tuan.
What else is ready? She laughed with her mouth and her eyes. Her teeth were stark white and her eyes deep brown, and her skin was smooth and sweet-smelling.
Who knows, Tuan?
Then she left the room. Now there's one hell of a dame, the king thought, looking after her, drying himself vigorously. I'm a lucky guy. Cassie had been arranged by Sutra when the king had come to the village the first time. The details had been fixed neatly. When the war was over, he was to pay Cassie $20 American for every time he stayed with her. He had knocked a few bucks off the first asking price. Business was business. But at $20, she was a great buy. How do you know I'll pay? He had asked her.
I do not. But if you do not, you do not, and then I gained only pleasure. If you pay me, then I have money and pleasure too. She had smiled.
He slipped on the native slippers she had left for him, then walked through the bead curtain. She was waiting for him. Peter Marlowe was still watching Sutra and Chung San down by the shore. Chung San bowed and got into the boat, and Sutra helped shove the boat into the phosphorescent sea. Then Sutra returned to the hut.
Tabela,
Peter Marlowe said.
Would thou eat more?
No, thank you, Tuan Sutra. My word, thought Peter Marlowe, it's a change to be able to turn down food. But he had eaten his fill, and to eat more would have been impolite. It was obvious that the village was poor, and the food would not be wasted.
I have heard, he said tentatively, that the war news, is good. Thus, too, I have heard, but nothing that a man could repeat. Vague rumours.
It is a pity that times are not like those in former years, when a man could have a wireless and hear news or read a newspaper.
True, it is a pity,
Sutra made no sign of understanding. He squatted down on his mat and rolled a cigarette, funnel-like, and began to smoke through his fist, sucking the smoke deep within him.
"We hear bad tales come from the camp," he said at last.
"It is not so bad, Tuan Sutra. We manage, somehow. But not to know how the world is, that is surely bad."
"I have heard it told that there was a wireless in the camp, and the men who owned the wireless were caught, and that they are now in Outram Road jail."
"Hast thou heard news of them? One was a friend of mine."
"No, we only heard that they had been taken there."
"I would dearly like to know how they are."
"Thou knowest the place, and the manner of all men taken there, so thou already knowest that which is done."
"True, but one hopes that some may be lucky."
"We are in the hands of Allah," said the Prophet,
"on whose name be praise." Sutra glanced at him again, then, calmly puffing his cigarette, he asked,
"Where didst thou learn the Malay?"
Peter Marlowe told him of his life in the village, how he had worked the paddy fields and lived as a Javanese, which is almost the same as living as a Malay. The customs are the same, and the language the same, except for the common Western words. Wireless in Malaya, radio in Java, motor in Malaya, auto in Java. But the rest was the same: love, hate, sickness, and the words that a man will speak to a man or a man to a woman were the same. The important things were always the same.
"What was the name of thy woman in the village, my son?"
Sutra asked. It would have been impolite to ask before, but now, when they had talked of things of the spirit and the world and philosophy and Allah, and certain of the sayings of the Prophet on whose name be praise, now it was not rude to ask. "Her name was Nai Jahan." The old man sighed contentedly, remembering his youth.
"And she loved thee much and long?"
"Yes." Peter Marlowe could see her clearly. She had come to his hut one night when he was preparing for bed. Her sarong was red and gold, and tiny sandals peeped from beneath its hem. There was a thin necklace of flowers around her neck, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the hut and all his universe. She had laid her bedroll beside her feet and bowed low before him. "My name is Nai Jahan," she had said. "Tuan Abu, my father, has chosen me to share thy life, for it is not good for a man to be alone, and thou hast been alone for 3 months now." Nai was perhaps 14, but in the Sun-Rain lands a girl of 14 is already a woman, with the desires of a woman, and should be married, or at least with the man of her father's choice. The darkness of her skin had a milk sheen to it, and her eyes were jewels of topaz, and her hands were petals of the fire orchid, and her feet slim, and her child-woman body was satin, and held within it the happiness of a hummingbird. She was a child of the sun, and a child of the rain. Her nose was slender and fine, and the nostrils delicate. Nai was all satin, liquid satin, firm where it should be firm, soft where it should be soft, strong where it should be strong, and weak where it should be weak. Her hair was raven, long, a gossamer net to cover her. Peter Marlowe had smiled at her. He had tried to hide his embarrassment and be like her, free and happy and without shame. She had taken off her sarong and stood proudly before him, and she had said, "I pray that I shall be worthy to make thee happy and make thee soft sleep, and I beg thee to teach me all the things that thy woman should know to make thee close to God." Close to God. How wonderful, Peter Marlowe thought. How wonderful to describe love as being close to God. He looked up at Sutra. "Yes, we loved much and long. I thank Allah that I have lived and loved unto eternity. How glorious are the ways of Allah." A cloud reached out and grappled with the moon for possession of the night. "It is good to be a man," Peter Marlowe said.
"Does thy lack trouble thee tonight?"
"No, in truth, not tonight." Peter Marlowe studied the old Malay, liking him for the offer, smoothed by his gentleness. "Listen, Tuan Sutra. I will open my mind to thee, for I believe that in time we could be friends. Thou couldst in time have time to weigh my friendship and the I of me. But war is an assassin of time. Therefore I would speak to thee as a friend of thine, which I am not yet." The old man did not reply. He puffed his cigarette and waited for him to continue. "I have need of a little part of a wireless. Is there a wireless in the village? An old one? Perhaps if it is broken, I could take one such little piece from it."
"Thou knowest that wirelesses are forbidden by the Japanese."
"True, but sometimes there are secret places to hide that which is forbidden." Sutra pondered. A wireless lay in his heart. Perhaps Allah had sent Tuan Marlowe to remove it. He felt he could trust him, because Tuan Abu had trusted him before. But if Tuan Marlowe was caught outside the camp with the wireless, inevitably the village would be involved. To leave the wireless in the village was also dangerous. Certainly a man could bury it, deep in the jungle, but that had not been done. It should have been done, but had not been done, for the temptation to listen was always too great. The temptation of the women to hear the sway music was too great. The temptation to know when others did not know was great. Truly it is written, vanity, all is vanity. Better, he decided, to let the things that are the pink man's remain with the pink man. He got up and beckoned Peter Marlowe and led the way through the bead curtains into the darker recesses of the hut. He stopped at the doorway to Sulina's bedroom. She was lying on the bed, her sarong loose and full around her, her eyes liquid.
"Sulina," Sutra said, "go on to the veranda and watch."
"Yes, father."
Sulina slipped off the bed and retied the sarong and adjusted her little baju jacket. Adjusted it, thought Sutra, perhaps a little too much, so the promise of her breasts showed clearly. Yes, it is surely time that the girl was married. But whom? There are no eligible men. He stood aside as the girl brushed past, her eyes low and demure, but there was nothing demure in the sway of her hips, and Peter Marlowe noticed them too. I should take a stick to her, Sutra thought. But he knew that he should not be angry. She was but a girl on the threshold of womanhood. To tempt is but a woman's way. To be desired is but a woman's need. Perhaps I should give thee to the Englishman. Maybe that would lessen thy appetite. He looks more than man enough. Sutra sighed. Ah, to be so young again. From under the bed he brought out the small radio. I will trust thee. This wireless is good. It works well. You may take it. Peter Marlowe almost dropped it in his excitement. But what about thee? Surely this is beyond price. It has no price. Take it with thee. Peter Marlowe turned the radio over. It was a main set, in good condition. The back was off and the tubes glinted in the oil light. There were many condensers. Many. He held the set nearer the light and carefully examined the guts of it, inch by inch. The sweat began dripping off his face. Then he found the one. 300 microfarads. Now what do I do? He asked himself. Do I just take the condenser? Mac had said he was almost sure. Better to take the whole thing. Then if the condenser doesn't fit ours, we've got another. We can cache it somewhere. Yes. It will be good to have a spare. I thank thee, Tuan Sutra. It is a gift that I cannot thank thee enough for. I am the thousands of Changi. I beg thee protect us here. If a guard sees thee, bury it in the jungle. My village is in thy hands. Do not fear. I will guard it with my life. I believe thee. But perhaps this is a foolish thing to do. There are times, Tuan Sutra, when I truly believe men are only fools. Thou art wise beyond thy years. Sutra gave him a piece of material to cover it, then they returned to the main room. Sulina was in the shadows on the veranda. As they entered, she got up. May I get thee food or drink, father? Voila, thought Sutra grumpily. She asks me, but she means him. No, get thee to bed. Sulina tossed her head prettily, but obeyed. My daughter deserves a whipping, I think. It would be a pity to blemish such a delicate thing, Peter Marlowe said. Tuan Abu used to say, beat a woman at least once a week, and thou wilt have peace in thy house. But do not beat her too hard,
lest thou anger her, for then she will surely beat thee back, and hurt thee greatly.
I know the saying. It is surely true. Women are beyond comprehension.
They talked about many things, squatting on the veranda, looking at the sea. The surf was very slight, and Peter Marlowe asked permission to swim.
There are no currents, the old Malay told him, but sometimes there are sharks.
I will take care.
Swim only in the shadows near the boats. There have been times when Japanese walk along the shore. There is a gun emplacement 3 miles down the beach. Keep thy eyes open.
I will take care. Peter Marlowe kept to the shadows as he made for the boats. The moon was lowering in the sky. Not too much time, he thought. By the boats, some men and women were preparing and repairing nets, chatting and laughing one to another. They paid no attention to Peter Marlowe as he undressed and walked into the sea. The water was warm, but there were cold pockets, as in all the eastern seas, and he found one and tried to stay in it. The feeling of freedom was glorious, and it was almost as though he was a small boy again, taking a midnight swim in the South Sea with his father nearby, shouting, "Don't go out too far, Peter! Remember the currents!" He swam under water, and his skin drank the salt chemic. When he surfaced, he spouted water like a whale, and swam lazily for the shadows where he lay on his back, washed by the surf, and exulted in his freedom. As he kicked his legs at the surf, half swirling his loins, it suddenly struck him that he was quite naked, and there were men and women within 20 yards of him, but he felt no embarrassment. Nakedness had become a way of life in the camp, and the months that he had spent in the village in Java had taught him that there was no shame in being a human being, with wants and needs. The sensual warmth of the sea playing on him, and the rich warmth of the food within him, fired his loins into sudden heat. He turned over abruptly on his belly and pushed himself back into the sea, hiding. He stood on the sandy bottom, the water up to his neck, and looked back at the shore and the village. The men and women were still busy repairing their nets. He could see Sutra on the veranda of his hut, smoking in the shadows. Then to one side he saw Sulina, caught in the light from the oil lamp, leaning on the window frame. Her sarong was half held against her, and she was looking out to sea. He knew she was looking at him, and he wondered, shamed, if she had seen. He watched her, and she watched him. Then he saw her take away the sarong and lay it down, and pick up a clean white towel to dry the sweat that sheened her body. She was a child of the sun, and a child of the rain. Her long dark hair hid most of her, but she moved it until it caressed her back, and she began to braid it, and all the time she watched him, smiling. Then, suddenly, every flicker of current was a caress, every touch a breeze of caress, every thread of seaweed a caress, fingers of courtesans, crafty with centuries of learning. "I'm going to take you, Sulina. I'm going to take you whatever the cost." He tried to will Sutra to leave the veranda, Sulina watching, and waited, impatient as he. "I'm going to take her, Sutra. Don't get in my way. Don't. Or by God." He did not see the king approaching the shadows or notice him stop with surprise when he saw him lying on his belly in the shallows. "Hey, Peter! Peter!" Hearing the voice through the fog, Peter Marlowe turned his head slowly and saw the king beckoning to him. "Peter, come on. It's time to beat it." Seeing the king, he remembered the camp, and the wire, and the radio, and the diamond, and the camp, and the war, and the camp, and the radio, and the guard they had to pass, and would they get back in time, and what was the news, and how happy Mac would be with the 300 microfarads and the spare radio that worked. The man-heat vanished, but the pain remained. He stood up and walked for his clothes. "You got a nerve," the king said. "Why?" "Walking about like that. Can't you see Sutra's girl looking at you?" "She's seen plenty of men without clothes, and there's nothing wrong with that." Without the heat, there was no nakedness. "Sometimes I don't understand you. Where's your modesty? Lost that a long time ago." He dressed quickly and joined the king in the shadows. His loins ached violently. "I'm glad you came along when you did. Thanks." "Why?" "Oh, nothing.
You scared I'd forgotten you?"
Peter Marlowe shook his head.
"No, forget it. But thanks."
The king studied him, then shrugged.
"Come on, we can make it easy now."
He led the way past Sutra's hut and waved. "Salamat."
"Wait, Raja. Won't be a second."
Peter Marlowe ran up the stairs and into the hut. The radio was still there. Holding it under his arm, wrapped in the cloth, he bowed to Sutra.
"I thank thee. It is in good hands."
"Go with God." Sutra hesitated, then smiled. "Guard thy eyes, my son, lest when there is food for them, thou canst not eat."
"I will remember."
Peter Marlowe felt suddenly hot. I wonder if the stories are true, that the ancients can read thoughts from time to time.
"I thank thee. Peace be upon thee."
"Peace be upon thee until our next meeting." Peter Marlowe turned and left. Sulina was at her window as they passed underneath it. Her sarong covered her now. Their eyes met and caught, and a compact was given and received and returned. She watched as they shadowed up the rise towards the jungle, and she sent her safe wishes on them until they disappeared. Sutra sighed, then noiselessly went into Sulina's room. She was standing at the window dreamily, her sarong around her shoulders. Sutra had a thin bamboo in his hands, and he cut her, neatly and hard, but not too hard, across her bare buttocks. "That is for tempting the Englishman, when I had not told thee to tempt him," he said, trying to sound very angry.
"Yes, father,"
she whimpered, and each sob was a knife in his heart. But when she was alone, she curled luxuriously on the mattress and let the tears roll a little, enjoying them, and the heat spread through her, helped by the sting of the blow. It was a kind night, and the Java skies swam with stars, huge sparks of light in a carpet of ravined sea. The village was sparse with light. A fire flickered sleepily in the dusty campong. Around the doorways and verandas the men and women sat and talked, or listened, or contemplated. The children were mostly in bed asleep. But over the men and over the women there was a waiting, a sombreness. Their minds reached towards one hut, and they prayed, each in his own way. Nai writhed on the sleeping mat in agony. The pain was centred in her loins, and the fire of it spread through her entrails, and through her veins, and through her nerve channels, into her brain, and eyes, and hands, and feet, and into every molecule of her. Now the pain was like an ocean within and over her, a placid sameness to the depth of it, though far beneath the surface there were peaks and valleys, plains and chasms, the surface stretched smooth, the agony. The pain was bearable, when the pain itself was part of the whole, the life of the body, the essence of it. But no ocean stays forever placid. Storms come, winds claw the surface and tear the seas to highs and lows tormenting. Storms are birthed in the bowels of wind and sky and cold and heat, and then, full-fledged, the storm takes the sea and shakes it and makes it monstrous. Thus was her pain, for now her pain moved jagged. It moved from ocean into storm, and the agony built from her loins and raced the paths of her, and she twisted, ripped by its violence, spread by its violence. Her cries broke from her mouth and sped through the space of the stilted hut, over the hut and village quiet, out into the night, into the jungle, to mix delicately with sibilance of wind and hum of cricket and drone of mosquito, to rest at last in the sigh of surf-pounding reefs of Java coast, south but a little way. The sweat poured from her body and wet the mat, and she lay naked, her legs clawed wide by the pain, and she cursed men, and all men, and most the man who had done this to her, hating men with a hatred of monumental size, but most the one who had hurt her so, hurt her to this teetering death that took so long, so long.
"Tuan Allah,"
she whimpered as the storm pain blew its violence to a peak.
"Give me death! I beg thee, give me death!"
"Aye," the old crone said simply, wiping the sweat from her.
"Pray not for death, Nai, for that will come to pass soon enough. pray better for life."
The cries parted the girl's lips as the pain built to impossibility, and she twisted. The cries caught in her larynx, and they became screams, a single scream which bent to the curve of pain, and subsided as the tide withdrew to ocean pain, once more at ocean strength.
"Wallah,"
the old woman said testily, then shifted her betel-nut chew to the other side of her mouth.
"Push, little one, push harder, push with the pain, and let us both have done with the birth of the child."
Nye could bear the pain at ocean mood. Exhaustedly she opened her eyes and looked at the woman, saw the red-stained, needle-filed teeth of the old way, saw the flat, withered dugs which once were breasts, felt the smile and confidence of the dark, dark eyes.
"Will it be long?"
she asked tiredly.
"Longer than some, shorter than others," the old woman said, and squatted more comfortably, waving away the mosquitoes. "If thou would push with the pain and not fear it, then it will be very soon. Thy hips are wide and strong, and thy body strong, and the child-to-be's exit is firm and unscarred. There is nothing to fear for thee or for the child. As I am the best midwife in the village, or in these parts, for that matter, as sure as I am Buluda, the midwife, the maker of potions, there is nothing to fear."
"Wallah," Nye said, wan and very tired.
"It is hard this time. I beg thee, give me a little water."
Buluda fetched the water and helped her drink, and she had put a little Changi bark into the water, which made it very healthful.
"I thank thee," the girl said.
She lay back and let her eyes wander the comfort of the hut, seeing the rafters and the screens, and the cooking place, and the eating, living, thinking space.
"Where is Tua?"
she asked, suddenly concerned.
"Where he should be," Buluda said, "asleep with thy husband's mother. Wilt thou have thy son here tonight with thee birthing? Dost thou think a 3-year-old can help?"
Her laugh was more a cackle, and a spill of red beetle juice penciled her chin, hung momentarily in a droplet, then fell to the matted floor.
"Chide me not, dear Mother Buluda."
The girl's lips were pocked with teeth marks where she had bitten her flesh when the last pain had soared. But the scars were only transients, and they made her lips more red, more pleasing red.
"And Tua, now that's a foolish name for a boy," Buluda was saying. "That's no name for a boy."
A smile touched the lips of the girl as she thought of her son and his father.
"I like the name," she said softly. "It is a good name."
She sighed and wearily moved the sweat from her face and neck.
"It is hot tonight." "Yes, but this night is a good night for a birth. The omens are good."
Buluda felt the penetration of the girl's scrutiny, and she kept her face impassive.
"Rest, child, rest, and gain strength. It will not be long."
Buluda got up and eased the ache in her shoulders and pottered around the hut, checking that all was ready against the time. Another tide of pain swarmed the girl, and Buluda fondled the monstrous stomach, moulding it, helping it.
"Push hard, little one, push with thy pain. Let thy pain help thee. Push."
Her voice was as soothing as her gnarled hands, and though both her voice and her hands were strong and confident, her mind was not confident.
"Aye,"
she told herself, "too much pain and too long and too early. This is not good for one so young, not on the second birth. On the first, wallah, that was different, very different and not hard. But this has too much pain, and the portents are not good. Did not a hawk sail the eastern sky this noon when the pains began? Did not a toad cross the path to the hut as I hurried confidently to the hut of the mother-to-be? Aye, she thought grimly, a hawk in the eastern sky and a toad on the path are bad omens at a second birth. So Buluda continued her vigil, and as the pains ebbed and flowed, she soothed the body as best she could. The ointments were ready, and the herbs were ready, and the water boiling on its charcoal fire. There was nothing for her to do but be patient. The position of the life-to-be was good, and no harm should come to mother or child. But there seemed to her to be a strangeness in the space of the hut, and she feared for the child woman she loved. Wallah, Buluda thought, Oh, that I could be so young and beautiful, that I could be there, lying in childbirth, not old and useless and without. She leaned forward and stroked the brow and the long raven hair, glorying in the deep bronze satin of the skin. She let her hands wander over the body, over the fullness of the breasts, seeping with the goodness of the milk of life, down over hips and stomach, grotesque, yet beautiful with the marvellousness of fulfillment, over loins and thighs, soothing them, enjoying them, this beautiful body, hairless and pure. "I," Buluda told herself in wonder, "is it possible that only a few short years ago this mother-to-be was yet a babe I held up from the womb and smacked life into, only a measured time ago?" She counted the seasons, and the girl's count became 16 years of life. And she remembered, too, that even the mother of this woman she had brought into life as well. "I am old, old," she muttered, and she became a little sad. "But not so old," she chuckled, "that I cannot get a little warmth from the sight of a young buck caressing his love, nor yet a twitch of envy at the sight of a young virgin, or a young woman, or a young widow, or even a middle-aged widow, and not so old that I cannot feel excitement from the mating dance, and not so old that I cannot remember the time of my youth and my children, and the time, for instance, that I and Tuan Abu had down at the shore, where my husband was in Surabaya, and Tuan Abu yet a boy who knew not." Buluda laughed, and the tears ran down her cheeks as she remembered her life. "Aye, thou art not yet ready for the earth, old woman," she told herself. As the pains increased and pulsated quicker and more vast, Buluda held the girl's hands to give her strength to push, 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 little one. Then she took her right hand away and probed gently deep within, and finger-touched the head, and she nodded to herself and knew that soon what was to be would be. She took her hand away and washed it, then sat once more beside the girl and held her hands, forgetting the ache in her own back or the oldness of her bones. "Push, push again, little one," she crooned encouragingly. "Push for thy life and the life of thy child." The pain no longer ran like the ocean, but only came and went as the typhoon comes and goes, sudden, shocking, gone, sudden, vicious, here, sudden, killing, gone. And the tide of pain hammered at the gate of brain, fulfilling the function that was required of it. It unlocked the door and let the spirit soar free, beyond the pain, leaving only muscles to the will of pain, leaving them free to stretch and split and move to open up the path of birth. A wave of pain crashed into her, and her body bent to its will while her spirit rose above it. Now Nai was floating on a zephyred sky under a silken moon. She was serene now, no longer fearing death, no longer fighting it. She only felt regret. Regret for her son, for her child-to-be, for her husband, regret that she would no longer be there to care and worry and cook and mend and plant and work and love the three of them. "Truly I have no wish for death," she murmured, unafraid, "but there is nothing I can do against it. So I will let death come, gently or terribly as is her wish. But I am sorry that I have to die, but there is nothing I can do. Nothing." "Thou art wise, child," a benign voice said. She looked and smiled, and then a puzzled frown crossed her brow. "Tuan Abu, but thou art dead, father. Thou art dead for 2 years now. Am I already dead?" "No, child, not yet." She was no longer in the sky, for the sky had become a chasm, and the path of the chasm was deep and dark, and the thread of path was lit by fireflies, the steep walls of the chasm shutting out the sky and the light above. She was walking in the chasm, part of it, yet not a part of it, and now she walked out of the shadow into the sun. "Aye," she sighed happily, "truly the sun is good." "How is he?" Tuan Abu asked gravely. Nai was puzzled for a moment, and then she understood. Tuan Abu's ears were old and tired, and where she had said son, he had only heard son. "He is growing and growing, and he will make a fine man," she said proudly, not wishing to embarrass him by saying, "I but said the sun feels good."
"I can still be proved right, my child," Tuan Abu said sadly.
"I know, father, but that is in the hands of Allah."
She smiled confidently at the old man, loving him.
"I would want the same to happen as it happened."
It had happened when her first husband had left the village, and though she knew that she had been given to the stranger to make his sleep calm, and not as a wife, even so she felt a wife to him. She had waited 2 weeks after he had left, and then she had bowed low before Tuan Abu, the head man of the village, and said, "I am with child, father." The head man had looked at her astonished.
"Did not the women tell thee what to do, what herbs to use, that thou should not have a child by him?"
"Yes, Tuan Abu, assuredly, but I wanted his child."
Then Tuan Abu had become angry and had said,
"This is a bad thing, Nai. The blood of East and blood of West should not mix, for thou would have a tormented child that is half of our world and half of his, neither of each, neither of both."
"I know, father, but I want his child. I want his child."
"Thou hast done a bad thing," Tuan Abu had said angrily. "You will go to Buluda and tell her to give thee the drink that would take away the child."
"This I will not do," she had said firmly.
Then the torrent of his rage had poured over her.
"Thou art a wicked woman to disobey. Then think not of thyself, but of the child. Why condemn a child to agony, a lifetime of agony, longing for one world or the other world, when neither can be had?"
"I want his child," she had said stubbornly.
"This will not be."
"Yes, it will, father. Be patient with me."
She had stopped and collected her words.
"When my beloved went away, he walked past the paddy and into the jungle. I followed secretly, obeying thy orders, but I wanted to see what would come to pass with him. He took off the village clothes and put on his own. Then he walked the road until a Japanese patrol met him. There was an officer with them, and he questioned my beloved. My man said that he had been wandering the jungles for months, stealing food as he could, and he denied that he had ever lived in any village. He said that he had come from the west, and not the east, where our village lay. The officer asked about the darkened colour of his skin, and my beloved said that his own skin was deeply pigmented, and this, with the force of the sun, had made him darker than an Englishman should be. The officer gave him a cigarette, and after they had talked about many things, the officer said, "As thou art an officer, thou hast lost face to be captured alive by the enemy. I will save thy loss of honour. I will help thee. I will let thee use my sacred dagger to commit harikiri. Then thou wilt die honoured." My beloved hid his fear and said, "Why should you do this for me?" "Because thou art the samurai rank of England. I do this for I admire thy bravery, and it is not fitting for a brave man to suffer the dishonour of capture." For many minutes my beloved argued for his life, saying that by their code, the English code, that harikiri was dishonour. Then the officer became angry and spat on my beloved and berated him. Finally the officer said, "Thou art a pig without honour, therefore thou can die like the pig thou art." And they put iron manacles on his hands and took him away.
She had stopped, the tears silently sweeping her cheeks. Then she had said with quiet strength,
"So my beloved is dead. It is only right that his seed should live. It is right that a man should have a son to follow him, even if the son is half of his world and half of ours."
"Perhaps he has sons in his homeland," the old man had said compassionately.
"No, father, he has none. This is why I did not wish to stop the birthing of his child. Our son will be called Tua, which is almost Tuan, which is the title of respect."
Then Tuan Abu had touched her forehead and blessed her, and said,
"Against my knowledge, let the child be born. Perhaps it will be a girl child. For a girl it is not quite so bad to have East and West within her."
In time Tua had been born. He was golden-skinned, and his eyes were blue like his father's, and his limbs were strong and straight and blemishless. He was a son to be proud of,
and he became the light of Tuan Abu's eyes. Dying, Tuan Abu had touched Tua's head, blessing him, saying,
"One day, perhaps, thou wilt cross the seas to find thy father's kin, and perhaps, if Allah wills, they will smile on thee. But I believe they will not smile on thee,"
he had added sadly. And before he died he had given her a paper which gave the sureness to the birth and the truth of it, and the name from which Tua came. Now Nai was walking the golden jungle, pink-flowered, verdant, strong. She walked across the taro patch and climbed the bamboo stairs to their hut, and ran into the arms of her beloved, and they lay together, warmed. And then they ate good food that she had cooked, satay and rice and shrimps and breadfruit and coconuts, and then she had made kawa for him, and he lay back, and she knew she was good in his eyes. They passed the time in talking, for now, 3 months after he had arrived in the village, he could speak their tongue even as she. He was telling her about his home and many things. "And thy wife?" she asked hesitantly. Peter Marlowe laughed. "I have no wife." "Well, then, thy mistresses?" "I have no mistresses. But for a short time I did have one." She frowned, thinking that it was strange that a man so old should have had but one woman in his life, one woman. But she knew that he was telling her the truth, so she knelt beside him and said, "Tell me about her, my love." "Her name was Marina, and I met her on the great ship that brought me from England to the East. We fell in love, but I was a child in matters of love." Peter Marlowe smiled and stroked her raven hair. "What was she like? How did she look? Tell me." "She was tall and fair, a head taller than thee. Her skin was like milk and her eyes blue." "And I am small, and my skin is dark and my eyes dark," she cried, and wept suddenly, for her love was so much. He took her in his arms and held her close. "But I love thee." "Do you love me? Truly do you love me? Thou art my life, little one." In time she let herself be soothed and begged forgiveness for her tears not of jealousy for Marina, but tears that she was not like her, tall and fair and blue-eyed. She blessed Marina, for it was Marina who had taught him how to love, and the secrets of love, taught him with her love, open, kind, gentle, taught him the things that please a woman, showed him the things, secret things, freely because of her love, things that now she and her beloved enjoyed, things that smoothed the way of content, man to woman. "I bless Marina," she said happily. "I will always bless her for her love for thee." She felt the pain begin to build. He was tiny in the distance, calling her name. Then the typhoon wiped the sky dark and fear swept into her. Now she saw him no more. The sky was pitched with fire, and the earth was fired, and the fire burned her feet, and she screamed and tried to draw her feet away, but there was no place to go, for the fire covered the whole earth. The flames began eating her. She was running through the burning coals towards a single coconut palm that grew from the fire, and she whimpered with agony and climbed the trunk of the palm, wrapped her arms and legs around it. But the fire burned the roots of the tree, and she felt herself falling into the fire, and she screamed and screamed and screamed. Then through the blaze she heard a voice, and she saw her husband, Aliman, running through the coals towards her. "Nai, my love," he was shouting, "don't despair! Fight the fire! Push away the trunk! Push, push, push!" And she felt her hands gripped, and Aliman tore her from the molten trunk and ran with her through the fire, telling her of his love for her and Tua. "Live for Tua! Live for me! For I love thee and the boy! Love thee! Run and live! Run, my love!" But the fire spread up the sky, and the sky burned, and the ground burned, and the trees and the birds and the creatures burned, and the stars burned, and the whole firmament fell upon her, and she lifted up her hands to protect Aliman and Tua, and she felt the fire crushing her, and she fought the fire with her nails and hands and legs and body. Buluda was working frantically, massaging, pushing, tugging, helping, and as she sweated she muttered incantations to the jinns of the earth and sky and sea, and with the same desperate breath she called on Allah, for the balance of life and death was now. The head was cleared, and one shoulder, With a bamboo spatula she deftly eased the shoulders free and tugged against the wrong contractions, praying for help, weakened by her length of vigil, sick of waiting, sick with anxiety for mother and child. Still the fire burned the girl, the flames reaching up from her feet around her thighs, ripping at her weakness, tearing for her womb. Frantically she tried to fight the fire with her hands, better to lose hands than essence, but the agony blew them away, and fire swarmed viciously into her. Then the heavens opened, and the rains gushed, and the earth reeled instantly, and suddenly she was beyond the zephyred stars, in a paradise of soft green sward, beside the stream of paradise. "Aye!" Buluda shouted, victorious, holding up the squalling child. "Wake up, Nai, thou hast a child, a fine child, and thee and the child are well and blemishless." The girl opened her eyes and saw the beauty of her son, and the last thing she saw before she closed her eyes and floated into blissful slumber peace was the face of Aliman, her husband, and his love for her, written clear and content in the glory of his smile. When they were about a mile from the camp, the king and Peter Marlowe stopped for a breather. It was then that the king noticed for the first time the small bundle wrapped in cloth. He had been leading the way, and so concentrated had he been on the success of the night's work, and so watchful of the darkness against possible danger, that he had not noticed it before. "What you got? Extra chow?" He watched while Peter Marlowe grinned and proudly unwrapped the cloth. "Surprise!" The king's heart missed 6 beats. "Why, you goddamn son of a bitch! Are you out of your skull?" "What's the matter?" Peter Marlowe asked, flabbergasted. "Are you crazy? That'll land us in more trouble than hell knows what. You got no right to risk our necks over a goddamn radio. You got no right to use my contacts for your own goddamn business." Peter Marlowe felt the night close in on him as he stared unbelievingly. Then he said, "I didn't mean any harm." "Why, you goddamn son of a bitch!" the king raged. "Radios are poison!" "But there isn't one in the camp." "Tough! You get rid of that goddamn thing right now, and I'll tell you something else. We're finished, you and me. You got no right to get me mixed in something without telling me. I ought to kick the shit out of you." "Try it." Now Peter Marlowe was angry and raw as the king. "You seem to forget there's a war on, and there's no wireless in the camp. One reason I came was because I hoped I might be able to get a condenser, but now I've got a whole wireless, and it works." "Get rid of it." "No." The two men faced each other, taut and inflexible. For a split second the king readied to cut Peter Marlowe to pieces. But the king knew anger was of no value when an important decision had to be made, and now that he had gotten over the first nauseating shock, he could be critical and analyze the situation. First, he had to admit that although it had been bad business to risk so much, the risk had been successful. If Sutra hadn't been good and ready to give Pete the radio, he'd have ducked the issue and said, "Hell, there's no radio hereabouts." So no harm was done, and it had been a private deal between Pete and Sutra, because Chung San had already left. Second, a radio that he knew about, and one that wasn't in his hut, would be more than useful. He could keep tabs on the situation, and he'd know exactly when to make the break. So, all in all, there was no harm done, except that Peter had exceeded his authority. Now take that. If you trust a guy and hire him, you hire his brains. No point in having a guy around just to take orders and sit on his can. And Peter had sure been great during the negotiations. If and when the break came, well, Peter would be on the team. Got to have a guy to talk the lingo. Yeah, and Pete wasn't scared. So all in all, the king knew he'd be crazy to rip into him before his mind told him to use the new situation in a business-like way. Yep, he had blown his stack like a 2-year-old. "Pete," he saw the challenging set to Peter Marlowe's jaw. "Wonder if I could take the son of a bitch. Sure, got him by 50, maybe 80 pounds. "Yes?" "I'm sorry I blew my stack. The radio's a good idea." "What?" "I just said I was sorry. It's a great idea." "I don't understand you," Peter Marlowe said helplessly. "One moment you're a crazy man, and the next you're saying that it's a good idea." The king liked this son of a bitch. Got guts. Radios give me the creeps. No future in them. Then he laughed softly. No resale value.
You really not fed up with me anymore?
Hell no. We're buddies. He punched him playfully. I was just put out that you didn't tell me. That wasn't good.
I'm sorry.
You're right. I apologize. It was ridiculous and unfair. Christ, I wouldn't want to jeopardize you in any way. Truly, I'm sorry. Shake. I'm sorry I blew my stack, but next time tell me before you do anything. Peter Marlowe shook his hand. My word on it. Good enough. Well, thank God there was no sweat now. So what the hell do you mean by condenser? Peter Marlowe told him about the 3 water bottles. So all Mac needs is the one condenser, right? He says he thinks so. You know what I think? I think it'd be better just to take out the condenser and dump the radio. Bury it here. It'd be safe. Then if yours doesn't work, we could always come back and get it. I could easily put the condenser back. To hide this radio in the camp would be real tough, and it'd be a hell of a temptation just to plug the goddamn thing in, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Peter Marlowe looked at the king searchingly.
You'll come back with me to get it?
Sure.
If, for any reason, I can't come back, would you come for it, if Mac or Larkin asked you to?
The king thought a moment. Sure.
Your word?
Yes. The king smiled faintly. You put quite a store by the word, Jazz, don't you, Peter? How else can you judge a man? It took Peter Marlowe only a moment to snap the 2 wires joining the condenser to the innards of the radio. Another minute and the radio was wrapped in its protective cloth, and a small hole scraped away in the jungle earth. They put a flat stone on the bottom of the hole, then covered the radio with a good thickness of leaves and smoothed the earth back and pulled a tree trunk over the spot. A couple of weeks in the dampness of its tomb would destroy its usefulness, but 2 weeks would be enough time to come back and pick it up if the bottles still didn't work. Peter Marlowe wiped the sweat away, for a sudden layer of heat had settled on them, and the sweat smell frenzied the increasing waves of insects clouding them.
These blasted bugs!
He looked up at the night sky, judging the time a little nervously.
Do you think we'd better go on now?
Not yet. It's only 4:15. Our best time is just before dawn. We better wait another 10 minutes, then we'll be in position in plenty of time. He grinned. First time I went through the wire, I was scared and anxious, too. Coming back, I had to wait at the wire. I had to wait half an hour or more before the coast was clear. Jesus, I sweated. He waved his hands at the insects. Goddamn bugs. They sat a while, listening to the constant movement of the jungle. Swaths of fireflies cut patches of brilliance in the small rain ditches beside the path. Just like Broadway at night, said the king. I saw a film once called Times Square. It was a newspaper yarn. Let me see. I think it was Cagney. Don't remember that one. But Broadway. You gotta see it for real. It's just like day in the middle of the night. Huge neon signs and lights all over the place.
Is that your home, New York?
No, I've been there a couple of times. Been all over.
Where's your home?
The king shrugged. My pa moves around.
What's his work?
That's a good question. Little of this, little of that. He's drunk most of the time.
Oh, that must be pretty rough.
Tough on a kid.
Do you have any family?
My ma's dead. She died when I was 3. Got no brothers or sisters. My pa brought me up. He's a bum, but he taught me a lot about life. Number 1, poverty's a sickness. Number 2, money's everything. Number 3, it doesn't matter how you get it as long as you get it.
You know, I've never thought much about money. I suppose in the service, well, there's always a monthly paycheck. There's always a certain standard of living, so money doesn't mean much.
How much does your father make?
I don't know exactly. I suppose around £600 a year.
Jesus, that's only $2,400. Why, I make $1,300 as a corporal myself. I sure as hell wouldn't work for that nothing dough.
Perhaps it's different in the States. But in England you can get by quite well. Of course our car is quite old, but that doesn't matter, and at the end of your service you get a pension.
How much?
Half your pay, approximately.
That seems to me to be nothing. Can't understand why people go in the service. Guess because they're failures as people."
The king saw Peter Marlowe stiffen slightly.
"Of course," he added quickly, "that doesn't apply in England. I was talking about the States."
"The service is a good life, for a man. Enough money, an exciting life in all parts of the world. Social life's good. Then, well, an officer always has a great deal of prestige."
Peter Marlowe added almost apologetically,
"You know, tradition and all that."
"You going to stay in after the war?"
"Of course."
"Seems to me," the king said, picking at his teeth with a little thread of bark, "that it's too easy. There's no excitement or future in taking orders from guys who are mostly bums. That's the way it looks to me. And hell, you don't get paid nothing. Why, Pete, you should take a look at the States. There's nothing like it in the world. No place. Every man for himself, and every man's as good as the next guy. And all you have to do is figure an angle and be better than the next guy. Now that's excitement."
"I don't think I'd fit in. Somehow I know I'm not a money-maker. I'm better off doing what I was born to do."
"That's nonsense. Just because your old man's in the service
goes back to 1720. Father to son. That's a lot of tradition to try to fight."
The king grunted. "That's quite a time." Then he added, "I only know about my dad and his dad. Before that, nothing. At least my folks were supposed to have come over from the old country in the 80s.
"From England?"
"Hell no. I think Germany. Or maybe Middle Europe. Who the hell cares? I'm an American, and that's all that counts."
"Marlowes are in the service, and that's that."
"Hell no. It's up to you. Look, take you now. You're in the chips because you're using your brains. You'd be a great businessman if you wanted to. You can talk like a wog, right? I need your brains. I'm paying for the brains. Now don't get on your goddamn high horse. That's American style. You pay for brains. It's got nothing to do with us being buddies. Nothing. If I didn't pay, then I'd be a bum."
"That's wrong. You don't have to be paid to help a bit."
"You sure as hell need an education. I'd like to get you in the States and put you on the road. With your phony, limey accent, you'd knock the broads dead. You clean up. We'll put you in ladies' underwear."
"Holy God!"
Peter smiled with him, but the smile was tinged with horror.
"I could no more try to sell something than fly."
"You can fly."
"I meant without a plane."
"Sure. I was making a joke." The king glanced at his watch. "Time goes slow when you're waiting."
"I sometimes think we'll never get out of this stinking hole."
Uncle Sam's got the nips on the run. Won't take long. Even if it does, what the hell? We've got it made, buddy. That's all that counts." The king looked at his watch. "We better take a powder."
"What?"
"Get going."
"Oh."
Peter Marlowe got up.
"Lead on, Macduff,"
he said happily.
"Huh?" "Just a saying. It means, let's take a powder."
Happy now that they were friends once more, they started into the jungle. Crossing the road was easy. Now that they had passed the area patrolled by the roving guard, they followed a short path and were within 1/4 of a mile of the wire. The king led, calm and confident. Only the clouds of fireflies and mosquitoes made their progress unpleasant.
"Jesus, the bugs are bad."
"Yes, if I had my way, I'd fry them all,"
Peter Marlowe whispered back. Then they saw the bayonet pointing at them and stopped dead in their tracks. The Japanese was sitting, leaning against a tree, and his eyes were fixed on them. A frightening grin stretching his face, and the bayonet was held propped on his knees. Their thoughts were the same.
"Christ, Outram Road, I'm dead. Kill."
The king was the first to react. He leaped at the guard and tore the bayoneted rifle away, rolled as he twisted aside, then got to his feet, the rifle butt high to smash it into the man's face. Peter Marlowe was diving for the guard's throat. A sixth sense warned him, and his clutching hands avoided the throat, and he slammed into the tree.
"Get away from him!"
Peter Marlowe sprang to his feet and grabbed the king and pulled him out of the way. The guard had not moved. The same wide-eyed, malevolent grin was on his face.
"What the hell?"
the king gasped, panicked, the rifle still held high above his head.
"Get away! For Christ's sake, hurry!"
Peter Marlowe jerked the rifle out of the king's hands and threw it beside the dead Japanese. Then the king saw the snake in the man's lap.
"Jesus,"
he croaked as he went forward to take a closer look. Peter Marlowe caught him frantically. "Get away! Run, for God's sake!" He took to his heels, away from the trees, carelessly crashing through the undergrowth. The king raced after him, and only when they had reached the clearing did they stop.
"You gone crazy?"
The king winced, his breathing torturing him.
"It was only a goddamn snake."
"That was a flying snake," Peter Marlowe wheezed. "They live in trees. Instant death, old man. They climb the trees, then flatten their bodies and sort of spiral down to earth and fall on their victims. There was one in his lap and one under him. There was sure to be more, 'cause they're always in nests."
"Jesus."
"Actually, old man, we ought to be grateful to those bloody things," Peter Marlowe said, trying to slow his breathing. "That Jap was still warm. He hadn't been dead more than a couple of minutes. He would have caught us if he hadn't been bitten. And we should thank God for our quarrel. It gave the snakes time. We'll never be closer to pranging. To death. Never. I don't ever want to see a goddamn Jap with a goddamn bayonet pointing at me in the middle of the goddamn night again. Come on. Better get away from here." When they were in position near the wire, they settled down to wait. They couldn't make their dash to the wire yet. Too many people about. Always people walking about. Zombies walking the camp, the sleepless and the almost asleep. It was good to rest, and both felt their knees shaking and were thankful to be alive again. Jesus, this had been a night, the king thought. If it hadn't been for Pete, I'd be a dead duck. I was going to put my foot in the Jap's lap as I smashed down the rifle. My foot was 6 inches away. Snakes. Hate snakes, sons of bitches. And as the king calmed, his esteem for Peter Marlowe increased. "That's the second time you saved my neck," he whispered. "You got to the rifle first. If the Jap hadn't been dead, you'd have killed him. I was slow. Nah, I was just in front." The king stopped, then grinned. "Hey, Peter, we make a good team. With your looks and my brains, we do all right." Peter Marlowe began to laugh. He tried to hold it inside and rolled on the ground. The choked laughter and the tears streaming his face infected the king, and his laughter too began to contort him. At last Peter Marlowe gasped, "For Christ's sake, shut up!" "You started it." "I did not." "Sure you did. You said... But the king couldn't continue. He wiped the tears away. "You see that, Jap? That son of a bitch was just sitting like an ape. Look." Their laughter vanished. On the other side of the wire, Gray was walking the camp. They saw him stop outside the American hut. They saw him wait in the shadows, then look out across the wire, almost directly at them. "You think he knows?" Peter Marlowe whispered. "Don't know. But sure as hell we can't risk going in for a while. We'll wait." They waited. The sky began to lighten. Gray stood in the shadows looking at the American hut, then around the camp. The king knew from where Gray stood he could see his bed. He knew that Gray could see he wasn't in it. But the covers were turned back, and he could be with the other sleepless, walking the camp. No law against being out of your bed. But hurry up. Get to hell out of there, Gray. "We'll have to go soon," the king said. "Lights against us. How about another spot? He's got the whole fence covered, way up to the corner. You think there's been a leak? Someone sneaked?" "Could be. Maybe just a coincidence." The king bit his lip angrily. "How about the latrine area?" "Too risky." They waited. Then they saw Gray look once more over the fence towards them and walk away. They watched him until he rounded the jail wall. "May be a phony," the king said. "Give him a couple of minutes." The seconds were like hours as the sky lightened and the shadows began to dissolve. Now there was no one near the fence, no one in sight. "Now or never. Come on." They ran for the fence. In seconds they were under the wire and in the ditch. "You go for the hut, Roger. I'll wait." "Okay." For all his size, the king was light on his feet, and he swiftly covered the distance to his hut. Peter Marlowe got out of the ditch. Something told him to sit on the edge, looking out at the camp over the wire. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw Gray turn the corner and stop. He knew he had been seen immediately. "Marlowe." "Oh, hello, Gray. Can't you sleep either?" he said, stretching. "How long have you been here?" "Few minutes. I got tired of walking, so I sat down." "Where's your pal?" "Who?" "The American," Gray sneered. "I don't know. Asleep, I suppose." Gray looked at the Chinese-type outfit. The tunic was torn across the shoulders and wet with sweat. Mud and shreds of leaves on his stomach and knees, a streak of mud on his face. "How did you get so dirty? And why are you sweating so much? What are you up to?" "I'm dirty because there's no harm in a little honest dirt. In fact," Peter Marlowe said as he got up and brushed off his knees and the seat of his pants, "there is nothing like a little dirt to make a man feel clean when he washes it off. And I'm sweating because you're sweating. You know, the tropics, heat and all that." "What have you got in your pockets?" "Just because you've a suspicious beetle brain doesn't mean that everyone is carrying contraband. There's no law against walking the camp if you can't sleep." "That's right," Gray replied, "but there is a law against walking outside the camp." Peter Marlowe studied him nonchalantly, not feeling nonchalant at all, trying to read what the hell Gray meant by that. Did he know? "A man would be a fool to try that." "That's right." Gray looked at him long and hard. Then he wheeled around and walked away. Peter Marlowe stared after him. Then he turned and walked in the other direction and did not look at the American hut. Today Mac was due out of hospital. Peter Marlowe smiled, thinking of Mac's welcome home present. From the safety of his bed, the king watched Peter Marlowe go. Then he focused on Gray, the enemy, erect and malevolent in the growing light. Skeletal, thin, ragged pair of pants, crude native clogs, no shirt, his armband, his threadbare tank beret. A ray of sunlight burned the tank emblem in the beret, converting it from nothing into molten gold. "How much do you know, Gray, you son of a bitch?" the king asked himself. Part 3. Chapter 15. It was just after dawn. Peter Marlowe lay on his bunk in half-sleep. Was it a dream? He asked himself, suddenly awake. Then his cautious fingers touched the little piece of rag that held the condenser, and he knew it was not a dream. Ewart twisted in the top bunk and groaned awake. "Marlowe on the night," he said as he hung his legs over the bunk. Peter Marlowe remembered that it was his unit's turn for the borehole detail. He walked out of the hut and prodded Larkin awake. "Eh? Oh, Peter," Larkin said, fighting out of sleep. "What's up?" It was hard for Peter Marlowe not to blurt out the news about the condenser, but he wanted to wait until Mac was there too, so he just said, "Borehole detail, old man." "My bloody oath. What, a gang?" Larkin stretched his aching back, retied his sarong, and slipped on his clogs. They found the net and the 5-gallon container and walked through the camp, which was just beginning to stir. When they reached the latrine area, they paid no heed to the occupants, and the occupants paid no heed to them. Larkin lifted the cover off a borehole. Peter Marlowe quickly scooped the sides with the net. When he brought the net out of the hole, it was full of cockroaches. He shook the net clean into the container and scraped again. Another fine haul. Larkin replaced the cover, and they moved to the next hole. "Hold the thing still," Peter Marlowe said. "Now look what you did. I lost at least 100. "There's plenty more," Larkin said with distaste, getting a better grip on the container. The smell was very bad, but the harvest rich. Soon the container was packed. The smallest of the cockroaches measured 1.5 inches. Larkin clamped the lid on the container, and they walked up to the hospital. "Not my idea of a steady diet," Peter Marlowe said. "You really ate them, Peter? In Java?" "Of course. And so have you, by the way, in Changi." Larkin almost dropped the container. "What? You don't think I'd pass on a native delicacy and a source of protein to the doctors and not take advantage of it for us, do you?"
But we had a pact, Larkin shouted. We agreed, the three of us, that we'd not cook anything weird without telling the other first. I told Mac, and he agreed. But I didn't, damn it. Oh, come on, Colonel. You had to catch them and cook them secretly and listen to you say how good the cook-up was. We're just as squeamish as you. Well, next time I want to know. That's a bloody order. Yes, sir, Peter Marlowe chuckled. They delivered the container to the hospital cookhouse, to the special tiny cookhouse that fed the desperately sick. When they got back to the bungalow, Mac was waiting. His skin was grey-yellow and his eyes were bloodshot and his hands shaking, but he was over the fever. He could smile again. "Good to have you back, Cobber," Larkin said, sitting down. "Aye." Peter Marlowe absently took out the little piece of rag. "Oh, by the way," he said with studied negligence, "this might come in handy sometime." Mac unwrapped the rag without interest. "Oh, my bloody word," Larkin said. "Damn it, Peter," Mac said, his fingers shaking. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Peter Marlowe kept his voice as flat as his face, enjoying his excitement hugely. "No point in getting all upset about nothing." Then he could contain his smile no longer. He beamed. "You and your blasted pommy underplay." Larkin tried to be sour, but he was beaming too. "Where'd you get it, Cobber?" Peter Marlowe shrugged. "Stupid question. Sorry, Peter," Larkin said apologetically. Peter Marlowe knew he would never be asked again. It was far better they did not know about the village. Now it was dusk. Larkin was guarding. Peter Marlowe was guarding. Under cover of his mosquito net, Mac joined the condenser. Then, unable to wait any longer, with a prayer, he fiddled the connecting wire into the electric source. Sweating, he listened into the single earphone. An agony of waiting. It was suffocating under the net, and the concrete walls and concrete floor held the heat of the vanishing sun. A mosquito droned angrily. Mac cursed, but did not try to find it and kill it, for suddenly there was static in the earphone. His tense fingers, wet with the sweat that ran down his arms, slipped on the screwdriver. He dried them. Delicately he found the screw that turned the tuner and began to twist, gently, oh so gently. Static. Only static. Then suddenly he heard the music. It was a Glenn Miller recording. The music stopped, and an announcer said, "This is Calcutta. We continue the Glenn Miller recital with his recording, Moonlight Serenade." Through the doorway Mac could see Larkin squatting in the shadows, and beyond him men walking the corridor between the rows of cement bungalows. He wanted to rush out and shout, "You laddies want to hear the news in a little while. I've got Calcutta tuned in." Mac listened for another minute, then disconnected the radio and carefully put the water bottles back into their sheaths of green-grey felt and left them carelessly on the beds. There would be a news broadcast from Calcutta at 10. So to save time, Mac hid the wire and the earphone under the mattress, instead of putting them into the third bottle. He had been hunched under the net for so long that he had a crick in his back, and he groaned when he stood up. Larkin looked back from his station outside. "What's the matter, Cobber? Can't you sleep?" "Nee, laddie," said Mac, coming out to squat beside him. "You should take it easy, first day out of hospital." Larkin did not need to be told that it worked. Mac's eyes were lit with excitement. Larkin punched him playfully. "You're all right, you old bastard." "Where's Peter?" Mac asked, knowing that he was guarding by the showers. "Over there. Stupid bugger's just sitting. Look at him." "Hey, Marlowe sana!" Mac called out. Peter Marlowe already knew that Mac had finished, but he got up and walked back and said, "Marlowe Senderi," which means Marlowe yourself. He, too, did not need to be told. "How about a game of bridge?" Mac asked. "Who's the fourth?" "Hi, Gavin," Larkin called out. "You want to make a fourth?" Major Gavin Ross dragged his legs out of the camp chair. Leaning on a crutch, he wormed himself from the next bungalow. He was glad for the offer of a game. Nights were always bad, so unnecessary. The paralysis. Once upon a time a man, and now a nothing. Useless legs, wheelchaired for life. He had been hit in the head by a tiny sliver of shrapnel just before Singapore surrendered. "Nothing to worry about,"
the doctors had told him. "We can get it out soon, and we can get you into a proper hospital with the proper equipment. We've plenty of time." But there was never a proper hospital with the proper equipment, and time had run out. "Gad," he said painfully as he settled himself on the cement floor. Mac found a cushion and tossed it over. "Ta, old chap." It took him a moment to settle while Peter Marlowe got the cards and Larkin arranged the space between them. Gavin lifted his left leg and bent it out of the way, disconnecting the wire spring that attached the toe of his shoe to the band around his leg just under his knee. Then he moved the other leg, equally paralysed, out of the way and leaned back on the cushion against the wall. "That's better," he said, stroking his Kaiser Wilhelm moustache with a quick, nervous movement. "How are the headaches?" Larkin asked automatically. "Not too bad, old boy," Gavin replied as automatically. "You my partner?" "No, you can play with Peter." "Oh, God, the boy always trumps my ace." "That was only once," Peter Marlowe said. "Once an evening," laughed Mac as he began to deal. "Marlowe." "2 spades," Larkin opened with a flourish. The bidding continued furiously and vehemently. Later that night, Larkin knocked on the door of one of the bungalows. "Yes?" Smedley Taylor asked, peering into the night. "Sorry to trouble you, sir." "Oh, hello, Larkin. Trouble?" It was always trouble. He wondered what the Aussies had been up to this time as he got off his bed aching. "No, sir." Larkin made sure there was no one in earshot. His words were quiet and deliberate. "The Russians are 40 miles from Berlin. Manila is liberated. The Yanks have landed on Corregidor and Iwo Jima." "You sure, man?" "Yes, sir." "Who—" Smedley Taylor stopped. "No, I don't want to know anything." "Sit down, Colonel," he said quietly. "Are you absolutely sure?" "Yes, sir." "I can only say, Colonel," the older man said tonelessly and solemnly, "that I can do nothing to help anyone who is caught with— who is caught." He did not even want to say the word wireless. "I don't wish to know anything about it." A shadow of a smile crossed the granite face and softened it. "I only beg you guard it with your life, and tell me immediately you hear anything." "Yes, sir." "We propose—" "I don't want to hear anything. Only the news." Sadly, Smedley Taylor touched his shoulder. "Sorry." "It's safer, sir." Larkin was glad that the Colonel did not want to know their plan. They had decided that they would tell only 2 persons each. Larkin would tell Smedley Taylor and Gavin Ross. Mac would tell Major Tooley and Lieutenant Bosley, both personal friends. And Peter would tell the King and Father Donovan, the Catholic chaplain. They were to pass the news on to 2 other persons they could trust, and so on. It was a good plan, Larkin thought. Correctly, Peter had not volunteered where the condenser came from. Good boy, that Peter. Later that night, when Peter Marlowe returned to his hut from seeing the King, Ewart was wide awake. He poked his head out of the net and whispered excitedly, "Peter, you heard the news?" "What news?" "The Russians are 40 miles from Berlin. The Yanks have landed on Iwo Jima and Corregidor." Peter Marlowe felt the inner terror. Oh my God, so soon? "Bloody rumours, Ewart. Bloody nonsense." "No, it isn't, Peter. There's a new wireless in the camp. It's the real stuff. No rumour. Isn't that great?" "Oh, Christ, I forgot the best. The Yanks have liberated Manila. Won't be long now, eh?" "I'll believe it when I see it." Maybe we should have just told Smedley Taylor, and no one else, Peter Marlowe thought as he lay down. If Ewart knows, there's no telling. Nervously, he listened to the camp. You could almost feel the growing excitement of Changi. The camp knew that it was back in contact. Yoshima was slimed with fear as he stood to attention in front of the raging general. "You stupid, incompetent fool," the general was saying. Yoshima braced himself for the blow that was coming, and it came, open-handed across the face. "You find that radio, or you'll be reduced to the ranks. Your transfer is cancelled. Dismiss." Yoshima saluted smartly, and his bow was the perfection of humility. He left the general's quarters, thankful that he had been let off so lightly. Damn these pestilential prisoners. In the barracks he lined up his staff and raged at them, and slapped their faces until his hand hurt. In their turn, the sergeants slapped the corporals, and they the privates, and the privates the Koreans. The orders were clear: get that radio or else. For 5 days, nothing happened. Then the jailers fell on the camp and almost pulled it apart, but they found nothing. The traitor within the camp did not yet know the whereabouts of the radio. Nothing happened, except the promised return to standard rations was cancelled. The camp settled back to wait out the long days, made longer by the lack of food. But they knew that at least there would be news. Not rumours, but news. And the news was very good. The war in Europe was almost over. Even so, there was a pall on the men. Few had reserve stocks of food, and the good news had a catch to it. If the war ended in Europe, more troops would be sent to the Pacific. Eventually there would be an attack on the home islands of Japan, and such an attack would drive the jailers berserk. Reprisals. They all knew there was only one end to Changi. Peter Marlowe was walking towards the chicken area, his water bottle swinging at his hip. Mac and Larkin and he had agreed that perhaps it would be safer to carry the water bottles as much as possible, just in case there was a sudden search. He was in a good mood. Though the money he had earned was long since gone, the king had advanced food and tobacco against future earnings. God, what a man, he thought. But for him, Mac, Larkin and I would be as hungry as the rest of Changi. The day was cooler. Rain the day before had settled the dust. It was almost time for lunch. As he neared the chicken coops, his pace quickened. Maybe there'll be some eggs today. Then he stopped, perplexed. Near the run that belonged to Peter Marlowe's unit was a small crowd, an angry, violent crowd. He saw to his surprise that Gray was there. In front of Gray was Colonel Foster, naked but for his filthy loincloth, jumping up and down like a maniac, incoherently screaming abuse at Johnny Hawkins, who was clasping his dog protectively to his chest. "Hi, Max," said Peter Marlowe as he came abreast of the King's chicken run. "What's up?" "Hi, Pete," said Max easily, shifting the rake in his hands. He noticed Peter Marlowe's instinctive reaction to the Pete. Officers. You try to treat an officer like a regular guy and call him by his name, and then he gets mad. The hell with them. "Yeah, Pete." He repeated it just for good measure. "All hell broke loose an hour ago. Seems like Hawkins' dog got into the geek's run and killed one of his hens." "Oh, no." "They'll hand him his head, that's for sure." Foster was screaming. "I want another hen, and I want damages. The beast killed one of my children. I want a charge of murder sworn out." "But, Colonel," Gray said at the end of his patience, "it was a hen, not a child. You can't swear at my hens are my children, idiot. Hen, child, what's the difference? Hawkins is a dirty murderer. A murderer, you hear?" "Look, Colonel," Gray said angrily, "Hawkins can't give you another hen. He said he's sorry. The dog got off its leash. I want a court-martial. Hawkins, the murderer, and his beast, a murderer." Colonel Foster's mouth was flecked with foam. "That bloody beast killed my hen and ate it. He ate it, and there's only feathers to show for one of my children." Snarling, he suddenly darted at Hawkins, his hands outstretched, nails like talons, tearing at the dog in Hawkins' arms, screaming, "I'll kill you and your bloody beast!" Hawkins avoided Foster and shoved him away. The colonel fell to the ground and Rover whimpered with fear. "I've said I'm sorry," Hawkins choked out. "If I had the money, I'd gladly give you 10 hens, but I can't." "Gray," Hawkins desperately turned to him, "for the love of God, do something." "What the hell can I do?" Gray was tired and mad and had dysentery. "You know I can't do anything. I'll have to report it. But you better get rid of that dog." "What do you mean?" "Holy Christ," Gray stormed at him. "I mean get rid of it. Kill it. And if you won't, get someone else to do it. But by God, see that it's not in the camp by nightfall. It's my dog. You can't order the hell I can't." Gray tried to control his stomach muscles. He liked Hawkins, always had, but that didn't mean anything now. "You know the rules. You've been warned to keep it leashed and keep it out of this area. Rover killed and ate the hen. There are witnesses who saw him do it." Colonel Foster picked himself off the ground, his eyes black and beady.
"I'm going to kill it," he hissed. "The dog's mine to kill. An eye for an eye."
Grey stepped in front of Foster, who hunched, ready for another attack. "Colonel Foster, this matter will be reported. Captain Hawkins has been ordered to destroy the dog." Foster didn't seem to hear Grey.
"I want that beast. I'm going to kill it, just like it killed my hen. It's mine. I'm going to kill it."
He began creeping forward, salivating.
"Just like it killed my child."
Grey held his hand out. "No, Hawkins will destroy it."
"Colonel Foster," Hawkins said abjectly, "I beg you, please, please accept my apologies. Let me keep the dog. It won't happen again."
"No, it won't!" Colonel Foster laughed insanely. "It's dead and it's mine." He lunged forward, but Hawkins backed off, and Grey caught the Colonel's arm. "Stop it!" Grey shouted, "or I'll put you under arrest. This is no way for a senior officer to conduct himself. Get away from Hawkins. Get away!" Foster tore his arm away from Grey. His voice was little more than a whisper as he talked directly to Hawkins.
"I'll get even with you, murderer. I'll get even with you."
He went back to his chicken coop and crawled inside, into his home, the place where he lived and slept and ate with his children, his hens. Grey turned back to Hawkins. "Sorry, Hawkins, but get rid of it."
"Grey," Hawkins pleaded, "please take back the order. Please, I beg you. I'll do anything, anything."
"I can't." Grey had no alternative. "You know I can't, Hawkins, old man. I can't. Get rid of it. But do it quickly." Then he turned on his heel and walked away. Hawkins's cheeks were wet with tears, the dog cradled in his arms. Then he saw Peter Marlowe.
"Peter, for the love of God, help me." "I can't, Johnny. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do or anyone can do."
Grief-stricken, Hawkins looked around at the silent men. He was weeping openly now. The men turned away, for there was nothing that could be done. If a man had killed a hen, well, it would be almost the same. Perhaps the same. A pitying moment. Then Hawkins ran away sobbing, Rover still in his arms.
"Poor chap,"
Peter Marlowe said to Max.
"Yeah, but thank God it wasn't one of the king's hens. Jesus, that'll be my lot."
Max locked the coop and nodded to Peter Marlowe as he left. Max liked looking after the hens. Nothing like an extra egg from time to time. And there's no risk when you suck the egg quick and pound the shell to dust and put it back in the hen's food. No clues left then. And the shells are good for the hens too. And hell, what's an egg here and there from the king? Just so long as there's at least one a day for the king, there's no sweat. Hell no, Max was indeed happy. For a whole week he'd be looking after the hens. Later that day, after lunch, Peter Marlowe was lying on his bunk, resting.
"Excuse me, sir."
Peter Marlowe looked up and saw that Dino was standing beside the bunk.
"Yes?"
He glanced around the hut and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Can I speak to you, sir?" The sir sounded impertinent as usual. Why is it that Americans can't say sir so that it sounds ordinary? Peter Marlowe thought. He got up and followed him out. Dino led the way to the centre of the little clearing between the huts.
"Listen, Pete," Dino said urgently. "The king wants you, and you're to bring Larkin and Mac." "What's the matter?" "He just said to bring them. You're to meet him inside the jail in cell 54 on the 4th floor in half an hour."
Officers weren't allowed inside the jail. Japanese orders, enforced by the camp police. God, now that's risky.
"Is that all he said?"
"Yeah, that's all. Cell 54, 4th floor, in half an hour. See you around, Pete." Now what's up? Peter Marlowe asked himself. He hurried down to Larkin and Mac and told them.
"What do you think, Mac?"
"Well, laddie," Mac said carefully, "I didn't think that the king had lightly asked the three of us without an explanation, unless it was important."
"What about going into the jail?"
"If we get caught," said Larkin, "we better have a story. Grey'll hear about it sure enough and put a bad smell on it. Best thing to do is to go separately. I can always say I'm going to see some of the Aussies who are billeted in the jail. What about you, Mac?"
"Some of the Malayan regiment are there.
I could be visiting one of them. How about you, Peter?
There are some RAF types I could be seeing. Peter Marlowe hesitated. Perhaps I should go and see what it's about and then come back and tell you.
No, if you're not seen going in, you might be caught coming out and stopped. Then they'd never let you back in. You couldn't disobey a direct order and go back a second time. No, I think we'd better go. But we'll go independently. Larkin smiled. Mystery, eh? Why, what's up? I hope to God it isn't trouble. Ah, laddie, said Mac, living in these times is trouble. I wouldn't feel safe not going. The King's got friends in high places. He might know something. What about the bottles? They thought a moment. Then Larkin broke the silence. We'll take them.
Isn't that dangerous? I mean, once inside the jail, if there's a snap search, we could never hide them.
If we're going to get caught, we're going to get caught. Larkin was serious and hard-faced. It's either in the cards or it isn't.
"Hey, Peter," Hewitt called out as he saw Peter Marlowe leaving the hut. "You forgot your armband."
"Oh, thanks,"
Peter Marlowe swore to himself as he went back to his bunk.
"Forgot the damn thing.
I'm always doing it. Can't be too careful."
"That's right. Thanks again."
Peter Marlowe joined the men walking the path beside the wall. He followed it north and turned the corner, and before him was the gate. He slipped off his armband and felt suddenly naked, and felt that the men who passed or approached were looking at him and wondering why this officer was not wearing an armband. Ahead, 200 yards, was the end of the road west. The barricade was open now, for some of the work parties were returning from their day's work. Most of the labourers were exhausted, hauling the huge trailers with the stumps of trees that were dug with so much labour out of the swamps, destined for the camp cookhouses. Peter Marlowe remembered that the day after tomorrow he was going on such a party. He didn't mind the almost daily work parties to the airfield. That was easy work, but the wood detail was different. Hauling the logs was dangerous work. Many got ruptured from the lack of the tackle that would make the work easy. Many broke limbs and sprained ankles. They all had to go. The fit ones, once or twice a week, officers as well as men, for the cookhouse consumed much firewood. And it was fair that those who were fit collected for those who were not. Beside the gate was the MP, and on the opposite side of the gate the Korean guard leaned against the wall smoking, lethargically watching the men who passed. The MP was looking at the work party, shuffling through the gate. There was one man lying on the trailer. One or two usually ended up that way, but they had to be very tired or very sick to be hauled back home to Changi. Peter Marlowe slipped past the distracted guards and joined the men milling the huge concrete square. He found his way into one of the cell blocks and began picking his way up the metal stairways and over the beds and bedrolls. There were men everywhere. On the stairways, in the corridors, and in the open cells, 4 or 5 to a cell designed for one man. He felt the growing horror of pressure from above, from below, from all around. The stench was nauseating. Stench from rotting bodies. Stench of unwashed human bodies. Stench of a generation of confined human bodies. Stench of walls. Prison walls. Peter Marlowe found cell 54. The door was shut, so he opened it and went in. Mac and Larkin were already there.
"Christ, the smell of this place is killing me."
"Me too, Cobber," said Larkin.
He was sweating. Mac was sweating. The air was close and the concrete walls were moist with their own wall sweat and stained with the mould of years of wall sweat. The cell was about 7 feet wide and 8 feet long and 10 feet high. In the centre of the cell, cemented to one wall, was a bed, a solid block of concrete 3 feet high and 3 feet wide and 6 feet long. Protruding from the bed was a concrete pillow. In one corner of the cell was a toilet, a hole in the floor which joined to the sewer. The sewers no longer worked. There was a tiny barred window 9 feet up one wall, but the sky could not be seen because the wall was 2 feet thick.
"Mac, we'll give them a few minutes, then get out of this bloody place," Larkin said.
"Aye, laddie." "At least let's open the door," Peter Marlowe said, the sweat pouring off him.
"Better keep it closed, Peter."
"Safer," Larkin replied uneasily.
"I'd rather be dead than live here."
"Aye, thank God for the outside."
"Hi, Larkin."
Mac indicated the blankets lying on the concrete bed.
"I don't understand where the men are who live in the cell. They can't all be on a work party."
I don't know either. Larkin was getting nervous. Let's get out of here. The door opened, and the king came in beaming with pleasure. Hi, you guys. In his arms were some packages, and he stood aside as Tex came in, also laden. Put 'em on the bed, Tex. Tex put down the electric hot plate and the large stew pan and kicked the door shut as they watched, astonished. Go get some water, the king said to Tex. Sure. What's going on? Why did you want to see us? Said Larkin. The king laughed. We're going to have a cook-up. For Christ's sake. You mean to say you got us in here just for that? Why the hell couldn't we have done it in our billet? Larkin was furious. The king merely looked at him and grinned. He turned his back and opened a package. Tex returned with the water and put the stew pan on the electric stove. Roger, look, what? Peter Marlowe stopped. The king was emptying the better part of 2 pounds of kacang ijo beans into the water. Then he added salt and 2 heaping spoons of sugar. Then he turned around and opened another package wrapped in banana leaf and held it up. Mother of God! There was a sudden, stunned silence in the cell. The king was delighted with the effect of his surprise. Told you, Tex, he grinned. You owe me $1. Mac reached out and touched the meat. Marlowe, it's real. Larkin touched the meat. I'd forgotten what meat looked like, he said in a voice hushed with awe. My bloody oath, you're a genius. Genius. It's my birthday, so I figured we'd have a celebration. And I've got this, the king said, holding up a bottle. What is it? Sake. I don't believe it, Mac said. Why, there's the whole hindquarters of a pig here. He bent forward and sniffed it. My God, it's real, 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 and fresh as a day in May, hooray! They all laughed. Better lock the door, Tex, the king turned to Peter Marlowe. Okay, partner? Peter Marlowe was still staring at the meat. Where the hell did you get it? Long story. The king took out a knife and scored the meat, then deftly broke the small hindquarters into 2 joints and put them into the stew pan. They all watched, fascinated, as he added a quantity of salt, adjusted the pan to the absolute centre of the hot plate, then sat back on the concrete bed and crossed his legs. Not bad, huh? For a long time no one spoke. A sudden twist of the door handle broke the spell. The king nodded to Tex, who unlocked the door, opened it a fraction, then swung it wide. Bruff entered. He looked around, astonished, then noticed the stove. He went over and peered into the stew pot. I'll be goddamned. The king grinned. It's my birthday. Thought I'd invite you to dinner. You got yourself a guest. Bruff stuck out his hand to Larkin. Don Bruff, Colonel. Grant's my Christian name. You know Mac and Peter? Sure. Bruff grinned at them and turned to Tex. Hi, Tex. Good to see you, Don. The king motioned to the bed. Take a seat, Don. Then we got to go to work. Peter Marlowe wondered why it was that American enlisted men and officers called themselves by Christian names so easily. It didn't sound cheap or unctuous. It seemed almost correct, and he had noticed that Bruff was always obeyed as their leader, even though they all called him Don, to his face. Remarkable. What's this work jazz? Asked Bruff. The king pulled out some strips of blankets. We're going to have to seal the door. What? Larkin said incredulously. Sure, the king said. When this begins cooking, we're liable to have us a riot on our hands. The guys start smelling this, Christ's sake. Figure for yourselves. We could get torn apart. This was the only place I could figure where we could cook in private. The smell would mostly go out the window. If we sealed the door good, that is. We couldn't cook it outside, that's for sure. Larkin was right, said Mac solemnly. You're a genius. I'd never have thought of it. Believe me, he added, laughing, Americans henceforth are amongst my friends. Thanks, Mac. Now we'd better do it. The king's guests took the strips of blanket and stuffed them in the cracks around the door, and covered the barred peephole in the door. When they had finished, the king inspected their work. Good, he said. Now, what about the window? They looked up at the little barred section of sky, and Bruff said, Leave it open until the stew really begins to boil. Then we'll cover it and stand it as long as we can. Then we can open it up for a while." He looked around. "I figure it might be all right to let the perfume out sporadically, like an Indian smoke signal." "Is there any wind?" "God damned if I noticed. Anyone?" "Hey, Peter, give me a lift up, laddie," said Mac. Mac was the smallest of the men, so Peter Marlowe let him stand on his shoulders. Mac peered through the bars, then licked his finger and held it out. "Hurry up, Mac, for God's sake. You're no chicken, you know," Peter Marlowe called out. "Got to test for wind, you young bastard." And again he licked his finger and held it out, and he looked so intent and so ridiculous that Peter Marlowe began laughing, and Larkin joined in, and they doubled up, and Mac fell down 6 feet and grazed his leg on the concrete bed and began cursing. "Look at my bloody leg, blast you," Mac said, choking. It was only a little graze, but there was a trickle of blood. "I bloody near scraped the skin off the whole bloody thing." "Look, Peter," groaned Larkin, holding his stomach, "Mac's got blood. I always thought he only had latex in his veins." "Go to hell, you bastards! Marlowe!" Mac said irascibly. Then a fit of laughter caught him, and he got up and grabbed Peter Marlowe and Larkin and began to sing, "Ring around the roses, pocket full of posies." And Peter Marlowe grabbed Bruff's arm, and Bruff took Tex's, and the chain of men, hysterical with the song, wove around the stew pot and the king, seated cross-legged behind it. Mac broke the chain. "Hail Caesar! We who are about to eat salute thee." As one, they threw him the salute and collapsed in a heap. "Get off my blasted arm, Peter!" "You've got your foot in my balls, you bastard!" Larkin swore at Bruff. "Sorry, Grant. Oh, Jesus, I haven't laughed so much in years." "Hey, Raja," said Peter Marlowe, "I think we all ought to stir it once for luck." "Be my guest," the king said. It did his heart good to see these guys so happy. Solemnly they lined up, and Peter Marlowe stirred the brew, which was growing hot now. Mac took the spoon and stirred and bestowed an obscene blessing upon it. Larkin, not to be outdone, began to stir, saying, "Boil, boil, boil, and babble." "You out of your mind?" said Bruff, "quoting Macbeth, for Christ's sake." "What's the matter?" "It's unlucky, quoting Macbeth. Like whistling in a theatre dressing-room." "It is? Any fool knows that." "I'll be damned. Never knew that before." Larkin frowned. "Anyway, you quoted it wrong," said Bruff. "It's double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. I know it isn't Yankee. I know my Shakespeare. Bet you tomorrow's rice." "Watch it, Colonel," said Mac suspiciously, knowing Larkin's propensity for gambling. No man had bet that lightly. "I'm right, Mac," Larkin said, but he didn't like the smug expression on the American's face. "What makes you so sure you're right?" "Is it a bet?" asked Bruff. Larkin thought a moment. He liked a gamble, but tomorrow's rice was too high stakes. "No, I'll lay my rice ration on the card table, but I'll be damned if I'll lay it on Shakespeare." "Pity," Bruff said. "I could have used an extra ration. It's Act 4, Scene 1, Line 10. "How the hell can you be that exact?" "Nothing to it," Bruff said. "I was majoring in the arts at USC, with a big emphasis on journalism and playwriting. I'm going to be a writer when I get out." Mac leaned forward and peered into the pot. "I envy you, laddie. Writing can be just about the most important job in the whole world, if it's any good." "That's a lot of nonsense, Mac," said Peter Marlowe. "There are a million things more important." "That just goes to show how little you know." "Business is much more important," interjected the king. "Without business the world would stop, and without money and a stable economy there'd be no one to buy any books." "To hell with business and economy," Bruff said. "They're just material things. It's just like Mac says." "Mac," said Peter Marlowe, "what makes it so important?" "Well, laddie, first it's something I've always wanted to do and can't. I tried many times, but I could never finish anything. That's the hardest part, to finish. But the most important thing is that writers are the only people who can do something about this planet. A businessman can't do anything." "That's crap," said the king. "What about Rockefeller, and Morgan, and Ford, and DuPont, and all the others? It's their philanthropy that finances a hell of a lot of research and libraries and hospitals and art. Why, without their dough—" "But they make their money at someone's expense," Bruff said crisply. "They could easily plough some of their billions back to the men who made it for them. Those bloodsuckers—" "I suppose you're a Democrat," said the king heatedly.
You bet your sweet life I am. Look at Roosevelt. Look what he's doing for the country. He dragged it up by its bootstrings when the goddamn Republicans—
That's crap, and you know it. Nothing to do with the Republicans. It was an economic cycle. Crap doodle on economic cycles. The Republicans— Hey, you fellows, said Larkin mildly. No politics until after we've eaten. What do you say?
Well, all right, Bruff said grimly. But this guy's from Christmas.
Mac, why is it so important? I still don't see.
Well, a writer can put down on a piece of paper an idea, or a point of view. If he's any good, he can sway people, even if it's written on toilet paper. And he's the only one in our modern economy who can do it, who can change the world. A businessman can't, without substantial money. A politician can't, without substantial position or power. A planter can't, certainly. An accountant can't, right, Larkin?
Sure.
But you're talking about propaganda, Bruff said. I don't want to write propaganda.
You ever written for movies, Don? Asked the king.
I've never sold anything to anyone.
Guy's not a writer until he sells something.
But movies are goddamn important. You know that Lenin said the movies were the most important propaganda medium ever invented?
He saw the king readying an assault.
And I'm not a commie, you son of a bitch, just because I'm a Democrat.
He turned to Mac.
Jesus, if you read Lenin or Stalin or Trotsky, you're called a commie.
Well, you got to admit, Don, said the king, a lot of Democrats are pinks.
Since when has being pro-Russian meant that a guy's a communist? They are our allies, you know.
I'm sorry about that. In a historical way, said Mac.
Why? We're going to have a lot of trouble afterwards, particularly in the Orient.
Those folk were stirring up a lot of trouble even before the war. Television's going to be the coming thing, said Peter Marlowe, watching a thread of vapour dance the surface of the stew. You know, I saw a demonstration from Alexandra Palace in London. Baird is sending out a programme once a week.
I heard about television, said Bruff.
Never seen any. The king nodded. I haven't either, but that could make one hell of a business.
Not in the States, that's for sure, Bruff grunted. Think of the distances. Hell, that might be all right for one of the little countries like England, but not a real country like the States.
What do you mean by that? Asked Peter Marlowe, stiffening.
I mean that if it wasn't for us, this war'd go on forever. Why, it's our money and our weapons and our power.
Listen, old man, we did all right alone, giving you buggers the time to get off your arse. It is your war just as much as ours.
Peter Marlowe glared at Bruff, who glared back. Crap. Why the hell you Europeans can't go and kill yourselves off like you've been doing for centuries and let us alone, I don't know. We had to bail you out before,
and in no time at all. They were arguing and swearing, and no one was listening, and each had a very firm opinion, and each opinion was right. The king was angrily shaking his fist at Bruff, who shook his fist back, and Peter Marlowe was shouting at Mac, when suddenly there was a crashing on the door. Immediate silence.
"What's all the bleeding row about?"
a voice said.
"That you, Griffiths? Who'd you think it was? Adolf bloody Hitler? You want to get us jailed or something? No, sorry. Keep the bleeding noise down."
"Who's that?" said Mac.
"Griffiths. He owns the cell."
"What?"
"Sure, I hired it for 5 hours. $3 an hour. You don't get nothing for nothing."
"You hired the cell?" repeated Larkin incredulously.
"That's right. This Griffiths is a smart businessman," the king explained. "There are thousands of men around, right? No peace and quiet, right? Well, this Limey hires the cell out to anyone who wants to be alone. Not my idea of a sanctuary, but Griffiths does quite a business." "I'll bet it wasn't his idea," said Bruff.
"Captain, I cannot tell a lie," the king smiled. "I must confess the idea was mine. But Griffiths makes enough to keep him and his unit going very well."
"How much do you make on it?"
"Just 10%.
"If it's only 10%, that's fair," said Bruff.
"It is," the king said. The king would never lie to Bruff. Not that it was any of his business what the hell he did. Bruff leaned over and stirred the stew.
"Hey, you guys, it's boiling."
They all crowded around. Yes, it was really boiling.
"We'd better fix the window. The stuff will start smelling in a minute."
They put a blanket over the barred outlet, and soon the cell was all perfume. Mac, Larkin and Tex squatted against the wall, eyes on the stew pan. Peter Marlowe sat on the other side of the bed, and as he was nearest, from time to time he stirred the pot. The water simmered gently, making the delicate little beans soar crescent-like to the surface, then cascade back into the depths of the liquid. A puff of steam effervesced, bringing with it the true richness of the meat buds. The king leaned forward and threw in a handful of native herbs, turmeric, kajang, huan, taka, and cloves and garlic, and this added to the perfume. When the stew had been bubbling 10 minutes, the king put the green papaya into the pot. "Crazy," he said. "A fella could make a fortune after the war, if he could figure a way to dehydrate papaya. Now that'd tenderize a buffalo."
"The Malays have always used it,"
Mac answered. But no one was really listening to him, and he wasn't listening to himself really, for the steam-rich sweet surrounded them. The sweat dribbled down their chests and chins and legs and arms, but they hardly noticed the sweat or the closeness. They only knew that this was not a dream, that meat was cooking, there before their eyes, and soon, very soon, they would eat. "Where'd you get it?" asked Peter Marlowe, not really caring. He just had to say something to break the suffocating spell. "It's Hawkins's dog," answered the king, not thinking about anything except, my God, does that smell good, or does that smell good? "Hawkins's dog?"
"You mean Rover?"
"His dog? I thought it was a small pig. Hawkins's dog?
Oh, my word."
"You mean that's the hind quarters of Rover?" said Peter Marlowe, appalled. "Sure," the king said. Now that the secret was out, he didn't mind. "I was going to tell you afterwards, but what the hell, now you know." They looked at one another aghast. Then Peter Marlowe said, "Mother of God, Hawkins's dog." "Now look," said the king reasonably, "what's the difference? It was certainly the cleanest, eatingest dog I've ever seen. Much cleaner than any pig, or chicken for that matter. Meat's meat. Simple as that." Mac said testily, "Quite right. Nothing wrong with eating a dog. The Chinese eat them all the time. A delicacy. Yes, certainly."
"Yeah," said Bruff, half nauseated. "But we're not Chinese. This is Hawkins's dog."
"I feel like a cannibal," said Peter Marlowe.
"Look," the king said, "it's just like Mac said. Nothing wrong with dog. Smell it, for Christ's sake."
"Smell it," said Larkin, for all of them. It was hard to talk, his saliva almost choking him.
"I can't smell anything but that stew, and it's the greatest smell I've ever smelled, and I don't care whether it's Rover or not. I want to eat."
He rubbed his stomach almost painfully.
"I don't know about you bastards, but I'm so hungry I've got cramps. That smell's doing something to my metabolism that's just not ordinary."
"I feel sick, too, and it's got nothing to do with the fact that the meat's dog," said Peter Marlowe. Then he added almost plaintively, "I just don't want to eat Rover." He glanced at Mac. "How are we going to face Hawkins afterwards?"
"I don't know, laddie. I'll look the other way. Yes, I don't think I could face him."
Mac's nostrils quivered, and he looked at the stew.
"That smells so good."
"Of course," the king said blandly, "anyone who don't want to eat can leave." No one moved. Then they all leaned back, lost in their own thoughts, listening to the bubble, drinking in the fragrance, magnificence.
"It's not shocking when you think of it," said Larkin, more to persuade himself than the others. "Look how affectionate we get with our hens. We don't mind eating them, or their eggs." "That's right, laddie. And you remember that cat we caught and ate? We didn't mind that, did we, Peter?"
"No, but that was a stray. This is Rover."
"It was? Now it's just meat." "Are you the guys that got the cat?" Bruff asked, angry in spite of himself. "The one about 6 months ago?"
"No, this was in Java,"
Bruff said. "Oh."
Then he happened to glance at the king.
"I might have guessed it," he exploded. You bastard! And we scavenged for 4 hours."
"You shouldn't get pissed off, Don. We got it. It was still an American victory."
"My Aussies are losing their touch," Larkin said.
The king lifted the spoon, and his hand shook as he sampled the brew.
"Tastes good."
Then he prodded the meat. It was still tight to the bone. Be another hour yet. Another 10 minutes and he tested again. Maybe a little more salt. What do you think, Peter? Peter Marlowe tasted. It was so good. So good. A dash. Just a dash. They all tasted, in turn. A touch of salt. A fraction more Huan. A little dab of sugar. A breath more turmeric. And they settled back to wait in the exquisite torture cell, almost asphyxiated. From time to time they pulled the blanket from the window and let some of the perfume out, and some new air in. And outside of Changi, the perfume swam on the breeze, and inside the jail along the corridor, wisps of perfume leaked through the door and permeated the atmosphere.
Christ, Smithy, can you smell it?
Course I can smell it. You think I've got no nose? Where's it coming from?
Wait a second. Somewhere up by the jail, somewhere up there. Bet those yellow bastards are having a cook-up just outside the bleeding wire.
That's right, bastards. I don't think it's them. It seems to be coming from the jail. Oh, Christ, listen to Smithy. Look at him pointing, just like a bloody dog. I tell you, I can smell it coming from the jail.
It's just the wind. The wind's coming from that direction.
Wind's never smelled like that before. It's meat cooking, I tell you. It's beef, I bet my life. Stewing beef. New Jap torture, bastards. What a dirty trick.
Maybe we're just imagining it. They say you can imagine a smell. How in hell can we all imagine it? Look at all the men. They've all stopped.
Who says so?
What?
You said they say you can imagine a smell. Who's they?
Oh, God, Smithy, it's just a saying.
But who are they?
How the hell do I know?
Then stop saying they said this or they said that. Enough to drive a man crazy.
The men in the cell, the chosen of the king, watched him ladle a portion into a mess can and hand it to Larkin. Their eyes left Larkin's plate and went back to the ladle, and then to Mac, and back to the ladle, and then to Bruff, and back to the ladle, and then to Tex, and back to the ladle, and then to Peter Marlowe, and back to the ladle, and then to the king's portion. And when all was served, they fell to eating, and there was enough left over for at least 2 portions more per man. It was agony to eat so well. The Changi Jew beans had broken down and were almost part of the thick soup now. The papaya had tenderized the meat and caused it to fall off the bones, and the meat came apart into chunks, dark brown from the herbs and the tenderizer and beans. The stew had the thickness of a real stew, an Irish stew, with flecks of honey oil globules staining the surface of their mess cans. The king looked up from his bowl, dry and clean. He beckoned to Larkin. Larkin just passed his mess can, and silently each one of them accepted another helping. This too disappeared, and then a last portion. Finally the king put his plate away.
Son of a bitch.
Perfection, Larkin said. Superb, said Peter Marlowe. I'd forgotten what it's like to chew. My jaws ache.
Mac carefully scooped the last bean and belched. It was a wondrous belch.
I'll tell you, laddies, I've had some meals in my time, from roast beef at Simpson's in Piccadilly to rice stoffel in the Hotel des Indes in Java, and nothing, no one meal, has ever approached this. Never.
I agree, Larkin said, settling himself more comfortably.
Even in the best place in Sydney. Well, the steaks are great, but I've never enjoyed anything more.
The king belched and passed around a pack of Coors. Then he opened the bottle of sake and drank deeply. The wine was rough and strong, but it took away the over-rich taste in his mouth. Here, he said, handing it to Peter Marlowe. They all drank, and they all smoked.
Hey, Tex, what about some Java? Yawned the king.
Better give it a few more minutes before we open the door,
Bruff said, not caring whether or not the door was opened, just so long as he was left to relax.
Oh, God, I feel great.
I'm so full I think I'll bust, Peter Marlowe said. That was, without a doubt, the finest. For God's sake, Peter, we've all just said that. We all know it.
Well, I had to say it.
How'd you manage it? Bruff said to the king, stifling a yawn.
Max told me about the dog killing the hen. I sent Dino to see Hawkins. He gave it to him. We got Kurt to butcher it. My share was the hindquarters.
Why should Hawkins give it to Dino?
Asked Peter Marlowe. He's a veterinarian."
"Oh, I see."
"The hell he is," Bruff said. "He's a merchant seaman."
The king shrugged. "So today he was a vet.
Quit bitching. I gotta hand it to you. Sure as hell I gotta hand it to you."
"Thanks, Don."
How did Kurt kill it?" Bruff asked.
"I didn't ask him."
"Quite right, laddie," said Mac. "Now I think let's drop the subject, huh?" "Good idea."
Peter Marlowe got up and stretched.
"What about the bones?"
he asked. "We'll smuggle them out when we leave."
"How about a little poker?" Larkin said.
"Good idea," the king said crisply. "Tex, you get the coffee going. Peter, you clean up a bit. Grant, you fix the door. Don, how about piling the dishes?" Bruff got up heavily.
"What the hell are you going to do?"
"Me?" The king raised his eyebrows. "I'm just gonna sit." Bruff looked at him. They all looked at him. Then Bruff said,
"I've got a good mind to make you an officer, just so as I can have the pleasure of busting you."
"'Twill get you 5 of mine," the king said, "though that wouldn't do you any good." Bruff looked at the others, then back at the king.
"You're probably right. I'd find myself court-martialed."
He laughed.
"But there's no rule I can't take your dough."
He pulled out a $5 note and nodded at the card deck in the king's hands.
"High card wins."
The king spread the cards out. "Pick one." Bruff gloatingly showed the queen. The king looked at the deck, then picked a card. It was a jack. Bruff grinned.
"Double or nothing."
"Don," said the king mildly, "quit while you're ahead." He picked another card and turned it face up. An ace. "I could just as easy pick another ace. They're my cards."
"Why the hell didn't you beat me then?"
said Bruff. "Now, Captain, sir," the king's amusement was vast, "it'd be impolite to take your dough. After all, you are our fearless leader."
"Crap you,"
Bruff began stacking the plates and mess cans.
"If you can't beat 'em, join 'em."
That night, while most of the camp slept, Peter Marlowe lay under his mosquito net, awake, not wishing to sleep. He got out of the bunk and picked his way through the maze of mosquito nets and went outside. Bruff was also awake.
"Hi, Peter,"
Bruff called quietly.
"Come and sit down. Can't you sleep either?"
"Just didn't want to. Not just yet. Feel too good."
Above, the night was velvet.
"Gorgeous night."
"Yes."
"You married?"
"No,"
Peter Marlowe replied.
"You're lucky. Don't think it'll be so bad if you're not married."
Bruff was silent a minute.
"I go crazy wondering if she'll still be there. Or if she is, what about now? What's she up to now?"
"Nothing."
Peter Marlowe made the automatic response, nigh vivid in his thoughts.
"Don't worry."
It was like saying, "Stop breathing."
"Not that I'd blame her, any woman. It's such a long time we've been away. Such a long time. Not her fault."
Bruff shakily built a cigarette, using a little dried tea and the butt of one of the cooers. When it was alight, he dragged deeply, then passed it over to Peter Marlowe.
"Thanks, Don."
He smoked, then passed it back. They finished the cigarette in silence, racked by their longing. Then Bruff got up.
"Guess I'll turn in now. See you around, Peter."
"Good night, Don."
Peter Marlowe looked back at the nightscape and let his eager mind drift again to Nye. And he knew that tonight, like Bruff, there was only one thing he could do, or he would never sleep. Chapter 16. VE Day came, and the men of Changi were elated. But it was just another today, and did not actually touch them. The food was the same, the sky the same, the heat the same, the sickness the same, the flies the same, the wasting away the same. Grey was still watching and waiting. His spy had notified him that soon the diamond would pass hands. Very soon now. Peter Marlowe and the king were awaiting the day just as anxiously. Only 4 days to go. B-Day came, and Eve delivered herself of 12 more young. The code for birthday had amused the king and his associates enormously. Grey had heard of B-Day from his spy, and on that day he had surrounded that hut and searched all the men for watches or whatever was going to be sold on barter day. Stupid cop. The king was not disturbed at the reminder that there was a spy in the hut. The third litter was launched. Now there were 70 cages under the hut. 14 were already occupied. Soon 12 more would be filled. The men had solved the problem of names in the simplest possible way. Males were given even numbers and females odd numbers. "Listen," said the king, "we just got to get more cages prepared." They were in the hut having a board meeting. The night was cool and pleasant. A waning moon was cloud-touched. "We're about bushed," Tex said. "There just ain't no spare wire netting anywheres. The only thing we can do is to get the Aussies to help out." "We do that," Max said slowly. "We might just as well let the bastards take over the whole racket." The entire war effort of the American hut had been centered around the living gold that was rapidly exploding beneath them. Already a team of 4 men had extended the slit trenches into a network of passages. Now they had plenty of space for cages, but no wire with which to make them. Wire was desperately needed. B-Day was looming again, and then soon after that, another B-Day, and then another. "If you could find a dozen or so fellows you could trust, you could give them a breeding pair and let them have their own farms," said Peter Marlowe thoughtfully. "We could just be the stock breeders." "No good, Peter. We'd never be able to keep it quiet." The king rolled a cigarette and remembered that business had been bad recently, and he had not had a tailor made for a whole week. "The only thing to do," he said after a moment's reflection, "is to bring Timpson into the deal." "That lousy Aussie's bad enough competition as it is," said Max. "We got no alternative," the king said with finality. "We got to get the cages, and he's the only guy who'd have the know-how, and the only one I'd trust to keep his mouth shut. If the farm goes according to plan, there's enough dough in it for everyone." He looked up at Tex. "Go get Timpson." Tex shrugged and went out. "Come on, Peter," the king said. "We better check below." He led the way through the trap door. "Holy cow," he said as he saw the extent of the excavations. "We dig any more, and the whole goddamn hut'll fall in. Then where the hell'd we be?" "Don't you worry, Chief," Miller said proudly. He was in charge of the excavation party. "I got me a scheme so we can just go around the concrete pilings. We've enough room for 1,500 cages now, if we can get the wire. Oh, yeah, and we could double the space if we could lay our hands on enough timber to shore up tunnels. Easy." The king walked along the main trench to inspect the animals. Adam saw him coming and viciously hurled himself at the wire as though ready to tear the king to pieces. "Friendly, huh?" Miller grinned. "The bastard knows you from somewheres." "Perhaps we should call a halt to breeding," Peter Marlowe said, "until the cages are ready." "Timpson's the answer," the king said. "If anyone can get us the supplies, it's his bunch of thieves." They climbed back into the hut and wiped the dirt off. After a shower, they felt better. "Hi, Cobber." Timpson walked down the length of the hut and sat down. "You Yanks frightened of getting your balls blown off or something?" He was tall and tough, with deep-set eyes. "What are you talking about?" "The way you bastards are digging slit trenches, you'd think the whole bloody Air Force is about to drop on Changi." No harm in being careful. The king wondered again whether they should chance taking Timpson in. Won't be long before they clobber Singapore, and when they do, we're going to be underground. "They'll never hit Changi. They know we're here. At least the Pommies do. Of course, when you Yanks are in the sky, there's no telling where the hell the bombs drop." He was taken on a tour of inspection, and immediately he saw the immensity of the organization and the enormousness of the scheme. "My God, Cobber," Timpson said breathlessly when they were back in the hut. "I got to hand it to you. My God. And to think we thought you was just scared. My God, you must have room for 500 or 600. 1,500, the king interrupted nonchalantly. "And this B-Day there's going—" "B-Day?" Birthday. Timson laughed.
So that's B-Day. We've been trying to figure that one out for weeks. Oh, my word!
His laughter boomed.
You're bloody geniuses!
I'll admit it was my idea. The king tried not to let the pride show, but it did. After all, it was his idea. This B-Day we got at least 90 young do. The one after that, something like 300. Timson's eyebrows almost touched his hairline. Tell you what we're prepared to do. The king paused, revising the offer. You supply us with the material to make 1,000 more cages. We'll hold our complete stock to 1,000, only the best. You market the produce, and we'll split 50-50. On a deal this size, that'll be enough for everyone.
When do we start selling? Timson said at once.
Even so, in spite of the huge possibilities, he felt seedy. We'll give you 10 hind legs in a week. We'll use the males first and keep the females. We figure the hind legs only. We'll step up the number as we get going.
Why only 10 to start with?
If we put more on the market at first, the guys will be suspicious. We'll have to take it easy. Timson thought a moment.
You sure the meat'll be okay?
Now that he had made a commitment to supply, the king felt squeamish himself. But hell, meat's meat, and business is business. We're just offering meat. Rusaticus. Timson shook his head. The lips pursed.
I don't like the idea of selling it to my Aussies, he said queasily. My word, that don't seem right. Oh, my word, no. Not that well, it don't seem right at all. Not to my diggers.
Peter Marlowe nodded, feeling as sick. Nor to our chaps either. The three of them looked at each other. Yes, the king told himself, it doesn't seem right at all. But we got to survive. And suddenly his mind blew open. He turned white and said tightly, Get the others. I've just had a brainstorm. The Americans were quickly assembled. Tense, they watched the king. He was calmer, but he had not yet spoken. He just smoked his cigarette, seemingly oblivious of them. Peter Marlowe and Timson glanced at each other, perturbed. The men got up, and the electricity increased. He stubbed his cigarette. Men, he began, and there was a thinness, a strange exhaustion to his body. B-days, 4 days off. We expect, he referred to the stock chart written on the atap wall, to increase our stock to a little over 100. I've made a deal with our friend and associate Timson. He's going to supply material for 1,000 cages. So by the time we wean the litters, the housing problem's solved. He and his group are going to market the produce. We're just going to concentrate on breeding the best strains. He stopped and looked steadily at each man. Men, a week from today, the farm begins marketing. Now that the appalling day was fixed, their faces fell. You really think that we should? Asked Max apprehensively. Will you wait a minute, Max? I don't know about marketing, said Byron Jones III, fidgeting with his eye patch. The idea makes me— Will you wait, for Christ's sake? The king said impatiently. Men. Everyone bent forward as, almost overcome, the king spoke in the barest whisper. We're only going to sell to officers. Brass. Majors and up.
Oh, my God,
breathed Timson. Jesus H. Christ, said Max, inspired. What? Said Peter Marlowe, thunderstruck. The king felt like a god. Yeah, officers. They're the only bastards who can afford to buy. Instead of a mass business, we'll make it a luxury trade. And the buggers who can afford to buy are the ones you'd want to feed the meat too, said Peter Marlowe.
You're a bloody toff, said Timson, awed. Genius! Why, I know 3 bastards I'd give my right arm to see eat rat meat, and then tell them—
I know 2, said Peter Marlowe, that I'd give the meat to, let alone sell to. But if you gave it to the buggers, they're so cheap they'd smell a rat. Max got up and shouted above the laughter. Listen, you guys, listen. Listen a minute, he turned to the king. You know, He was so moved that it was difficult for him to speak. I haven't always been on your side. No harm in that, it's a free country. But this is such a huge, well, he stuck out his hand solemnly. I'd like to shake the hand of the man that thought of that idea. I think we should all shake the hand of true genius. On behalf of all the enlisted men in the world, I'm proud of you. The King. Max and the King shook hands. Tex was swaying exuberantly from side to side. Sellers, and Prouty, and Gray, he's on the list. He's got no money, the King said. Hell, we'll give him some, Max said. We can't do that. Gray's no fool. He'd be suspicious, Peter Marlowe said. What about Thorson? That bastard. None of the Yank officers. Well, said the King delicately, maybe one or two. The cheer was quickly squashed. How about the Aussies? Leave that to me, mate, said Timpson. I've already got 36 customers in mind. What about the Limeys? Max said. We can all think of some of them. The King felt huge and powerful and ecstatic. It's lucky the bastards who've the dough, or the means to get the dough, are the ones you want to feed, and then tell what it is they've eaten, he said. Just before lights out, Max hurried through the doorless doorway and whispered to the King. A guard's heading this way. Who? Shagata. Okay, said the King, trying to keep his voice level. Check that all our guards are in position. Okay. Max hurried away. The King bent close to Peter Marlowe. Maybe there's a slip-up, he said nervously. Come on. We'd better get ready. He slipped out of the window and made sure the canvas overhang was in position. Then he and Peter Marlowe sat under it and waited. Shagata poked his head under the canvas, and when he recognized the King, he quietly slipped into the overhang and sat down. He propped his rifle against the wall and offered a pack of Coors. Tabe, he said. Tabe, Peter Marlowe replied. Hi, said the King. His hand was shaking as he took the cigarette. Thou hast something to sell me tonight? Shagata asked sibilantly. He asks if you've anything to sell him tonight. Tell him no. My friend is overwhelmed that he has nothing to tempt a man of taste this evening. Would your friend have such an article in, say, 3 days? The King sighed with relief when Peter Marlowe translated this. Tell him yes, and tell him he's wise to check. My friend says that it is probable that on that day he would have something to tempt a man of taste, and my friend adds that he feels that to do business with such a careful man is a good portent for the satisfactory conclusion of said transaction. It is always wise when matters must be arranged in the bleakness of night. Shagata-san sucked in his breath. If I do not arrive in 3 nights, wait each night for me. A mutual friend has indicated that he may not be able to do his part with complete accuracy, but I am assured that it will be 3 nights from tonight. Shagata got up and gave the pack of cigarettes to the King. A slight bow in the darkness took him once more. Peter Marlowe told the King what Shagata had said, and the King grinned. Great. Just great. You want to come by tomorrow morning? We can discuss plans. I'm on the airfield work party. You want me to get a sub for you? Peter Marlowe laughed and shook his head. You'd better go anyway, said the King, in case Chung-san wants to make contact. Do you think there's anything wrong? No. Shagata was wise to check. I would have. Everything's going according to plan. Another week and the whole deal will be fixed. I hope so. Peter Marlowe thought about the village and prayed that the deal would go through. He desperately wanted to go there again, and if he did, he knew that he would have to have Sulina, or he would lose his sanity. What's the matter? The King had felt, more than seen, Peter Marlowe's shudder. I was just thinking I'd like to be in Sulina's arms right now, Peter Marlowe replied uneasily. Yeah. The King wondered if he might foul up over the Broad. Peter Marlowe caught the look and smiled faintly. You've nothing to worry about, old chum. I wouldn't do anything foolish if that's what you were thinking. Sure. The King smiled. We got a lot to look forward to. And tomorrow's the show. You heard what it's about? Only that it's called Triangle, and it stars Sean. Peter Marlowe's voice was suddenly flat. "How did you nearly kill Sean?" The king had never asked bluntly before, knowing that with a man like Peter Marlowe it was always dangerous to ask direct questions about private matters, but now he had felt instinctively that the time was correct. "There's not much to tell," Peter Marlowe said immediately, glad that the king had asked him. "Sean and I were in the same squadron in Java. The day before the war ended there, Sean didn't come back from a mission. I thought he'd had it. About a year ago, the day after we came here from Java, I went to one of the camp shows. When I finally recognized Sean on the stage, you can imagine what a shock it was. He was playing a girl, but I didn't think anything of that. Someone always had to take the girls' parts, and I just sat back and enjoyed the show. I couldn't get over finding him alive and fit, and I couldn't get over what a sensational girl he made, the way he walked and talked and sat. His clothes and his wig were perfect. I was very impressed with his performance, and yet I knew he'd never had anything to do with theatricals before. After the show I went backstage to see him. There were some others waiting too, and after a while I got the weirdest feeling that these fellows were like the characters you meet at any stage door anywhere. You know, chaps with their tongues hanging out waiting for their girlfriends. Finally the dressing-room door opened, and everyone surged in. I tagged along last and stood in the doorway. It was only then that it hit me that the men were all queers. Sean was sitting on a chair, and they seemed to pour all over him, fawning on him and calling him darling, hugging him and telling him how marvellous he was, treating him like the beautiful star of the show. And Sean was enjoying it. Christ, he was actually enjoying their pawing, like a bitch in heat. Then he suddenly saw me, and of course he was shocked too. He said, "Hello, Peter." But I couldn't say anything. I stood staring at one of the bloody queers who had his hand on Sean's knee. Sean was wearing a sort of flowing negligee and silk stockings and panties. I got the feeling that he'd even arranged the folds of the negligee to show off his leg above the stocking, and it looked as if he had breasts under the negligee. And I suddenly realized he wasn't wearing a wig. All that hair was his own, and just as long and wavy as a girl's. Then Sean asked everybody to leave. "Peter's an old friend I thought was dead," he said. "I have to talk to him. Go on, please." When they'd gone, I asked Sean, "What in God's name has happened to you? You were actually enjoying those scum pawing you." "What in God's name has happened to all of us?" Sean answered. Then he said with that wonderful smile of his, "I'm so glad to see you, Peter. I thought you were very dead. Sit down a moment while I clean my face off. We've a lot to talk about. Did you come on the Java work party?" I nodded, still in a state of shock, and Sean turned back to the mirror and began to wipe the makeup off with face cream. "What happened to you, Peter?" he asked. "Did you get shot down?" When he started to take off the makeup, I began to relax. Everything seemed more normal. I told myself that I'd been stupid, that this was all part of the show, keeping up the legend, and I was sure he'd only been pretending to enjoy it. So I apologized and said, "Sorry, Sean. You must think me a bloody fool. My God, it's good to know you're all right. I thought you'd had it too." I told him what had happened to me and then asked about him. Sean told me he'd been pranged by 4 Zeros and had to parachute. When he finally got back to the airfield and found my plane, it was just a shambles. I told him how I'd set fire to it before I left. I hadn't wanted the bloody Japs to repair the wing. "Oh," he said, "well, I just presumed you'd pranged yourself landing, that you'd had it. I stayed in Bandung at headquarters with the rest of the bods, and then we were all put into a camp. Shortly afterwards we were sent to Batavia, and from there to here." Sean was looking at himself in the mirror all the time, and his face was as smooth and fine as any girl's. Suddenly I got the strangest feeling that he had forgotten all about me. I didn't know what to do. Then he turned away from the mirror and looked right at me, and he was frowning in a funny way. All at once I sensed how unhappy he was, so I asked him if he wanted me to go. "No," he said. "No, Peter, I want you to stay." And then he picked up a girl's purse that was on the dressing table, dug out a lipstick, and began making up his lips. I was stunned. "What are you doing?" I said. "Putting on lipstick, Peter." "Come off it, Sean," I said. "A joke's a joke. The show was over half an hour ago." But he went right on. and when his lips were perfect, he powdered his nose and brushed his hair, and by God, he was the beautiful girl again. I couldn't believe it. I still thought in some weird way he was playing a joke on me. He patted a curl here and there, and then sat back and examined himself in the mirror, and he seemed absolutely satisfied with what he saw. Then he saw me in the mirror staring at him, and he laughed. "What's the matter, Peter?" he said. "Haven't you been in a dressing room before?" "Yes," I said, "I have. A girl's dressing room." He looked at me a long time. Then he straightened his negligee and crossed his legs. "This is a girl's dressing room," he said. "Come off it, Sean," I said, getting irritated. "It's me, Peter Marlowe. We're in Changi, remember? The show's over and now everything's normal again." "Yes," he said, perfectly calmly. "Everything's normal." It took me a long time to say anything. "Well," I managed to get out at last, "aren't you going to get out of those clothes and clean that muck off your face?" "I like these clothes, Peter," he said, "and I always wear makeup now." He got up and opened a cupboard, and by God, it was full of sarongs and dresses and panties and bras and so on. He turned around, and he was perfectly calm. "These are the only clothes I wear nowadays," he said. "I am a woman." "You must be out of your mind," I said. Sean walked over and stared up at me, and I couldn't get it out of my head that somehow this was a girl. He looked like one, and acted like one, and talked like one, and smelled like one. "Look, Peter," he said, "I know it's difficult for you to understand, but I've changed. I'm no longer a man. I'm a woman." "You're no more a bloody woman than I am," I yelled, but it didn't seem to touch him at all. He just stood there, smiling like a Madonna, and then he said, "I'm a woman, Peter." He touched my arm, just the way a girl would, and he said, "Please treat me as a woman." Something in my head seemed to snap. I grabbed his arm and ripped the negligee off his shoulders and tore off the padded bra and shoved him in front of the mirror. "You call yourself a woman?" I shouted. "Look at yourself. Where are your bloody breasts?" But Sean didn't look up. He just stood in front of the mirror with his head down and his hair falling over his face. The negligee was hanging off him, and he was naked to the waist. I grabbed him by the hair and jerked his head up. "Look at yourself, you bloody deviant!" I yelled. "You're a man, by God, and you always will be." He just stood there, saying nothing at all, and finally I realized he was crying. Then Roderick and Frank Parrish rushed in and shoved me out of the way, and Parrish pulled the negligee around Sean and took him in his arms. And all the time, Sean just went on crying. Frank kept hugging him and saying, "It's all right, Sean, it's all right." Then he looked at me, and I knew he wanted to kill me. "Get out of here, you bloody bastard," he said. I don't even know how I got out of there. When I finally came to, I was wandering around the camp, and I was beginning to realize that I'd had no right at all, to do what I'd done. It was insane. Peter Marlowe's face was naked with anguish. I went back to the theatre. I had to try to make my peace with Sean. His door was locked, but I thought I heard him inside. I knocked and knocked, but he wouldn't answer, and he wouldn't open the door, so I got angry again, and I shoved the door open. I wanted to apologize to his face, not through a door. He was lying on the bed. There was a big cut on his left wrist, and there was blood all over the place. I put a tourniquet on him, and somehow got hold of old Doc Kennedy and Roderick and Frank. Sean looked like a corpse, and he didn't make a sound all the time Kennedy was sewing up the scissor slash. When Kennedy finished, Frank said to me, "Are you satisfied now, you rotten bastard?" I couldn't say anything. I just stood there, hating myself. "Get out and stay out," Roderick said. I started off, but then I heard Sean calling me in a kind of weak, faint whisper. I turned around and saw that he was looking at me, not angrily, but as if he pitied me. "I'm sorry, Peter," he said. "It wasn't your fault." "Christ, Sean," I managed to say, "I didn't mean you any harm." "I know," he said. "Please be my friend, Peter." Then he looked at Parrish and Roderick and said, "I wanted to go away. But now," and he smiled his wonderful smile, "I'm so happy to be home again." Peter Marlowe's face was drained. The sweat was running down his neck and chest. The king lit a cur. Peter Marlowe half shrugged, helplessly, then got up and walked away, deep in his remorse. Chapter 17.
"Come on, hurry up,"
Peter Marlowe said to the yawning men lined up bleakly outside the hut. It was just after dawn, and breakfast was already memory, and the deficiency of it served only to increase the men's irritability. And, too, the long sun-hot day at the airfield was ahead of them, unless they had the luck. It was rumoured that today one detail was going to the far west side of the airfield, where the coconut trees grew. It was rumoured that 3 trees were going to be cut down, and the heart of a coconut tree was not only edible, but very nutritious and a great delicacy. It was called millionaire's cabbage, for a whole coconut tree had to die to provide it. Along with the millionaire's cabbage, there would be coconuts as well, more than enough for a 30-man detail. So officers and enlisted men alike were tense. The sergeant in charge of the hut came up to Peter Marlowe and saluted.
"That's the lot, sir. 20 men including me. We're supposed to have 30. Well, 20's all we have. The rest are sick or on wood detail. Nothing I can do about it." "All right. Let's get up to the gate."
The sergeant got the men under way, and they began streaming loosely along the jail wall to join the rest of the airfield detail near the barricade gate west. Peter Marlowe beckoned to the sergeant and got the men herded together in the best position, near the end of the line, where they were likely to be chosen for the tree detail. When the men noticed that their officer had manoeuvred them just right, they began to pay attention and sorted themselves out quickly. They all had their rag shirts tucked into grub bags. Grub bags were an institution and took many forms. Sometimes they were regulation haversacks, sometimes suitcases, sometimes rattan baskets, sometimes bags, sometimes a cloth and a stick, sometimes a piece of material. But all the men carried some container for the plunder to be. On a work party there was always plunder, and if it wasn't millionaire's cabbage or coconut, it could be driftwood, firewood, coconut husks, bananas, oil palm nuts, edible roots, leaves of many types, or even sometimes papaya. Most of the men wore clogs of wood or tire rubber, some wore shoes with the toes cut out, and some had boots. Peter Marlowe was wearing Mac's boots. They were tight, but for a 3-mile march and a work party, they were better than clogs. The snake of men began marching through the gate west, an officer in charge of each company. At the head was a group of Koreans, and at the tail was a single Korean guard. Peter Marlowe's group waited near the rear for space to join the march. He was looking forward to the trek and the prospect of the trees. He shifted his shirt more comfortably in the rucksack strap and adjusted his water bottle. Not the bottle, for to take that would have been dangerous on a work party. You could never tell when a guard or someone else might want to take a drink. Finally it was time to move, and he and his men began to walk towards the gate. As they passed the guardhouse, they saluted, and the squat little Japanese sergeant stood on the veranda and returned their salute stiffly. Peter Marlowe gave the number of his men to the other guard, who checked them against the total already tallied. Then they were outside the camp and walking the tarmac road. It curled easily, with gentle hills and dales, then sped through a rubber plantation. The rubber trees were unkempt and untapped. Now that's strange, thought Peter Marlowe, for rubber was at a premium and a vital food for war.
"Hello, Duncan,"
he said as Captain Duncan and his group began to pass. He fell into step beside Duncan, keeping his eyes on his own group, the next ahead.
"Isn't it great to have the news again?" Duncan said.
"Yes," he replied automatically, "if it's true."
"Must say it sounds too good to be true."
Peter Marlowe liked Duncan. He was a little Scot, red-haired and middle-aged. Nothing seemed to faze him. He always had a smile and a good word. Peter Marlowe had the feeling that something was different about him today. Now what was it? Duncan noted his curiosity and grimaced to show his new false teeth.
"Oh, that's it," said Peter Marlowe. "I was wondering what was different. How do they look?" "Oh, better than none at all." "Now that's a fine remark. I thought they looked pretty good. I can't get used to aluminium teeth. They look all wrong. Went through bloody hell to have mine taken out. Bloody hell. Thank God my teeth are all right. Had to have them filled last year. Rotten business. You're probably wise to have had all yours taken out. How many did—
18,
said Duncan angrily. Makes you want to spit blood. But they were completely rotten. Doc said something about the water and lack of chewable material and rice diet and lack of calcium. But my God, these false ones feel great. He chomped once or twice reflectively, then continued. The dental chaps are very clever the way they make them. A lot of ingenuity. Of course, I have to admit it's a bit of a shock, not having white teeth. But for comfort, why, lad, I haven't felt so good in years. White or aluminium makes no difference. Always had trouble with my teeth. To hell with teeth anyway.
Up ahead, the column of men moved into the side of the road as a bus began to pass. It was ancient and puffing and steaming, and had seats for 25 passengers. But inside were nearly 60, men, women and children, and outside another 10 were hanging on with fingers and toes. The top of the bus was piled with cages of chickens and baggage and mat rolls. As the asthmatic bus passed, the natives looked curiously at the men, and the men eyed the crates of half-dead chickens and hoped the bloody bus would break down or go into a ditch, and then they could help push it out of the ditch and liberate a dozen or so chickens. But today the bus passed, and there were many curses. Peter Marlowe walked alongside Duncan, who kept on chattering about his teeth and showing them in the broadness of his smile. But the smile was all wrong. It looked grotesque. Behind them a Korean guard, slouching lethargically, shouted at a man who fell out of the line to the side of the road, but the man merely dropped his pants and quickly relieved himself and called out, "Sakit marah," dysentery. So the guard shrugged and took out a cigarette and lit it while he waited, and quickly the man was back in line once more. "Peter," said Duncan quietly, "cover for me." Peter Marlowe looked ahead. About 20 yards from the road, on a little path beside the storm ditch, were Duncan's wife and child. Ming Duncan was Singapore Chinese. Since she was Oriental, she was not put into a camp along with the wives and children of the other prisoners, but lived freely in the outskirts of the city. The child, a girl, was beautiful like her mother, and tall for her age, and she had a face that would never wear a sigh upon it. Once a week they happened to pass by so that Duncan could see them. He always said that as long as he could see them, Changi was not so bad. Peter Marlowe moved between Duncan and the guard, shielding him, and let Duncan fall back to the side of his men. As the column passed by, the mother and child made no sign. When Duncan passed, their eyes met his briefly, and they saw him drop the little piece of paper to the side of the road, but they kept on walking, and then Duncan had passed and was lost in the mass of men. But he knew they had seen the paper, and knew that they would keep on walking until all the men and all the guards were gone. Then they would return and find the paper, and they would read it, and that thought made Duncan happy. "I love you and miss you, and you are both my life," he had written. The message was always the same, but it was always new, both to him and to them, for the words were written afresh, and the words were worth saying, over and over and over, forever. "Don't you think she's looking well?" Duncan said as he rejoined Peter Marlowe. "Wonderful. You're very lucky. And Maudine's growing up to be a beauty." "Aye, a real beauty, that one. She'll be 6 this September." The happiness faded, and Duncan fell silent. "How I wish this war was over," he said. "Won't be long now. When you get married, Peter, marry a Chinese girl. They make the best wives in the world." Duncan had said the same thing many times. "I know that it's hard to be ostracized, and hard on the children, but I'll die content if I die in her arms." He sighed. "But you won't listen. You'll marry some English girl, and you'll think you're living. What a waste. I know. I've tried both." "I'll have to wait and see, won't I, Duncan?" Peter Marlowe laughed. Then he quickened his pace to get into position ahead of his men. "I'll see you later." "Thanks, Peter," Duncan called after him. They were almost up to the airfield now. Ahead was a group of guards waiting to take their parties to their work areas. Beside the guards were mattocks and spades and shovels. Already many of the men were streaming under guard across the airfield. Peter Marlowe looked west. There was one party heading for the trees already. Bloody hell. He stopped his men and saluted the guards, noticing that one of them was Torosumi. Torosumi recognized Peter Marlowe and smiled. "Tabe," "Tave," replied Peter Marlowe, embarrassed by Torsumi's obvious friendliness.
"I will take thee and thy men,"
said Torsumi, and nodded to the implements. "I thank thee," said Peter Marlowe, and nodded at the sergeant. "We're to go with him."
"That bleeder works the East End," said the sergeant irritably. "Just our bloody luck."
"I know that," said Peter Marlowe just as irritably, and as the men moved forward to get the tools, he said to Torsumi, "I hope today thou wilt be taking us to the West End. It is cooler there."
"We are to go to the east. I know it is cooler on the west side, and I always get the east."
Peter Marlowe decided to gamble. "Perhaps thou shouldst ask for better treatment." It was dangerous to make a suggestion to the Korean or a Japanese. Torsumi observed him coldly, then turned abruptly and went over to Azumi, a Japanese corporal who stood grimly to one side. Azumi was known for his bad temper. Apprehensively, Peter Marlowe watched Torsumi bow and start to speak rapidly and harshly in Japanese, and he felt Azumi's stare on him. Beside Peter Marlowe, the sergeant was also watching the exchange anxiously. "What did you say, sir?" "I said it'd be a good idea if he went to the West End for a change." The sergeant winced. If the officer got a slap, the sergeant got one automatically.
"You're taking a chance."
He stopped abruptly as Azumi began walking towards them, followed by Torsumi deferentially 2 paces behind. Azumi, a small, bow-legged man, halted 5 paces from Peter Marlowe, then stared up into his face for perhaps 10 seconds. Peter Marlowe readied himself for the slap that was to come. But it didn't. Instead, Azumi suddenly smiled and showed his gold teeth and sucked in air and took out a pack of cigarettes. He offered Peter Marlowe one and said something in Japanese which Peter Marlowe didn't understand. But he caught Shoko-san, and was even more astonished since he hadn't been called Shoko-san before. Shoko is officer, and san means Mr., and to be called Mr. Officer by a fiendish little bastard like Azumi was praise indeed. "Arigato," Peter Marlowe said, accepting the light. Thank you was the only Japanese he knew, apart from stand easy and attention and quick march and salute and come here, you white bastard. He ordered the sergeant, who was obviously nonplussed, to get the men lined up. "Yes, sir," said the sergeant, glad of an excuse to get out of range. Then Azumi snapped in Japanese at Torsumi, and Torsumi moved up too and said, "Hachitori," which means quick march. When they were halfway across the airfield and well out of Azumi's hearing distance, Torsumi smiled at Peter Marlowe. "We're going to the West End today, and we're going to cut down the trees." "We are? I don't understand." "It is simple. I told Azumi-san that thou art the king's interpreter, and that I felt he should know this, since he takes 10% of our profits. So," Torsumi shrugged, "of course we must look after each other, and maybe we can discuss some business during the day." Peter Marlowe weakly ordered the men to halt. "What's the matter, sir?" asked the sergeant. "Nothing, Sergeant. Listen, all of you. Now, no noise. We've got the trees." "Oh, bloody hell! How great!" There was the beginning of a cheer, quickly stifled. When they got to the 3 trees, Spence and his working party were already there with their guard. Torsumi went up to the guard, and they had a slanging match in Korean. But Spence and his angry men were lined up and marched away by the furious guard. "Why the hell have you got the trees, you bastard? We were here first," Spence called out. "Yes," said Peter Marlowe sympathetically. He knew how Spence felt. Torsumi beckoned to Peter Marlowe and sat down in the shade and propped his rifle against a tree. "Post a guard," he yawned. "I hold thee responsible if I am caught asleep by any pestilential Japanese or Korean." "Thou mayst sleep soft in my trust," Peter Marlowe replied. "Wake me at the hour of food." "It will be done." Peter Marlowe posted guards in vantage points, then led the furious assault on the trees. He wanted the trees down and carved up before anyone changed their orders. By noon, the 3 trees were down and the millionaire's cabbage out of the trees. The men were all exhausted and ant-bitten, but that didn't matter, for today's booty was huge. There were 2 coconuts per man to take home, and another 15 left over. Peter Marlowe said that they would save 5 for Torsumi, and share the other 10 for lunch. He divided 2 millionaires' cabbage and said that the other should be kept for Torasumi and Azumi, just in case they wanted it. If they didn't, then it too would be divided. Peter Marlowe was propped against a tree, panting from the exertion, when a sudden danger whistle rocked him to his feet, and he was quickly beside Torasumi, shaking him awake.
"A guard, Torasumi-san! Hurry!"
Torasumi scrambled to his feet and brushed down his uniform.
"Good. Go back to the trees and look busy,"
he said softly. Then Torasumi wandered nonchalantly into the clearing. When he recognized the guard, he relaxed and motioned the man into the shade, and they both propped their rifles and lay back and began to smoke.
"Shoko-san,"
Torasumi called out.
"Rest easy. It is only my friend."
Peter Marlowe smiled, then called out, "Hey, Sergeant, cut open a couple of the best young coconuts and take them to the guards." He couldn't take them himself, for he would have lost much face. The sergeant chose the 2 carefully and sliced the tops off. The outside husks were green-brown, and 2 inches thick and pithy on the deep, embedded nut. The white meat that lined the interior of the nut was just soft enough and easy to eat with a spoon if you'd a mind, and the juice cool and sweet-tasting.
"Smith," he called out, "you shan't. Take this over to the bloody nips. Why me? I'm bloody well always having to do more than get your ass over here."
Smith, a spare little cockney, grumbled to his feet and did as he was ordered. Torasumi and the other guard drank deeply. Then Torasumi called out to Peter Marlowe.
"I thank thee." "Peace be with thee," replied Peter Marlowe.
Torasumi jerked out a crumpled pack of Coors and handed them to Peter Marlowe.
"I thank thee," said Peter Marlowe. "Peace be with thee,"
Torasumi replied politely. There were 7 cigarettes. The men insisted that Peter Marlowe take 2. The other 5 were split up, 1 to 4 men, and by general consent the cigarettes were to be smoked after lunch. Lunch was rice and fish water and weak tea. Peter Marlowe took only rice and mixed in a touch of belacan. For dessert he enjoyed his share of coconut. Then he settled tiredly against the stump of one of the trees and looked over the airfield, waiting for the lunch hour to end. To the south there was a hill, and surrounding the hill were thousands of Chinese coolies. They all carried 2 bamboo baskets on a bamboo pole over their shoulders, and they walked up the hill and collected 2 baskets of earth, and walked down the hill and emptied the 2 baskets. Their movement was perpetual, and you could almost see the hill disappear under the burning sun. Peter Marlowe had been coming to the airfield 4-5 times a week for almost 2 years now. When he and Larkin had first seen the site, with its hills and swamps and sand, they had laughed and thought that it would never be turned into an airfield. After all, the Chinese had no tractors or bulldozers, but now, 2 years later, there was already 1 operative strip, and the big one, the bomber strip, was nearly finished. Peter Marlowe marvelled at the patience of all those worker ants, and wondered what their hands could not do if they were set in motion with modern equipment. His eyes closed, and he was asleep.
"Ewart, where's Marlowe?"
Gray asked curtly.
"On a work party at the airfield. Why?"
"Just tell him to report to me immediately he gets back."
"Well, you be."
"How the hell do I know? Just tell him to find me." As Gray left the hut, he felt a spasm building, and he began to hurry to the latrines. Before he got halfway, the spasm climaxed, and a little of the bloody mucus oozed out of him, soaking even more the grass pad he wore in his pants. Tormented and very weak, he leaned against a hut to gather strength. Gray knew that it was time to change the pad once more, the 4th time today, but he didn't mind. At least the pad was hygienic, and it saved his pants, the only pair he possessed. And without the pad he could not walk around. Disgusting, he told himself, just like a sanitary napkin. What a bloody mess. But at least it was efficient. He should have reported sick today, but he couldn't, not when he had Marlowe nailed. Oh no, this was too good to miss, and he wanted to see Marlowe's face when he told him. It was worth the pain to know he had him. The cheap, no-good bastard. And through Marlowe the king had sweat a little. In a couple of days he would have them both, for he knew about the diamond and knew that contact was to be made within the next week. He didn't know yet exactly when, but he would be told. "You're clever," he told himself, "clever to have such an efficient system." He went up to his jail hut and told the MP to wait outside. He changed the pad and scrubbed his hands, hoping to wash the stain away, the invisible stain. Feeling better, Grey forced himself off the veranda steps and headed for the supply hut. Today he was to make his weekly inspection of the supplies of rice and food. The supplies always checked, for Lieutenant Colonel Jones was efficient and dedicated and always weighed the day's rice himself, personally, in public, so there was never any chance of skullduggery. Grey admired Lieutenant Colonel Jones and liked the way he did everything himself. Then there were no slips. He envied him too, for he was very young to be a lieutenant colonel, just 33. "Makes you sick," he told himself. "He's a lieutenant colonel, and you're a lieutenant, and the only difference is being in the right job at the right time. Still, you're doing all right, and making friends who will stand up for you when the war's over. Of course, Jones was a civilian soldier, so he wouldn't stay in the service afterwards, but Jones was a pal of Sampson, and also of Smedley Taylor, Grey's boss, and he played bridge with the camp commandant. Lucky bastard. I can play bridge as good as you can, but I don't get invited, and I work harder than anyone." When Grey got to the supply hut, the day's issue of rice was still in progress. "Morning, Grey," Jones said. "I'll be right with you." He was a tall man, handsome, well-educated, quiet. He had a boyish face and was nicknamed the Boy Colonel. "Thank you, sir." Grey stood and watched as the cookhouse representatives, a sergeant and an enlisted man, came up to the scales. Each cookhouse supplied 2 men to pick up the allotment, 1 to keep an eye on the other. The tally of men submitted by the representatives was checked and the rice weighed out. Then the tally sheet was initialed. When the last cookhouse had been served, the remains of the sack of rice was lifted by Quartermaster Sergeant Blakely and carried into the hut. Grey followed Lieutenant Colonel Jones inside and listened absently as Jones wearily gave him the figures. 9,483 officers and men, 2,370 3/4 pounds of rice issued today, 4 ounces per man, 12 bags approximately. He nodded to the empty jute bags. Grey watched him count them, knowing that there would be 12. Then Jones continued. 1 bag was short 10 pounds, this was not unusual, and the residue is 20 1/4 pounds. The Lieutenant Colonel went over and picked up the almost empty sack and put it on the scales that Quartermaster Sergeant Blakely had pulled inside the hut. He carefully placed the weights on the platform and built them up to 20 1/4 pounds. The sack lifted and balanced. "It checks," he smiled, satisfied, looking at Grey. Everything else, a side of beef, 16 tubs of dried fish, 40 pounds of gula melaka, 5 dozen eggs, 50 pounds of salt and bags of peppercorns and dried red chilies, checked out perfectly also. Grey signed the store chart and winced as another spasm racked him. "Dysentery?" asked Jones, concerned. "Just a touch, sir." Grey looked around the semi-darkness, then saluted. "Thank you, sir. See you next week." "Thank you, Lieutenant." On the way out, Grey was hit by another spasm and stumbled against the scale, knocking it over and scattering the weights across the dirty floor. "Sorry," Grey cursed. "Bloody careless of me." He lifted the machine and groped on the floor for the weights. But Jones and Blakely were already on their knees picking them up. "Don't bother, Grey," Jones said. Then he barked at Blakely. "I've told you before to put the scale in the corner." But Grey had already picked up a 2-pound weight. He couldn't believe what he saw, and he carried the weight to the door and inspected it in the light to make certain his eyes weren't deceiving him. They weren't. In the bottom of the iron weight was a small hole, packed hard with clay. He picked out the clay with a fingernail, his face chalky. "What is it, Grey?" said Jones. "This weight's been tampered with." The words were an accusation. "What? Impossible!" Jones went up to Grey. "Let me see that." For an eternity he studied it, then smiled. "It's not been tampered with. This is merely a corrective hole. The particular weight was probably a fraction heavier than it was supposed to be." He laughed weakly. "My God, you had me worried for a moment." Gray walked rapidly over to the rest of the weights and picked up another one. It, too, had a hole in it. "Christ, they've all been tampered with." "That's absurd," Jones said. "They're just corrective—" "I know enough about weights and measures," Gray said, "to know holes aren't allowed, not corrective holes. If the weight's wrong, it's never issued." He whirled on Blakely, who cringed against the door. "What do you know about it?"
"Nothing, sir,"
Blakely said, terrified. "You'd better tell me."
"I don't know anything, sir, honest."
"All right, Blakely. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out of the hut, and I'm going to tell everyone I meet about you. Everyone. And I'm going to show them this weight. And before I can report it to Colonel Smedley Taylor, you'll be torn apart." Gray started for the door.
"Wait, sir,"
Blakely choked out.
"I'll tell you. It wasn't me, sir. It was the Colonel. He made me do it. He caught me pinching a little rice, and he swore he'd turn me in if I didn't help him."
"Shut up, you fool,"
Jones said. Then, in a calmer voice, he said to Gray,
"The fool's trying to implicate me. I never knew anything." "Don't you listen to him, sir," Blakely interrupted, babbling. "He always weighs the rice himself, always, and he has the key to the safe that he keeps the weights in. You know yourself how he does it all. And anyone who handles weights has to look at the bottom sometimes. However well the holes are camouflaged, you've got to notice them, and it's been going on for a year or more."
"Shut up, Blakely!" Jones screamed. "Shut up!"
Silence. Then Gray said, "Colonel, how long have these weights been used?"
"I don't know."
"A year? 2 years?
"How the hell do I know?"
If the weights are fixed, it's nothing to do with me. But you have the key and you keep them locked up?" "Yes, but that doesn't mean—" "Have you ever looked at the bottom of the weights?"
"No, but
that's somewhat strange, isn't it?" said Gray relentlessly.
"No, it isn't. But I won't be cross-questioned by—"
"You better be telling the truth for your own sake."
"You threatening me, Lieutenant? I'll have you court-martialed."
"I don't know about that, Colonel. I'm here legally, and the weights have been tampered with. Haven't they?"
"Now look here, Gray, haven't they?"
Gray held the weight up to Jones's drained face, which was no longer boyish.
"I suppose so," said Jones. "But that doesn't mean—"
"It means that either Blakely or you is responsible. Perhaps both of you. You're the only two allowed here. The weights are short, and one or both of you has been taking the extra ration."
"It wasn't me, sir," Blakely whined. "I only got a pound in every 10.
"Liar!"
shouted Jones. "Oh, no, I'm not. I've told you 1,000 times we before it."
He turned to Gray, wringing his hands.
"Please, sir, please don't say anything. The men'd tear us to pieces."
"You bastard! I hope they do." Gray was glad that he had found the false weights. Oh, yes, he was glad. Jones took out his cigarette box and began to roll a cigarette.
"Would you like one?"
he said. The boy face jowled and strangely sick and tentatively smiling. "No, thank you." Gray hadn't had a smoke for 4 days, and he needed one.
"We can sort this out,"
Jones said, his boyishness and good breeding returning.
"Perhaps someone has tampered with the weights, but the amount is insignificant. I can easily get other weights, correct ones."
"So you admit that they're crooked?"
"I'm only saying, Gray—"
Jones stopped.
"Get out, Blakely. Wait outside."
Immediately Blakely turned for the door.
"Stay where you are, Blakely,"
Gray said. Then he glanced back at Jones, his manner deferential.
"There's no need for Blakely to go, is there, sir?"
Jones studied him through the smoke, then said,
"No. Walls don't have ears. All right. You'll get a pound of rice a week."
"Is that all?"
"We'll make it 2 pounds per week, and half a pound of dried fish. Once a week."
"No sugar?
Or eggs? They both go to the hospital, you know that."
Jones waited, and Gray waited, and Blakely sobbed in the background. Then Gray began to leave, pocketing the weight.
"Gray, just a minute."
Jones took 2 eggs and offered them to him.
"Here, you'll get 1 a week, along with the rest of the supplies, and some sugar."
"I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Colonel. I'm going to go down to Colonel Smedley Taylor and tell him what you said, and I'm going to show him the weights. And if there's a borehole party, and I pray there will be one, I'm going to be there, and I'm going to shove you down, But not too fast, because I want to see you die. I want to hear you scream and see you die for a long time, both of you." Then he went out of the hut into the sun, and the heat of the day hit him, and the pain ripped through his insides. But he willed himself to walk and started slowly down the hill. Jones and Blakely at the door of the supply hut watched him go, and both were terrified.
"Oh, Christ, sir, what's going to happen?"
Blakely whimpered.
"They'll string us up."
Jones jerked him back into the hut, slammed the door and backhanded him viciously.
"Shut up!"
Blakely was babbling on the floor, and tears were streaming down his face, so Jones jerked him up and smashed him again.
"Don't hit me! You've no right to hit—"
"Shut up and listen!"
Jones shook him again.
"Listen, damn you to hell. I've told you 1,000 times to use the real weights on Gray's inspection day, you bloody incompetent fool! Stop snivelling and listen. First, you're to deny that anything was said, you understand? I made no offer to Gray, you understand? But, sir, you're to deny it, you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. We'll both deny it, and if you stick to the story, I'll get us out of this mess."
"Can you? Can you, sir?"
"I can if you deny it. Next, you know nothing about the weights, and neither do I. You understand?"
"But we're the only ones—"
"You understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Next. Nothing took place here except that Gray discovered the false weights, and you and I were just as astonished. You understand?"
"But
now tell me what happened." "God damn you, tell me!" Jones bellowed, towering over him.
We were finishing the check, and then Gray fell against the weighing machine, and the weights got knocked over, and then we discovered the weights were false. Is that all right, sir?"
"What happened next?"
"Well, sir—"
Blakely thought a moment, then his face lit up.
"Gray asked us about the weights, and I'd never seen that they were false, and you were just as surprised. Then Gray left."
Jones offered him some tobacco. "You've forgotten what Gray said. Don't you remember?" he said. "If you give me some extra rice, £1 a week, and an egg or two, I won't report this." And then I told him to go to hell, that I would report the weights myself and report him too, and I was beside myself with worry about the false weights. How did they get there? Who was the swine?
Blakely's little eyes filled with admiration.
"Yes, sir, I remember distinctly.
He asked for £1 of rice and an egg or two, just like you said."
"Then remember it, you stupid fool. If you'd used the right weights and held your tongue, we wouldn't be in this mess. Don't you fail me again, or I'll put the blame on you. It'll be your word against mine."
"I won't fail, sir. I promise."
"It's our word against Gray's anyway, so don't worry. If you keep your head and remember."
"I won't forget, sir. I won't."
"Good."
Jones locked the safe on the front door of the hut and left the area. Jones is a sharp man, Blakely persuaded himself. He'll get us out of this. Now that the shock of being discovered had worn off, he was feeling safer. Yes, and Jones will have to save his own neck to save yours. Yes, Blakely, my man, you're smart yourself. Smart to make sure you've got the goods on him just in case of a double cross. Colonel Smedley Taylor scrutinized the weight ponderously.
"Astonishing," he said. "I just can't believe it."
He looked up keenly.
"You seriously mean to tell me that Lieutenant Colonel Jones offered to bribe you? With camp provisions?"
"Yes, sir. It was exactly like I told you."
Smedley Taylor sat down on his bed in the little bungalow and wiped off the sweat, for it was hot and sultry.
"I don't believe it,"
he repeated, shaking his head. "They were the only ones who had access to the weights. I know that. It's not that I dispute your word, Gray. It's just so, well, incredible." Smedley Taylor was quiet for a long time, and Gray waited patiently.
"Gray,"
the colonel still examined the weight and the tiny hole as he continued,
"I'll think what to do about this. The whole affair is fraught with danger. You must not mention this to anyone. Anyone, you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"My God, if it's as you say, well, those men would be massacred."
Again Smedley Taylor shook his head.
"That 2 men, that Lieutenant Colonel Jones could— the camp rations, and every weight is false?"
"Yes, sir."
How much do you think they are light, all in all?
I don't know, but perhaps £1 in every 400 pounds. I suppose they were getting away with 3 or 4 pounds of rice per day, not counting the dried fish or the eggs. Perhaps there are others mixed up in this. There would have to be. They couldn't cook rice and not have it noticed. Probably a cookhouse is mixed up in it too.
My God!
Smedley Taylor got up and began pacing.
Thank you, Gray. You've done a fine job.
I'll see that it goes into your official report. He put out his hand.
A good job, Gray.
Gray shook his hand firmly. Thank you, sir. I'm only sorry I didn't discover it before.
Now, not a word to anyone. That's an order.
I understand. He saluted and left, his feet hardly touching the ground. That Smedley Taylor should say, I'll see that it goes into your official report. Maybe they'd promote him, Gray thought with sudden hope. There'd been a few camp promotions, and he could certainly use the upped rank. Captain Gray. It had a nice ring to it. Captain Gray. The afternoon was dragging now. Without work it was difficult for Peter Marlowe to keep the men on their feet, so he organised foraging parties and kept the guards changing, for Torsumi was sleeping again. The heat was vicious and the air parched, and everyone cursed the sun and prayed for night. Finally, Torsumi woke up and relieved himself in the undergrowth, and picked up his rifle and began to walk up and down to take the sleep away. He screamed at some of the men who were dozing, and he shouted to Peter Marlowe,
I beg thee get these sons of pigs up and about and make them work, or at least make them look as though they are working.
Peter Marlowe came over. I'm sorry that thou art troubled. Then he turned to the sergeant. For Christ's sake, you know you were supposed to keep an eye on him. Get these bloody idiots up and dig a hole, or chop that bloody tree, or cut some palm fronds, you bloody idiot. The sergeant was suitably apologetic, and in no time he had the men hurrying about, pretending to be busy. They had it down to a fine art. A few husks of coconut were moved, and a few fronds were piled, and a few first saw cuts made in the trees. If they worked at the same speed, day after day, well, soon the whole area would be clean and level. The sergeant tiredly reported back to Peter Marlowe.
They're all as busy as they'll ever be, sir.
Good. Won't be long now. Look, sir, would you do something for me?
What?
Well, it's like this. Seeing as how, well, he wiped his mouth on his sweat rag, embarrassed, but it was too good an opportunity to miss.
Look at this.
He brought out a fountain pen.
Would you see if the nip will buy it?
You mean you want me to sell it for you? Peter Marlowe gaped at him.
Yes, sir. Well, I thought you being a friend of the king, maybe you'd know how to go about it.
It's against orders to sell to the guards, both our orders and theirs.
Oh, come on, sir. You can trust me. Why, you and the king. What about me and the king?
Nothing, sir, said the sergeant cautiously. What's the matter with this bugger? Who's he trying to fool?
I just thought you might help me. And my unit, of course.
Peter Marlowe looked at the sergeant and at the pen, and wondered why he had got so angry. After all, he had sold for the king, or at least tried to sell for the king, and truthfully he was a friend of the king, and there was nothing wrong in that. If it wasn't for the king, they would have never got the tree area. More likely, he would be nursing a busted jaw, or at least a slapped face. So he should really uphold the reputation of the king. He did get you the coconuts. What do you want for it? The sergeant grinned.
Well, it isn't a Parker, but it's got a gold nib,
and he unscrewed the top and showed it.
So it should be worth something. Maybe you could see what he'd give.
He'll want to know what you want for it. I'll ask him, but you set a price.
If you could get me $65, I'd be happy.
Is it worth that much?
I think so.
The pen did have a gold nib and a 14-carat mark, and as near as Peter Marlowe could judge it was genuine, not like the other pen. Where'd you get it?
It's mine, sir. I've been keeping it against a rainy day. Been raining a lot recently.
Peter Marlowe nodded briefly. He believed the man.
All right, I'll see what I can do. You keep an eye on the men, and make sure there's a guard out.
Don't you worry, sir. The buggers won't bat a bleeding eyelid.
Peter Marlowe found Torasumi leaning against a squat tree, heavy with a grasping vine.
"Tabe," he said.
Tabe.
Torasumi glanced at his watch and yawned.
In an hour we can go. It's not time yet.
He took off his cap and wiped the sweat off his face and neck.
This stinking heat and stinking island.
Yes.
Peter Marlowe tried to make the words sound important, as though it were the king speaking and not he.
One of the men has a pen he wishes to sell. It occurred to me that thee, as a friend, might wish to buy it.
Astaghfirullah. Is it a parka?
No.
Peter Marlowe brought out the pen and unscrewed the top and held the nib so it caught the sunlight.
But it has a gold nib.
Torasumi examined it. He was disappointed that it wasn't a parka, but that would have been too much to expect. Certainly not on the airfield. A parka would be handled by the king personally.
It is not worth much, he said.
Of course. If thou dost not wish to consider it,
Peter Marlowe put the pen back in his pocket.
I can consider it. Perhaps we can pass the hour, considering such a worthless item.
He shrugged.
It would only be worth $75.
Peter Marlowe was amazed that the first bid was so high. The sergeant can't have any idea of its value. God, I wish I knew how much it was really worth. So they sat and haggled. Torasumi got angry, and Peter Marlowe was firm, and they settled on $120 and a pack of Coors. Torasumi got up and yawned again.
It is time to go, he smiled. The king is a good teacher. The next time I see him, I will tell him how thou hast taken advantage of my friendship by driving such a hard bargain.
He shook his head with feigned self-pity.
Such a price for such a miserable pen. The king will surely laugh at me. Tell him, I beg thee, that I will be on guard in 7 days from today. Perhaps he can find me a watch. A good one. This time.
Peter Marlowe was content that he had safely made his first real transaction for what seemed to be a fair price. But he was in a quandary. If he gave all the money to the sergeant, the king would be very upset. That would ruin the price structure that the king had so carefully built, and Torasumi would certainly mention the pen and the amount to the king. However, if he gave the sergeant only what he had asked and kept the rest, well, that was cheating, wasn't it? Or was it good business? In truth, the sergeant had asked for 65, and that's what he should get. And Peter Marlowe did owe the king a lot of money. He wished he'd never started the stupid business. Now he was caught in the trap of his own making. Trouble with you, Peter, is you've too big an idea of your own importance. If you'd said no to the sergeant, you wouldn't be up the creek now. What are you going to do? Whatever you do is going to be wrong. He strolled back, slowly, pondering. The sergeant had already lined the men up and took Peter aside expectantly.
They're all ready, sir, and I've checked the tools.
He lowered his voice.
Did he buy it?
Yes.
Then Peter Marlowe made the decision. He put his hand in his pocket and gave the sergeant the bundle of notes.
Here you are. $65.
Sir, you're a bloody toff.
He peeled off a $5 bill and offered it to him.
I owe you $1.50.
You don't owe me anything.
10%'s yours. That's legal, and I'm happy to pay it. I'll give you the $1.50 as soon as I get change.
Peter Marlowe shoved the note back.
No,
he said, feeling suddenly guilty.
Keep it.
I insist, the sergeant said, pushing the note back into his hand.
Look, Sergeant,
well, at least take the 5. I'd feel terrible, sir, if you didn't. Terrible. I can't thank you enough.
All the way back to the airfield, Peter Marlowe was silent. He felt unclean with the monstrous bundle of notes in his pocket, but at the same time he knew that he owed the money to the king and was pleased to have it, for it would buy extras for the unit. The only reason the sergeant had asked him was because he knew the king, and the king, not the sergeant, was his friend. The whole miserable business was still going round and round in his mind when he got back to his hut.
"Gray wants to see you, Peter," Hewitt said.
"What for?" "I don't know, Peter boy, but he seemed peed off about something."
Peter Marlowe's tired mind adjusted to the new danger. It had to be something to do with the king. Grey meant trouble. Now think, Peter. The village? The watch? The diamond? Oh, my God. The pen? No, that's being foolish. He can't know about that yet. Shall I go to the king? Maybe he'd know what it's about. Dangerous. Perhaps that's why Grey told Hewitt, to force me to make a mistake. He must have known I was on a work party. No point in going like a lamb to the slaughter when you're hot and dirty. A shower. Then I'll stroll up to the jail hut. Take my time. So he went to the shower. Johnny Hawkins was under one of the spouts. "Hello, Peter," Hawkins said. Sudden guilt flushed Peter Marlowe's face.
"Hello, Johnny."
Hawkins looked ill.
"Say, Johnny, I was so sorry. Don't want to talk about it," Hawkins said. "I'll be glad if you never mentioned it."
Does he know, Peter Marlowe asked himself, appalled, that I'm one of those who ate? Even now. Was it only yesterday? The sudden thought was revolting. Cannibalism. He can't, surely, for then he would have tried to kill me. I know if I were in his shoes I would. Or would I? My God, what a state we've come to. Everything that seems wrong is right, and vice versa. It's too much to understand. Much too much. Stupid, screwed-up world. And the $60 and the pack of Coors I've earned, and at the same time stolen. Or made. Which is it? Should I give them back? That would be quite wrong.
"Marlowe!"
He turned and saw Grey standing malevolently at the side of the shower.
"You were told to report to me when you got back."
"I was told you wanted to see me. As soon as I'd showered, I was going to—"
"I left orders that you were to report to me immediately."
There was a thin smile on Grey's face.
"But it doesn't matter. You're under hut arrest."
There was a quiet in the showers, and all the officers were watching and listening.
"What for?"
Grey rejoiced in the flash of concern he saw.
"For disobeying orders." "What orders?" "You know as well as I do."
"That's right, sweat. Your guilty conscience will trouble you a little, if you've got a conscience, which I doubt."
"You're to report to Colonel Smedley Taylor after supper, and be dressed like an officer, not a bloody tart."
Peter Marlowe snapped off the shower and slipped into his sarong and made the knot with a deft twist, conscious of the curious stares of the other officers. His mind was in a turmoil, wondering what the trouble was, but he tried to hide his anxiety. Why give Grey the satisfaction?
"You're really so ill-bred, Grey. Such a bore," he said.
"I've learned a lot about breeding today, you bloody sod," Grey said.
"I'm glad I don't belong to your stinking class, you rotten bugger. All shysters, cheats, thieves. For the last time, Grey, button your mouth, or by God I'll button it for you."
Grey tried to control himself. He wanted to pit himself against this man, here and now. He could beat him, he knew he could, any time, dysentery or no.
"If we ever get out of this mess alive, I'll look for you. The first thing. The very first thing. It would be a pleasure. But until that time, if you ever insult me again, I'll whip you."
Peter Marlowe turned to the other officers.
"You all heard me. I'm giving him warning. I'm not going to be sworn at by this lower-class ape."
He whipped around on Grey.
"Now stay away from me."
"How can I when you're a lawbreaker?"
"What law?"
"Be at Colonel Smedley Taylor's after supper. And one more thing. You're under hut arrest until time to report." Grey walked away. Most of his exultation had been drained from him. It was stupid to call Marlowe names. Stupid, when there was no need. Chapter 18. When Peter Marlowe arrived outside Colonel Smedley Taylor's bungalow, Grey was already there. "I'll tell the Colonel you arrived," Grey said.
"You're so kind."
Peter Marlowe felt uncomfortable. The peaked Air Force cap he had borrowed irritated. The ragged but clean shirt he wore irritated. Sarongs are so much more comfortable, he told himself, so much more sensible. And thinking of sarongs, he thought of tomorrow. Tomorrow was the money exchange day for the diamond. Tomorrow, Shagata was to bring the money, and then in 3 days the village once more. Maybe Sulina. You're a fool to think about her. Get your wits with you. You're going to need them. All right, Marlowe. Tension! Grey ordered. Peter Marlowe came to attention and began to march, militarily correct, into the Colonel's room. As he passed Grey, he whispered, "Up you, Jack," and felt a little better, and then he was in front of the Colonel. He saluted smartly and fixed his eyes through the Colonel. Seated behind a crude desk, cap on, swagger cane on the table, Smedley Taylor looked at Peter Marlowe bleakly and returned the salute punctiliously. He prided himself on the way he handled camp discipline. Everything he did was army, by the book. He sized up the young man in front of him, standing erect. Good, he told himself, that's at least in his favour. He remained silent for a while, as was his custom. Always unsettle the accused. At last he spoke.
"Well, Flight Lieutenant Marlowe, what have you got to say for yourself?"
"Nothing, sir. I don't know what I'm charged with."
Colonel Smedley Taylor glanced at Grey, surprised, then frowned back at Peter Marlowe.
"Perhaps you break so many rules that you have difficulty remembering them. You went into the jail yesterday. That's against orders. You were not wearing an armband. That's against orders."
Peter Marlowe was relieved. It was only the jail. But wait a minute. What about the food?
"Well," the Colonel said curtly, "did you or didn't you?"
"Yes, sir."
"You knew you were breaking 2 orders?"
"Yes, sir."
"Why did you go into the jail?"
"I was just visiting some men."
"Oh?" The Colonel waited, then said caustically, "Just visiting some men?"
Peter Marlowe said nothing, only waited. Then it came.
"The American was also in the jail. Were you with him?"
"For part of the time. There is no law against that, sir. But I did break the 2 orders."
"What mischief were you 2 cooking up?"
"Nothing, sir."
"So you admit that the 2 of you are connected with mischief from time to time?"
Peter Marlowe was furious with himself for not thinking before he answered, knowing that with this man, a fine man, he was out of his league.
"No, sir."
His eyes focused on the Colonel, but he said nothing. One rule. When you're up before authority, you just say, "No, sir," "Yes, sir," and tell the truth. It was an inviolate rule that officers always told the truth, and here he was, against all his heritage, against everything he knew to be correct, telling lies and partial truths. That was quite wrong. Or was it? Colonel Smedley Taylor now began to play the game he had played so many times before. It was easy for him to toy with a man and then slaughter him if he felt like it.
"Look, Marlowe,"
he said, his manner becoming fatherly.
"It has been reported that you are involving yourself with undesirable elements. You would be wise to consider your position as an officer and a gentleman. Now this association with this American, he is a black marketeer. He hasn't been caught yet, but we know, and so you must know. I would advise you to cease this association. I can't order it, of course, but I advise it."
Peter Marlowe said nothing, bleeding inside. What the Colonel said was true, and yet the King was his friend, and his friend was feeding and helping both him and his unit. And he was a fine man. Fine. Peter Marlowe wanted to say, "You're wrong, and I don't care. I like him, and he's a good man, and we've had fun together and laughed a lot." And at the same time he wanted to admit the sales, and admit the village, and admit the diamond, and admit the sale today. But Peter Marlowe could see the King behind bars, robbed of his stature, so he steeled himself to keep from confessing. Smedley Taylor could easily detect the tumult in the youth in front of him. It would be so simple for him to say, "Wait outside, Grey," and then, "Listen, my boy, I understand your problem. My God, I've had to father a regiment for almost as long as I can remember.
I know the problem. You don't want to rat on your friend. That's commendable. But you're a career officer, a hereditary officer. Think of your family and the generations of officers who have served the country. Think of them. Your honour's at stake. You have to tell the truth. That's the law."
And then his little sigh, practised over a generation, and,
"Let's forget this nonsense of the infraction of rules by going into the jail. I've done it myself several times, but if you want to confide in me—"
And he'd let the words hang with just the right amount of gravity, and out would come the secrets of the king. And the king would be in the camp jail. But what purpose would that serve? For the moment, the colonel had a great worry. The weights. That could be a catastrophe of infinite proportions. Colonel Smedley Taylor knew that he could always get whatever information he wanted from this child at his whim. He knew the men so very well. He knew he was a clever commander. By God, he should be after all this time, and the first rule was keep the respect of your officers. Treat them leniently until they really stepped out of line, then devour one of them ruthlessly as a lesson to the others. But you had to pick the right time, and the right crime, and the right officer.
"All right, Marlowe," he said firmly. "I'll fine you a month's pay. I'll keep it off your record, and we'll say no more about it. But don't break any more rules."
"Thank you, sir." Peter Marlowe saluted and left, glad to be away from the interview. He had been on the threshold of telling everything. The colonel was a good and kind man, and his reputation for fairness was vast. "Your conscience bothering you?" Grey asked outside the bungalow, noticing the sweat. Peter Marlowe didn't answer. He was still upset and enormously relieved to have escaped. The colonel called out,
"Grey, can I see you for a moment?"
"Yes, sir." Grey looked a last time at Peter Marlowe. 1 month's pay. Not very much, considering that the colonel had him. Grey was surprised, and not a little angry that Marlowe had got off so lightly. But at the same time he had seen Smedley Taylor operate before, and he knew that the colonel was tenacious as a bulldog, that he played men like fish. He must have a plan to let Marlowe go so easily. Grey stepped around Peter Marlowe and went inside once more.
Close the door, Grey."
"Yes, sir." When they were alone, Colonel Smedley Taylor said,
"I've seen Lieutenant Colonel Jones and Quartermaster Sergeant Blakely."
"Yes, sir." Now we're getting somewhere.
"I have relieved them of their duties as from today," the colonel said,
playing with the weight. Grey's smile was broad.
"Yes, sir."
Now when would the court-martial be? And how would it be arranged? And would it be in camera? And would they be reduced to the ranks? Soon everyone in camp would know that he, Grey, had caught them at their treachery. He, Grey, was a guardian angel. And my God, how wonderful it would be.
"And we'll forget the matter,"
the colonel said. Grey's smile vanished. "What?"
"Yes. I have decided to forget the matter, and so will you. In fact, I repeat my order. You are not to mention this to anyone, and you are to forget it."
Grey was so astounded that he sank to the bed and stared at the colonel. "But we can't do that, sir," he burst out. "We caught them red-handed, stealing the camp food. That's your food and my food. And they tried to bribe me. To bribe me!" His voice became hysterical. "Holy Christ, I caught them, they're thieves. They deserve to be hung and quartered."
"True," Colonel Smedley Taylor nodded gravely. "But I think, under the circumstances, that this is the wisest decision."
Grey leaped to his feet.
"You can't do that," he shouted. "You can't let them off scot-free. You can't—"
"Don't tell me what I can or cannot do."
"I'm sorry," Grey said, fighting for control. "But, sir, those men are thieves. I caught them. You've got the weight."
"I've decided that this is the end of the matter." His voice was calm. "The matter is closed."
Grey's temper snapped.
"By God, it's not closed. I won't let it be closed. Those bastards have been eating when we've been hungry. They deserve to get chopped, and I insist—"
Smedley Taylor's voice overrode the hysteria.
"Shut up, Grey. You can't insist on anything. The matter is closed."
Smedley Taylor sighed heavily and picked up a piece of paper and said,
"This is your official report. I've added something today. I'll read it to you. I strongly recommend Lieutenant Grey for his work as Provost Marshal of the Camp Police. His performance of duty is, beyond question, excellent. I would like to recommend that he be given the acting rank of Captain."
He looked up from the paper.
"I propose sending this to the Camp Commandant today and recommending that your promotion be effective from today's date."
He smiled.
"You know, of course, that he has the authority to promote you. Congratulations, Captain Grey. You deserve it."
He offered Grey his hand. But Grey didn't accept it. He merely looked at it and at the paper, and he knew.
"Why, you rotten bastard! You're buying me off. You're as bad. Maybe you've been eating the rice too. Why, you shit! You dirty, rotten shit!
You hold your tongue, you jumped-up subaltern. Stand to attention. I said stand to attention.
You're in with them, and I'm not going to let any of you get away with it,"
Grey shouted and snatched the weight off the table and backed away.
"I can't prove anything about you yet, but I've proof against them. This weight—"
"What about the weight, Grey?"
It took Grey an age to look down at the weight. The bottom was unmarred.
"I said, what about the weight?"
Stupid fool, Smedley Taylor thought contemptuously as he watched Grey search for the hole. What a fool. I could eat him for breakfast and not notice it.
"It's not the one I gave you," Grey choked. "It's not the same. It's not the same."
"You're quite wrong. It's the same one."
The Colonel was quite calm. He continued, his voice benign and solicitous.
"Now, Grey, you're a young man. I understand that you want to stay in the army when the war's over. That's good. We can use intelligent, hard-working officers. Regular army's a wonderful life. Certainly. And Colonel Sampson was telling me how highly he thinks of you. As you know, he's a friend of mine. I'm sure I could prevail upon him to add to my recommendation that you should be granted a permanent commission. You're just overwrought, understandably so. These are terrible times. I think it's wise to let this matter drop. It would be ill-advised to involve the camp in a scandal. Very ill-advised. I'm sure you understand the wisdom of this."
He waited, despising Grey. At just the correct time, for he was an expert, he said,
"Do you want me to send your recommendation for captaincy to the camp commandant?"
Grey slowly turned to the paper, eyeing it with horror. He knew that the Colonel could give or withhold, and where he could give or withhold, he could also slaughter. Grey knew he was beaten. Beaten. He tried to speak, but so vast was his misery that he could not speak. He nodded, and he heard Smedley Taylor say,
"Good. You can take it as read that your captaincy is confirmed. I feel sure my recommendation and Colonel Sampson's will add tremendous weight to your being granted a permanent commission after the war."
And he felt himself go out of the room, and up to the jail hut, and dismiss the MP, and he didn't care that the man looked at him as though he were mad. Then he was alone inside the jail hut. He shut the door and sat on the edge of the bed within the cell, and his misery erupted, and he wept. Broken. Ripped apart. Tears wet his hands and face. His spirit whirled in terror, teetering on the brink of the unknown, then fell into eternity. When Grey came to, he was lying on a stretcher being carried by 2 MPs. Dr. Kennedy was clomping ahead. Grey knew that he was dying, but he did not care. Then he saw the King standing beside the path, looking down at him. Grey noticed the neat, polished shoes, the trousers' crease, the tailor-made cour, the well-fed countenance. And he remembered that he had a job to do. He could not die yet, not yet. Not while the King was well-creased and polished and well-fed, not with the diamond in the offing. By God, no.
"We'd better make this the last game,"
Colonel Smedley Taylor was saying.
"Mustn't miss the show."
"Can't wait to get an eyeful of Sean," Jones said, sorting his cards. 2 diamonds, he opened smugly. "You've the luck of the devil," Sellers said sharply. 2 spades. Pass. "Not always the luck of the devil, partner," Smedley Taylor said with a thin smile. His granite eyes looked at Jones. "You were pretty stupid today." "It was just bad luck." "There's no excuse for bad luck," Smedley Taylor said, studying his cards. "You should have checked. You were incompetent not to check. I've said I'm sorry. You think I don't realize that it was stupid? I'll never do that again. Never. I never knew what it was like to be panicked." 2 no trumps. Smedley Taylor smiled at Sellers. "This'll make it rubber, partner." Then he turned to Jones again. "I've recommended that Sampson take over from you. You need a rest. That'll take Gray off the scent. Oh, yes, and Sergeant Donovan will be Sampson's quartermaster sergeant." He laughed shortly. "It's a pity we have to change the system, but it doesn't matter. We'll just have to make sure that Gray's busy on the days the false weights are used." He looked back at Sellers. "That'll be your job." "Very good. Oh, by the way, I fined Marlowe a month's pay. He's in one of your huts, isn't he?" "Yes," Sellers said. "I was soft on him, but he's a good man. Comes from a good family. Not like that lower-class sod Gray. My God, what a bloody nerve. To think I'd recommended him for a permanent commission. That's just the sort of gutter snipe we don't need in the regular army. My God, no. If he gets a permanent commission, it'll be over my dead body." "I quite agree," Sellers said with distaste. "But with Marlowe, you should have made it 3 months' pay. He can afford it. The damned American's got the whole camp tied up." "He has for the time being." Smedley Taylor grunted and re-examined his cards once more, trying to cover his slip. "You've something on him?" Jones asked tentatively. Then he added, 3 diamonds. "Blast you," Sellers said. 4 spades. Pass. 6 spades, Smedley Taylor said. "Do you really have something on the American?" Jones asked again. Colonel Smedley Taylor kept his face blank. He knew about the diamond ring, and he'd heard that a deal had been made, that the ring would change hands soon. And when the money was in the camp, well, a plan had been thought of, a good plan, a safe plan, a private plan, to get the money. So he just grunted and smiled his thin smile and said offhand, "If I have, I'm certainly not going to tell you about it. You're not to be trusted." When Smedley Taylor smiled, they all smiled, relieved. Peter Marlowe and Larkin joined the stream of men going into the open-air theatre. The stage lights were already on, and the moon beamed down. At capacity, the theatre could hold 2,000. The seats which fanned out from the stage were planks set on coconut stumps. Each show was repeated for 5 nights, so that everyone in the camp could see it at least once. Seats were allocated by lot and were always at a premium. Most of the rows were already crammed, except the front rows where the officers sat. Officers always sat in front of the enlisted men and came later. Only the Americans did not follow the custom. "Hey, you two," the king called out. "You want to sit with us?" He had the favoured seat on the aisle. "Well, I'd like to, but, you know," Peter Marlowe said uncomfortably. "Yeah, well, see you later." Peter Marlowe glanced at Larkin and knew he was thinking, too, that it was wrong not to sit with your friends if you wanted, and at the same time it was wrong to sit there. "You, want to sit here, Colonel?" he asked, passing the buck, and hating himself for passing the buck. "Why not?" Larkin said. They sat down, acutely embarrassed, aware of their defection and aware of the astonished eyes. "Hey, Colonel," Bruff leaned over, a smile creasing his face, "you'll get handed your head. That for discipline and all that jazz. If I want to sit here, I'll sit here." But Larkin wished he hadn't agreed so readily. "How are things, Peter?" the king asked. "Fine, thanks." Peter Marlowe tried to overcome his discomfort. He felt everyone was looking at him. He had not yet told the king about the sale of the pen, what with being on the carpet in front of Smedley Taylor, and the brawl he had almost had with Grey.
"Evening, Marlowe."
He glanced up and winced as he saw Smedley Taylor passing, flint eyes.
"Evening, sir,"
he replied weakly. Oh, my God, he thought, that's torn it. There was a sudden quickening of excitement as the camp commandant walked down the aisle and sat down in the very front row. The lights dimmed, the curtain parted. On the stage was the 5-piece camp band, and standing in the centre of the stage was Phil, the band leader. Applause. "Good evening," Phil began. "Tonight we're presenting a new play by Frank Parrish called Triangle, which takes place in London before the war. It stars Frank Parrish, Brod Roderick, and the one and only Sean Jennison." Tumultuous cheers, catcalls, whistles, shouts of "Where's Sean?" and "What war?" and "Good old Blighty," and "Get on with it," and "We want Sean." Phil gave the downbeat with a flourish, and the overture began. Now that the show was on, Peter Marlowe relaxed a little. Then it happened. Dino was abruptly at the king's side and whispering urgently in his ear.
"Where?"
Peter Marlowe heard the king say. Then,
"Okay, Dino, you beat it back to the hut."
The king leaned across.
"We gotta go, Peter."
His face was taut, his voice barely a whisper.
"A certain guy wants to see us."
Oh, my God, Shagata, now what?
"We can't just get up and leave now,"
Peter Marlowe said uneasily.
"The hell we can. We both got a touch of dysentery. Come on."
The king was already walking up the aisle. Nakedly aware of the astonished eyes, Peter Marlowe hurried after him. They found Shagata in the shadows behind the stage. He was nervous too.
"I beg thee forgive my bad manners in sending for thee suddenly, but there is trouble. One of the junks of our mutual friend was intercepted, and he is presently being questioned for smuggling by the pestilential police."
Shagata felt lost without his rifle, and knew that if he was caught in the camp off duty, he would be put in the windowless box for 3 weeks.
"It occurred to me that if our friend is questioned brutally, he may implicate us."
"Jesus," the king said. Unsteadily he accepted a cure, and the 3 of them went deeper into the shadows.
"I thought that, thou being a man of experience," Shagata continued with a rush, "thou might have a plan whereby we could extricate ourselves."
"He's got a hope," the king said. His mind raced back and forth, and it always gave him the same answer, wait and sweat. "Peter, ask him if Chung San was on the junk when it was stopped." "He says no." The king sighed.
"Then maybe Chung San can squeeze out of it."
He thought again, then said,
"The only goddamn thing we can do is wait. Tell him not to panic. He's got to keep tabs on Chung San somehow and find out if he talks. He's got to send us word if the goddamn chute blows."
Peter Marlowe translated. Shagata sucked air between his teeth.
"I am impressed that the 2 of thee are so calm, while I am fluttering with fear, for if I am caught, I shall be lucky if they shoot me first. I will do as thou sayest. If thou art caught, I beg thee try not to implicate me. I will try to do likewise."
His head jerked around as there was a soft warning whistle.
"I must leave thee. If all goes well, we will keep to the plan."
He hurriedly thrust the pack of cures into Peter Marlowe's hand.
"I do not know about thee and thy gods, but I will certainly talk to mine long and hard on our mutual behalf."
Then he was gone.
"What if Chung San lets the cat out?"
Peter Marlowe asked, his stomach an aching knot.
"What can we do?"
"Make a break." The king shakily lit another cigarette and leaned back against the side of the theatre, hugging the shadows.
"Better that than Outram Road."
Behind them, the overture ended to applause and cheers and laughter. But they did not hear the applause and cheers and laughter. Roderick was standing in the wings, glowering at the stagehands setting the stage for the play, chasing them, hurrying them.
"Major!"
Mike rushed up to him.
"Sean's throwing a fit. He's crying his bloody eyes out. Oh, for the love of heaven, what happened? He was all right a minute ago," Roderick exploded.
"I don't know for certain,"
Mike said sullenly. Roderick cursed again and hurried away. Anxiously he knocked on the dressing-room door.
"Sean, it's me. Can I come in?"
There were muffled sobs coming through the door.
"No, go away. I'm not going on. I just can't." "Sean, everything's all right. You're just overtired, that's all. Look, go away and leave me alone, Sean shouted hysterically through the door. I'm not going on.
Roderick tried the door, but it was locked. He rushed back to the stage.
Frank, what do you want?
Frank, covered with sweat, was irritably perched on a ladder, fixing a light that refused to work.
Come down here. I've got to talk. For the love of God, can't you see I'm busy? Do yourself whatever it is, he flared. Do I have to do everything? I've still got to get changed and still haven't got my makeup on.
He looked up at the catwalk again.
Try the other banks of switches, Duncan. Come on, man, hurry.
Beyond the curtain, Roderick could hear the growing chorus of impatient whistles. Now what do I do? He asked himself frantically. He began to go back to the dressing room. Then he saw Peter Marlowe and the king near the side door. He ran down the steps.
Marlowe, you've got to help me.
What's up?
It's Sean. He's throwing a tantrum, Roderick began breathlessly. Refuses to go on. Would you talk to him? Please, I can't do a thing with him. Please, talk to him, will you? That won't take you a second, Roderick interrupted. You're my last chance. Please. I've been worried about Sean for weeks. His part will be hard enough for a woman to play, let alone...
He stopped, then went on weakly.
Please, Marlowe. I'm afraid for him. You do us all a great service.
Peter Marlowe hesitated.
All right. Can't thank you enough, old boy.
Roderick mopped his brow and led the way through the pandemonium to the back of the theatre, Peter Marlowe reluctantly in tow. The king followed absently, his mind still concentrating on how and where and when to make the break. They stood in the little corridor. Uneasily, Peter Marlowe knocked.
It's me, Peter. Can I come in, Sean?
Sean heard him through the fog of terror, slumped on his arms in front of the dressing table.
It's me, Peter. Can I come in?
Sean got up, the tears streaking his makeup, and unbolted the door. Peter Marlowe hesitantly came into the dressing room. Sean shut the door.
Oh, Peter, I can't go on. I've had it. I'm at the end, Sean said helplessly. I can't pretend any more. Not any more. I'm lost. Lost. God help me.
He hid his face in his hands.
What am I going to do? I can't face it any more. I'm nothing. Nothing. It's all right, Sean, old chum, Peter Marlowe said, deep with pity. No need to worry. You're very important. Most important person in the whole camp, if the truth be known. I wish I were dead. That's too easy.
Sean turned and faced him.
Look at me, for the love of God. What am I? What in God's name am I?
In spite of himself, Peter Marlowe could see only a girl in pathetic torment. And the girl was wearing a white skirt and high heels, and her long legs were silk-stockinged, and her blouse showed the swell of breasts beneath.
You're a woman, Sean,
he said as helplessly.
God knows how, or why, but you are.
And then the terror, and the self-hatred, and the torment left Sean.
Thank you, Peter, Sean said. Thank you with all my heart.
There was a tentative knock on the door.
On in 2 minutes, Frank called anxiously through the door. Can I come in? Just a second.
Sean went to the dressing table and brushed away the tear stains, and repaired the makeup and stared at the reflection.
Come in, Frank.
The sight of Sean took Frank's breath away, as it always had.
You look wonderful, he said. You all right? Yes. Afraid I made a bit of a fool of myself, sorry. Just overwork, Frank said, hiding his concern.
He glanced at Peter Marlowe.
Hello. Good to see you. Thanks. You'd better get ready, Frank, Sean said. I'm all right now.
Frank felt the girl's smile deep within him and automatically fell into the pattern that he and Roderick had begun 3 years before, and bitterly regretted ever since.
You're going to be marvellous, Betty, he said, hugging Sean. I'm proud of you.
But now, unlike all the countless other times, suddenly they were man and woman, and Sean relaxed against him, needing him with every molecule of being, and Frank knew it.
Well, we're on in a minute, he said unsteadily, rocked by the suddenness of his own need. I've got to get ready. He left. I'd better be getting back to my seat, Peter Marlowe said, deeply troubled.
He had felt, more than seen, the spark between them.
Yes.
But Sean hardly noticed Peter Marlowe. A final check of the makeup, and then Sean was waiting for a cue in the wings. The usual terrored ecstasy. Then Sean walked on and became. The cheers and wonder and lust poured over her, eyes following as she sat and crossed her legs, as she walked and talked, eyes reaching out, touching her, feeding on her. Together, she and the eyes became one.
"Major,"
Peter Marlowe said as he and the King and Roderick stood in the wings watching.
"What's this Betty business?"
"Oh, part of the whole mess," Roderick replied miserably. "That's the name of Sean's part this week. Frank and I, we always call Sean by the part he's playing."
"Why?" the King asked.
"To help him get into the part."
Roderick looked back to the stage, waiting for his cue.
"It started as a game," he said bitterly. "Now it's an unholy joke. We created that woman, God help us. We are responsible."
"Why?"
Peter Marlowe said slowly.
"Well, you remember how tough it was in Java?"
Roderick glanced at the King.
"Because I was an actor before the war, I was assigned the job of starting the camp theatricals."
He let his eyes stray back to the stage, to Frank and Sean. Something strange about those two tonight, he thought. Critically, he studied their performances and knew them to be inspired.
Frank was the only other professional in the camp, so we started to work getting shows together. When we got to the job of casting, of course, someone had to play the female roles. No one would volunteer, so the authorities detailed 2 or 3. One of them was Sean. He was bitterly opposed to doing it. But you know how stubborn senior officers are. "Someone's got to play a girl, for God's sake," they said to him. "You're young enough to look like one. You don't shave more than once a week, and it's only putting on clothes for an hour or so. Think of what it'll do for everyone's morale." And however much Sean raved and cursed and begged, it did no good. Sean asked me not to accept him. Well, there's no future in working with uncooperative talent, so I tried to have him dropped from the company. "Look," I said to the authorities, "acting's a great psychological strain." "Poppycock," they said, "what harm can come of it? The fact that he's playing a female might warp him. If he were the slightest way inclined—" "Stuff and nonsense," they said. "You damned theatrical people have pervert on the brain. Sergeant Jennison, impossible, nothing wrong with him. Damn fine fighter pilot. Now look here, Major, this is the end of it. You're ordered to take him, and he's ordered to do it." So Frank and I tried to smooth Sean down, but he swore he was going to be the worst actress in the world, that he was going to make sure that he was sacked after the first disastrous performance. We told him that we couldn't care less. His first performance was terrible, but after that he didn't seem to hate it so much. To his surprise, he even seemed to like it. So we really started to work. It was good having something to do. It took your mind off the stinking food and stinking camp. We taught him how a woman talks and walks and sits and smokes and drinks and dresses and even thinks. Then, to keep him in the mood, we began to play make-believe. Whenever we were in the theatre, we'd get up when he came in, help him into a chair, treat him like a real woman. It was exciting at first, trying to keep up the illusion, making sure Sean was never seen dressing or undressing, making sure his costumes were always concealing but just suggestive enough. We even got special permission for him to have a room of his own, with his own shower. Then suddenly, he didn't need coaching anymore. He was as complete a woman on the stage as it was possible to be. But little by little, the woman began to dominate him off stage too, only we didn't notice it. By this time, Sean had grown his hair quite long. The wigs we had were no damn good. Then Sean started to wear a woman's clothes all the time. One night, someone tried to rape him.
After that, Sean nearly went out of his mind. He tried to crush the woman in him, but couldn't. Then he tried to commit suicide. Of course, it was hushed up. But that didn't help Sean. It made things worse, and he cursed us for saving him. A few months later, there was another rape attempt. After that, Sean buried his male self completely. "I'm not fighting it any more," he said. "You wanted me to be a woman, now they believe I am one. All right, I'll be one. Inside, I feel I am one, so there's no need to pretend any more. I am a woman, and I'm going to be treated like one." Frank and I tried to reason with him, but he was quite beyond us. So we told ourselves that it was only temporary, that Sean would be all right later. Sean was great for morale, and we knew we could never get anyone a tenth as good as Sean to play the girl, so we shrugged and continued the game. Poor Sean. He's such a wonderful person. If it wasn't for him, Frank and I would have given up the ghost long ago. There was a roar of applause as Sean made another entrance from the other side of the stage. "You've no idea what applause will do to you," Roderick said, half to himself. "Applause and adoration. Not unless you've experienced it yourself. Out there on the stage. No idea. It's fantastically exciting. A frightening, terrifying, beautiful drug. And it's always poured into Sean. Always. That and the lust. Yours, mine, all of us." Roderick wiped the sweat off his face and hands. "We're responsible, all right. God forgive us." His cue came and he walked onto the stage. "Do you want to go back to our seats?" Peter Marlowe asked the king. "No. Let's watch from here. I've never been backstage before. Something I've always wanted to do." "Is Chung San spilling his guts right now?" the king asked himself. But the king knew there was no value in worrying. They were committed and he was ready, whatever card came up. He looked back at the stage. His eyes watched Roderick and Frank and Sean. Inexorably his eyes followed Sean. Every movement, every gesture. Everyone was watching Sean, intoxicated. And Sean and Frank and the eyes became one, and together the brooding passion on the stage soared into the players and into the watchers, ripping them bare. When the curtain descended on the last act, there was utter silence. The watchers were spellbound. "My God," Roderick said, awed. "That's the greatest compliment they could ever pay us. And you deserve it, you two. You were inspired, truly inspired." The curtain began to rise, and when it was completely up, the awful silence shattered, and there were cheers, and 10 curtain calls, and more cheers, and then Sean stood alone, drinking the life-giving adoration. In the continuing ovation, Roderick and Frank came out a last time to share the triumph, 2 creators and a creation, the beautiful girl who was their pride and their nemesis. The audience filed quietly out of the auditorium. Each man was thinking of home, thinking of her, locked in his own brooding hurt. What's she doing right now? Larkin was the most hit. Why in God's name call the girl Betty? Why? And my Betty, is she now in someone else's arms? And Mac, he was swept with fear for Mem. Did the ship get sunk? Is she alive? Is my son alive? And Mem, is she now? It's been so long, my God. How long? And Peter Marlowe, what of Nye, the peerless, my love, my love? And all of them. Even the king. He was wondering who she was with, the vision of loveliness he had seen when he was still in his teens, still on the bum, the girl who'd said with a perfumed handkerchief to her nose that white trash smelled worse than niggers. The king smiled sardonically. Now that was one hell of a broad, he told himself, as he turned his mind to more important things. The lights were out now in the theatre. It was empty, but for the 2 in the landlocked dressing room. Part 4. Chapter 19. The king and Peter Marlowe waited with growing anxiety. Shagata was long overdue.
"What a stinking night," the king said irritably. "I'm sweating like a pig."
They were sitting in the king's corner, and Peter Marlowe was watching the king play solitaire. There was a tension in the sultry air settling the camp from the moonless sky. Even the constant scratchings from beneath the hut were hushed.
"I wish he'd get here if he's coming," Peter Marlowe said.
"I wish we knew what the hell happened with Chung San. Least the son of a bitch could have done was to send us word."
The king glanced out of his window towards the wire for the 1,000th time. He was seeking a sign from the guerrillas that should be there, must be there, but there was no movement, no sign. The jungle, like the camp, drooped and was still. Peter Marlowe winced as he flexed the fingers of his left hand and moved his aching arm into a more comfortable position. The king looked back.
"How's it feel?"
"Hurts like hell, old chum."
"You should get it looked at."
"I'm on sick call tomorrow."
"Lousy piece of luck."
"Accidents happen. Nothing you can do about it."
It had happened 2 days previously, on the wood detail. One moment Peter Marlowe had been straining in the swamp against the weight of the fanged tree stump, hauling it with 20 other sweating pairs of hands into the trailer, and the next moment the hands had slipped, and his arm had been caught between the stump and the trailer. He had felt the iron-hard barbs of wood rip deep into his arm muscle, the weight of the tree stump almost crushing his bones, and he had screamed in agony. It had taken minutes for the others to lift the stump and pull his numbed arm free and lay him on the earth, his blood weeping into swamp ooze, the flies and bugs and insects swarming frantic with the blood-sweet smell. The wound was 6 inches long and 2 wide and deep in parts. They had pulled out most of the root daggers from the wound and poured water over it and cleaned it as best they could. They had put on a tourniquet, then fought the tree stump onto the trailer and laboured it home to Changi. He had walked beside the trailer, faint with nausea. Dr. Kennedy had looked at the wound and doused it with iodine, while Stephen held his good hand, and he was starched with pain. Next, the doctor had put a little zinc ointment on part of the wound, and grease on the rest, to stop the clotting blood from melding with the dressing. Then the doctor had bandaged the arm.
"You're bloody lucky, Marlowe," he had said. "No bones broken and the muscles are undamaged. More or less just a flesh wound. Come back in a couple of days and we'll take another look at it."
The king looked up sharply from the cards as Max hurried into the hut.
"Trouble," Max said, his voice low and strained. "Gray's just left the hospital, heading this way." "Keep him tailed, Max. Better send Dino." "Okay."
Max hurried out. "What do you think, Peter?"
"If Gray's out of the hospital, he must know something's up."
"He knows all right."
"What?"
"Sure. He has a stoolie in the hut."
"My God, are you sure?"
"Yes. And I know who."
The king put a black 4 on a red 5 and the red 5 on a black 6, and cleared another ace.
"Who is it?"
"I'm not telling you, Peter."
The king smiled hard.
"Better you don't know. But Gray has a man here."
"What are you going to do about it?"
"Nothing yet. Maybe later I'll feed him to the rats."
Then the king smiled and changed the subject.
"Now the farm was one hell of an idea, wasn't it?"
Peter Marlowe wondered what he would do if he knew who it was. He knew that Yoshima had a plant too, somewhere in the camp, the one who gave old Davin away, the one who had not been caught yet, who was still unknown, the one who was looking for the bottled radio right now. He thought the king was wise to conceal the knowledge, then there would be no slip-up. And he did not resent that the king did not tell him who it was, but even so, he examined possibilities.
"Do you really think," he asked, "that the meat'll be all right?"
"Hell, I don't know," the king said. "The whole idea's sickening when you think about it, and it's a big but. Business is business. With the twist we got, it's a genius idea."
Peter Marlowe smiled and forgot the hurt of his arm.
"Don't forget, I get the first leg."
"Anyone I know?"
"No,"
the king laughed.
"You wouldn't hold out on your buddy."
"I'll tell you when delivery's made."
"When it comes right down to it, meat's meat and food's food. Take the dog, for instance."
"I saw Hawkins a day or so ago."
"What happened?"
"Nothing. I said they didn't want to say anything, and he didn't want to talk about it."
He's on the ball, that guy. What's over's over. Then the king said uneasily, tossing the cards on the table, I wish Shaghat'd get here. Tex peered through the window. Hey. Yeah? Timson says the owner's getting panicky. How long you going to wait? I'll go see him. The king slipped out of the window and whispered, You watch the shop, Peter. I won't be far away. All right, Peter Marlowe said. He picked up the cards and began to shuffle them, shuddering as the ache rose and fell and rose again. The king kept to the shadows, feeling many eyes on him. Some were the eyes of his guards, and the rest were alien and hostile. When he found Timpson, the Aussie was in a sweat. Hey, Cobber, I can't keep him here forever. Where is he? When your contact arrives, I produce him. That's the deal. He ain't far away. You better keep your eye on him. You don't want him knocked off, do you? You stick to your end, I'll stick to mine. He's well guarded. Timpson sucked on his cure, then passed it over to the king, who took a drag. Thanks. The king nodded up towards the jail wall, east. You know about them? Course, the Aussie laughed. Tell you another thing. Gray's on his way down here right now. Whole area's lousy with cops and bushwhackers. I know of one Aussie gang. I hear there's another that's got wind of the deal. But my coppers have got the area taped. Soon as we get the money, you get the diamond. We'll give the guard another 10 minutes. If he doesn't arrive, then we'll plan again. Same plan, different details. Right, mate. I'll see you after grab tomorrow. Let's hope it's tonight. But it was not that night. They waited, and still Shagata did not arrive, so the king called off the operation. The next day Peter Marlowe joined the swarm of men waiting outside the hospital. It was after lunch, and the sun tormented the air, and the earth, and the creatures of the earth. Even the flies were somnambulant. He found a patch of shade and squatted heavily in the dust and began to wait. The throb of his arm had worsened. It was after dusk when his turn came. Dr. Kennedy nodded briefly to Peter Marlowe and indicated for him to sit. "How are you today?" he said absently. "Not too bad, thank you." Dr. Kennedy leaned forward and touched the bandage. Peter Marlowe screamed. "What the devil's the matter?" Dr. Kennedy said angrily. "I hardly touched you, for God's sake." "I don't know. The slightest touch hurts like bloody hell." Dr. Kennedy stuck a thermometer in Peter Marlowe's mouth and then set the metronome clicking and took his pulse. Abnormal. Pulse rate 90. Bad. Temperature normal, and that was also bad. He lifted the arm and sniffed the bandage. It had a distinct mousy odour. Bad. "All right," he said. "I'm going to take the bandage off. Here." He gave Peter Marlowe a small piece of tire rubber which he picked out of the sterilizing fluid with a pair of surgical tongs. "Bite on this. I can't help hurting you." He waited until Peter Marlowe had put the rubber between his teeth, then, as gently as he could, he began unwinding the bandage. But it was clotted to the wound and now part of the wound, and the only thing to do was rip, and he was not as deft as he should be, and once was. Peter Marlowe had known a lot of pain. And when you know a thing intimately, you know its limitations and its colour and its moods. With practice and courage, you can let yourself slip into pain, and then the pain is not bad, only a welling, controllable. Sometimes it is even good. But this pain was beyond agony. "Oh, God!" Peter Marlowe whimpered through the rubber bite piece, tears streaming, his breathing sporadic. "It's over now," Dr. Kennedy said, knowing that it was not. But there was nothing more he could do. Nothing. Not here. Certainly the patient should have morphine. Any fool knows that. But I can't afford a shot. Now let's have a look. He studied the open wound carefully. It was puffy and swollen, and there were shades of yellow hue with purple patches. Mucused. He said speculatively, and leaned back and played with his fingers, making a steeple and looking away from the wound to the steeple. "Well," he said at length, "we have 3 alternatives." He got up and began pacing, stoop-shouldered, and then said monotonously, as though delivering a lecture, The wound has now taken on other attributes. Clostridial myositis, or, to put it more simply, the wound is gangrenous. Gas gangrenous. I can lay open the wound and excise the infected tissue, but I don't think that will do, for the infection is deep. So I would have to take out part of the forearm muscles, and then the hand won't be of use anyway. The best solution would be to amputate. What? Assuredly. Dr. Kennedy was not talking to a patient. He was only giving a lecture in the sterile classroom of his mind. I propose a high guillotine amputation immediately. Then perhaps we can save the elbow joint. Peter Marlowe burst out desperately. It's just a flesh wound. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a flesh wound. The fear of his voice brought Dr. Kennedy back, and he looked at the white face a moment. It is a flesh wound, but very deep. And you've got toxemia. Look, my boy, it's quite simple. If I had serum, I could give it to you, but I haven't got any. If I had sulfonamides, I could put them on the wound, but I haven't got any. The only thing I can do is amputate. You must be out of your mind, Peter Marlowe shouted at him. You talk about amputating my arm when I've only got a flesh wound. The doctor's hand snaked out, and Peter Marlowe shrieked as the fingers held his arm far above the wound. There, you see, that's not just a flesh wound. You've toxemia, and it'll spread up your arm and into your system. If you want to live, we'll have to cut it off. At least it'll save your life. You're not cutting off my arm. Please yourself. It's that, or... The doctor stopped and sat down wearily. I suppose it is your privilege if you want to die. Can't say I blame you. But my God, boy, don't you realize what I'm trying to tell you? You will die if we don't amputate. You're not going to touch me. Peter Marlowe's lips were drawn from his teeth, and he knew he'd kill the doctor if he touched him again. You're out of your mind, he shouted. It's a flesh wound. All right. Don't believe me. We'll ask another doctor. Kennedy called another doctor, and he confirmed the diagnosis, and Peter Marlowe knew that the nightmare was not a dream. He did have gangrene. Oh, my God. The fear washed his strength away. He listened, terrified. They explained that the gangrene was caused by bacilli, multiplying deep down in his arm, breeding death right now. His arm was a cancerous thing. It had to be cut off to the elbow. It had to be cut off soon, or the entire arm would have to be removed. But he wasn't to worry. It wouldn't hurt. They had plenty of ether now. Not like in the old days. And then Peter Marlowe was outside the hospital, his arm still on him, bacilli breeding, tied with a clean bandage, and he was groping his way down the hill, for he had told them, the doctors, that he would have to think this over. Think what over? What was there to think? He found himself outside the American hut, and he saw that the king was alone in the hut, and all was prepared for Shagata's coming, if he came that night. Jesus, what's with you, Peter? The king listened, his dismay growing as the story spilled out. Christ! He stared at the arm, which rested on the table. I swear to God I'd rather die than live a cripple. I swear to God! Peter Marlowe looked up at the king, pathetic, unguarded, and out of his eyes came a scream. Help! Help! For the love of God, help! And the king thought, Holy cow! What would I do if I was Peter, and that was my arm? And what about the diamond? Got to have Peter to help there. Got to. Hey! Whispered Max urgently from the doorway. Shagata's on his way. All right, Max. What about Gray? He's down by the wall under cover. Timpson knows about him. His Aussies are covering. Good. Beat it and get ready. Spread the word. Okay. Max hurried away. Come on, Peter. We got to get ready, the king said. But Peter Marlowe was in shock. Useless. Peter! The king shook him roughly. Get up and get with it, he grated. Come on. You've got to help. Get up! He jerked Peter Marlowe to his feet. Christ, what? Shagata's coming. We've got to finish the deal. To hell with your deal, Peter Marlowe screamed, brinked on insanity.
To hell with the diamond! They're going to cut off my arm!
No, they're not.
You're goddamn right they're not. I'm going to die first.
The king backhanded him hard, then slapped him viciously. The raving stopped abruptly, and Peter Marlowe shook his head.
What the hell?
Shagata's coming. We gotta get ready.
He's coming?
Peter Marlowe asked blankly, his face burning from the blows. Yes. The king saw that Peter Marlowe's eyes were once more guarded, and he knew that the Englishman was back in the world.
Jesus, he said, weak with relief. I had to do something, Peter. You were shouting your head off.
Was I? Oh, sorry. What a fool.
You all right now? You got to keep your wits about you.
I'm all right now.
Peter Marlowe slipped through the window after the king, and he was glad of the shaft of pain that soared up his arm as his feet hit the ground. You panicked, you fool, he told himself. You, Marlowe, you panicked like a child. Fool. So you have to lose your arm. You're lucky it's not a leg. Then you'd really be crippled. What's an arm? Nothing. You can get an artificial one. Sure. With a hook. Nothing wrong with a false arm. Nothing. Could be quite a good idea. Certainly.
Tabe!
Shagata greeted them as he ducked under the flap of canvas which shielded the overhang.
Tabe,
said the king and Peter Marlowe. Shagata was very nervous. The more he had thought about this deal, the less he liked it. Too much money. Too much risk. And he sniffed the air like a dog pointing.
I smell danger, he said.
He says I can smell danger.
Tell him not to worry, Peter. I know about the danger, and it's taken care of. But what about Changsan?
I tell thee,
Shagata whispered hurriedly,
that the gods smile upon thee and me and our friend. He is a fox, that one, for the pestilential police let him out of their trap.
The sweat was running down his face and soaking him.
I have the money.
The king's stomach turned over. Tell him we'd better dispense with the yak and get with it. I'll be right back with the goods. The king found Timpson in the shadows.
Ready? Ready.
Timpson whistled a bird call in the dark. Almost at once it was answered.
Do it fast, mate. I can't guarantee to hold you safe for long.
Okay. The king waited, and out of the darkness came a lean Aussie corporal.
Hi, cubber.
Name's Townsend. Bill Townsend.
Come on.
The king hurried back to the overhang while Timpson kept guard and his Aussies fanned out, ready for the escape route. Down by the corner of the jail, Gray was waiting impatiently. Dino had just whispered in his ear that Shagata had arrived, but Gray knew that the preliminaries would take a while, and then he could move. Smedley Taylor's phalanx was ready too, waiting for the transfer to take place. Once Gray was in motion, they too would move. The king was under the flap, with Townsend nervously beside him. "Show him the diamond," the king ordered. Townsend opened his ragged shirt and pulled out a cord, and on the end of the cord was a diamond ring. Townsend was trembling as he showed it to Shagata, who focused his portable lamp on the stone. Shagata examined it carefully, a bead of ice light on the end of a piece of string. Then he took it and scratched the glass surface of the lamp. It screeched and left its mark. Shagata nodded, sweating.
"Very well."
He turned to Peter Marlowe.
"Truly it is a diamond,"
he said, and took out calipers and carefully measured the extent of the stone. Again he nodded.
"Truly it is 4 carats."
The king jerked his head. "All right. Peter, you wait with Townsend." Peter Marlowe got up and beckoned to Townsend, and together they went outside the flap and waited in the darkness, and around them they could feel eyes. Hundreds of eyes.
"Bloody hell," Townsend winced. "Wish I'd never got the stone. The strain's killing me, my bloody oath."
His palsied fingers played with the string and the jewel, making sure for the millionth time that it was around his neck.
"Thank God this is the last night."
The king watched with increasing excitement as Shagata opened his ammunition pouch and planked down 3 inches of notes, and opened his shirt and brought out a 2-inch bundle, and from his side pockets more bundles, until there were 2 piles of notes, each 6 inches high. Rapidly the king started counting the notes, and Shagata made a quick, nervous bow and left. He pushed past the flap, and when he was once more on the path he felt safer. He adjusted his rifle and began to walk the camp and almost knocked down Grey, who was coming up fast. Grey cursed and hurried past, ignoring the torrent of abuse from Shigata. This time Shigata did not run after the bastard stinking POW as he should and beat some courtesy into him, for he was thankful to be away and anxious to get back to his post. "Cops!" Max whispered urgently outside the flap. The king scooped up the notes and tore out of the overhang, whispering to Townsend as he ran. "Get lost! Tell Timpson I've the money now, and we'll pay off tonight when the heat's off." Townsend vanished. "Come on, Peter." The king led the way under the hut as Grey rounded the corner. "Stay where you are, you two!" Grey shouted. "Yes, sir," Max called grandly from the shadows and moved in the way. Tex beside him, covering the king and Peter Marlowe. "Not you two!" Grey tried to push past. "But you wanted us to stop," began Max easily, moving back in Grey's way. Grey shoved past furiously and darted under the hut in pursuit. The king and Peter Marlowe had already jumped into the slit trench and were up the other side. Another group ran interference as Grey ran after them. Grey spotted them tearing down the jail wall and blew his whistle, alerting the MPs already stationed. The MPs moved out into the open and guarded the area from jail wall to jail wall, and from jail wall to barbed fence. "This way," the king said as he jumped through the window of Timpson's hut. No one in the hut paid any attention to them, but many saw the bulge in the king's shirt. They raced through the hut and out the door. Another group of Aussies appeared and covered their retreat, just as Grey panted up to the window and caught a fleeting glimpse of them. He rushed around the hut. The Aussies had covered their exit. Grey called out abruptly, "Which way did they go? Come on, which way?" A chorus of, "Who? Who, sir?" Grey pushed his way through them and hurried into the open. "Everyone's in position, sir," an MP said, running up to him. "Good, they can't get far, and they won't dare dump the money. We'll start moving in on them. Tell the others." The king and Peter Marlowe ran towards the north end of the jail and stopped. "God damn it to hell," the king said. Where there should have been a phalanx of Aussies to run interference for them, now there were only MPs. 5 of them. "What next?" Peter Marlowe said. "We'll have to backtrack. Come on." Moving quickly, the king asked himself, what the hell's gone wrong? Then suddenly he found it. 4 men blocked their run. They had handkerchiefs over their faces and heavy sticks in their hands. "Better hand over the money, mate, if you don't want to get hurt." The king feinted, then charged, with Peter Marlowe at his side. The king ploughed into one man and kicked another in the groin. Peter Marlowe blocked a blow, biting back a scream as it glanced off his arm, and tore the stick out of the man's grasp. The other bushwhacker took to his heels and was swallowed by the darkness. "Christ's sake," the king panted, "let's get out of here." Again they were off. They could feel eyes following them, and any moment they expected another attack. The king skidded to a stop. "Look out! Grey!" They turned back, and keeping to the side of a hut, ducked underneath it. They lay for a moment, their chests heaving. Feet ran past, and they heard snatches of angry whispers. "They went that way! Gotta get 'em before the stinking cops!" "The whole goddamn camp's after us," the king said. "Let's stick the money here," Peter Marlowe said helplessly. "We can bury it." "Too risky. They'd find it in a minute." God damn it, everything was going fine. Except that bastard Timpson let us down. The king wiped the dirt and sweat off his face. "Ready? Which way?" The king did not answer. He just crawled silently from under the hut and ran with the shadows, Peter Marlowe following close behind. He headed sure-footed across the path and jumped into the deep storm ditch beside the wire. He squirmed his way down it until they were almost opposite the American hut, and stopped and leaned against the wall of the ditch, his breath fluttering. Around them was a whispered uproar, and over them was a whispered uproar. "What's up? The king's on the run with Marlowe. They got thousands of dollars with them." "The hell they have! Quick, maybe we can catch them. Come on, we'll get the money." And Grey was getting reports, and so was Smedley Taylor, and so was Timpson, and the reports were confusing, and Timpson was cursing and hissing at his men to find them before Grey or Smedley Taylor's men found them. "Give that money!" Smedley Taylor's men were waiting, watching Timpson's Aussies, and they were confused too. Which way did they go? Where to look? And Grey was waiting. He knew that both escapes were blocked, north and south. It was only a question of time, and now the search was closing. Grey knew he had them, and when he caught them, they would have the money. They wouldn't dare to let go of it, not now. It was too much money. But Grey didn't know about Smedley Taylor's men, or Timpson's Aussies. "Look," Peter Marlowe said, as he carefully lifted his head and peered around into the darkness. The king's eyes narrowed, searching. Then he saw the MPs, 50 yards away. He spun around. There were many other ghosts, hurrying, looking, searching. "We've had it," he said frantically. Then the king looked out over the wire. The jungle was dark, and there was a guard plodding along the other side of the wire. Okay, he told himself, the last plan. The shit or bust plan. "Here," he said urgently, and he took out all the money and stuffed it into Peter Marlowe's pockets. "I'll cover for you. Go through the wire. It's our only chance." "Christ, I'll never make it. The guard'll spot me." "Go on. It's our only chance. I'll never make it. Never. When you get through, bury it and come back the same way. I'll cover for you. God damn it, you've got to go." "For God's sake, I'll get killed. He's not 50 feet away," Peter Marlowe said. "We'll have to give up." He looked around, wildly seeking another escape route, and the sudden careless movement slammed his forgotten arm against the wall of the drain, and he groaned, agonized. "You save the money, Peter," the king said desperately, "and I'll save your arm." "You'll what?" "You heard me. Beat it." "But how can you beat it?" the king interrupted harshly. "If you save the dough." Peter Marlowe stared for an instant into the eyes of the king. Then he slipped out of the trench and ran for the wire, and slid under it, every moment expecting a bullet in his head. At the second of his dash, the king jumped out of the trench and whirled towards the path. He tripped deliberately and slammed down into the dust with a shout of rage. The guard glanced abruptly through the wire and laughed loudly, and when he turned back to his post he saw only a shadow which might have been anything. Certainly not a man. Peter Marlowe was hugging the earth, and he crawled like a thing of the jungle into the dank vegetation and held his breath and froze. The guard came closer and closer, and then his foot was an inch away from Peter Marlowe's hand, and then the other foot straddled it a pace away, and when the guard was 5 paces away, Peter Marlowe slithered deeper into the brush, into the darkness, 5, 10, 20, 30, and when he was 40 paces away and safe, his heart seemed to begin again, and he had to stop for breath, stop for his heart, stop for the hurt of his arm, the arm that was going to be his once more. If the king said, it was. So he lay on the earth and prayed for breath, and prayed for life, and prayed for strength, and prayed for the king. The king breathed now that Peter Marlowe had made it to the jungle. He got up and began to brush himself down, and Grey, with an MP, was beside him. "Stand where you are." "Who, me?" The king pretended to peer into the darkness and recognize Grey. "Oh, it's you. Good evening, Captain Grey." He shoved the MP's restraining arm away. "Take your hands off me." "You're under arrest," said Grey, sweating and dirt-covered from the chase. "For what, Captain?" "Search him, Sergeant." The king submitted calmly. Now that the money wasn't on him, there was nothing that Grey could do. Nothing. "Nothing on him, sir," the MP said. "Search the ditch." Then, to the king, "Where's Marlowe?" "Who?" asked the king blandly. "Marlowe!" Grey shouted. No money on this swine and no Marlowe. "Probably taking a walk, sir." The king was polite, and his mind was centred only on Grey and the present danger, for he could sense that the danger was not completely past, and that beside the jail wall were a group of malevolent ghosts, watching him for an instant before they disappeared. "Where did you put the money?" Grey was saying. "What money?" "The money from the sale of the diamond." "What diamond, sir?" Grey knew he was beaten for the moment. He was beaten unless he could find Marlowe with the money on him. "All right, you bastard," Grey thought, beside himself with rage. "All right, I'll let you go, but I'll watch you, and you'll lead me to Marlowe." "That's all for the moment," Grey said. "You've beaten us this time, but there'll be another." The king walked back to his hut, chuckling to himself. "You think I'm going to lead you to Peter, don't you, Grey? But you're so goddamn smart you're naive." Inside the hut he found Max and Tex. They too were sweating. "What happened?" Max said. "Nothing. Max, go find Timpson. Tell him to wait under the window. I'll talk to him there. Tell him not to come into the hut. Grey's still watching us." "Okay." The king put the coffee on. His mind was working now. How to make the exchange. Where to make it. What to do about Timpson. How to draw Grey off from Peter. "You wanted me, mate?" The king didn't turn to the window. He simply looked down the hut. The Americans got the message and left him alone. He watched Dino leave and returned Dino's twisted smile. "Timpson," he said, busying himself with the coffee. "Yes, mate?" "I ought to cut your goddamn throat." "It wasn't my fault, Cobber. Something went wrong." "Yeah. You wanted the money and the diamond." "No harm in trying, Cobber," Timpson chuckled. "It won't happen again." "You're goddamned right." The king liked Timpson. A lot on the ball. And no harm in trying, not when the stakes are so high. And he needed Timpson. "We'll make the transfer during the day. Then there won't be any slip-ups. I'll send you word when." "Right, Cobber. Where's the pommy?" "What pommy?" Timpson laughed. "See you tomorrow." The king drank his coffee and called Max to guard the fort. Then he jumped cautiously out of the window, darted into the shadows, and made his way to the jail wall. He was careful not to be observed, but not too careful, and he laughed to himself as he felt Grey following. He pretended well, backtracking through the huts and dodging this way and that. Grey relentlessly dogged his footsteps, and the king led him up to the jail gate and through the gate and into the cell blocks. Finally the king headed for the cell on the 4th floor and pretended to increase his concern as he went into the cell and left the door half ajar. Every quarter hour or so he'd open the door and peer anxiously around, and this went on until Tex arrived. "All clear," Tex said. "Good." Peter was back and safe, and there was no need to keep up the pretense, so he returned to his hut and winked at Peter Marlowe. "Where you been?" "Thought I'd see how you were getting on." "Like some Java?" "Thanks." Grey stood in the doorway. He said nothing, just looked. Peter Marlowe was wearing only his sarong. No pockets in a sarong. His armband was on his shoulder. Peter Marlowe lifted the cup to his lips and drank the coffee, and his eyes were locked on Grey. And then Grey disappeared into the night. Peter Marlowe got up exhaustedly. "Think I'll turn in now." "I'm proud of you, Peter." "You meant what you said, didn't you?" "Sure." "Thanks." That night the king was worrying about a new problem. How in the hell could he do what he had said he would do? Chapter 20. Larkin was deeply troubled as he strode up the path towards the Aussie hut. He was worried about Peter Marlowe. His arm seemed to be troubling him more than somewhat, hurting too much to be brushed off as just a flesh wound. He was worried, too, about old Mac. Last night Mac had been talking and screaming in his sleep. And he was worried about Betty. Had bad dreams himself last few nights, all twisted up. Betty and him, with other men in bed with her, and him watching and her laughing at him. Larkin entered the hut and went over to Townsend, who was lying in his bunk. Townsend's eyes were puffed and closed, and his face was scratched, and his arms and chest were bruised and scratched. When he opened his mouth to answer, Larkin saw the bloody gap where teeth should have been. "Who did it, Townsend?" "Don't know," Townsend whimpered. "I was bushwhacked." "Why?" Tears welled and dirtied the bruises. Nothing. I don't
No. We're alone, Townsend. Who did it?
I don't know.
A sobbing moan burst from Townsend's lips.
Oh, Christ. They hurt me. Hurt me.
Why were you bushwhacked?
I...
Townsend wanted to shout, "The diamond! I had the diamond!" And he wanted the Colonel's help to get the bastards who'd stolen it from him. But he couldn't tell about the diamond, for then the Colonel would want to know where he'd got it, and then he'd have to say from Goebel, and then there'd be questions about Goebel. Where had he got it from? Goebel? The suicide? Then maybe they'd say that it wasn't suicide, it were murder. But it weren't. At least he, Townsend, didn't think so. But who knows, maybe someone did Goebel in for the diamond. But that particular night Goebel was away from his bunk, and I'd felt the outline of the diamond ring in his mattress, and slipped it out and took it off into the night, and who could prove anything? And Goebel happened to suicide that night, so there weren't no harm. Except that maybe I murdered Goebel, murdered him by stealing the stone. Maybe that was the final straw for Goebel, being kicked out of the unit for stealing rations and then having the diamond stole. Maybe that had put him off his head, poor bastard, and made him jump into the borehole. But stealing rations didn't make sense, not when a man's a diamond to sell. No sense. No sense at all, except that maybe I was the cause of Goebel's death, and I cursed myself again and again for stealing the diamond. Since I became a thief, I got no peace, no peace, no peace. And now I'm glad that it's gone from me, stolen from me.
I don't know, Townsend sobbed.
Larkin saw that it was no use and left Townsend to his pain.
"Oh, sorry, Father,"
Larkin said as he almost bumped Father Donovan down the hut steps.
"Hello, old friend."
Father Donovan was wraith-like, impossibly emaciated, his eyes deep-set and strangely peaceful.
"How are you? And Mac? And young Peter?"
"Fine, thanks." Larkin nodded back towards Townsend. "Do you know anything about this?" Donovan looked at Townsend and replied gently,
"I see a man in pain."
"Sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Larkin thought a moment, smiled. "Would you like a game of bridge? Tonight? After supper?"
"Yes, thank you. I'd like that."
"Good. After supper." Father Donovan watched Larkin walk away and then went over to Townsend's bed. Townsend was not a Catholic, but Father Donovan gave of himself to all, for he knew that all men are children of God. But are they? All of them? He asked himself in wonder. Could children of God do such things? At noon the wind and the rain came together. Soon everything and everyone was drenched. Then the rain stopped and the wind continued. Pieces of thatch ripped away and whirled across the camp, mixing with loose fronds and rags and coolie hats. Then the wind stopped and the camp was normal with sun and heat and flies. Water in the storm channels gushed for half an hour, then began to sink into the earth and stagnate. More flies gathered. Peter Marlowe wandered up the hill listlessly. His feet were mud-stained, like his legs, for he had let the tempest surround him, hoping that the wind and the rain would take away the brooding hurt. But they had not touched him. He stood outside the king's window and peered in. "How do you feel, Peter, buddy?" the king asked as he got up from his bed and found a pack of Coors.
"Awful."
Peter Marlowe sat on the bench under the overhang, nauseated from the pain.
"My arm's killing me."
His laugh was brittle.
"Joke."
The king jumped down and forced a smile. "Forget it."
"How the hell can I forget it?"
Immediately Peter Marlowe regretted the outburst.
"Sorry, I'm jumpy. Don't know what I'm saying half the time."
"Have a cigarette." The king lit it for him. "Yep," the king told himself, "you're in a spot. The limey learns fast, very fast. At least I think so. Let's see. We'll complete the deal tomorrow. You can get the money tonight. I'll cover for you." But Peter Marlowe didn't hear him. His arm was burning a word into his brain. Amputate. And he could hear the saw shrieking, and feel it cutting, grinding bone dust, his bone dust. A shudder racked him.
"What about this?"
he muttered and looked up from his arm.
"Can you really do something?"
The king nodded and told himself, "There, you see? You were right. Only Pete knows where the money is. But Pete won't get the money until you've set up the cure. No cure, no dough. No dough, no sale. No sale, no loot." So he sighed and said to himself, "Yes, you're a pretty smart cookie to know men so well. But when you figure it right, like you did last night, it wasn't a bad trade. If Pete hadn't taken the chance, we'd both be in jail, with no money and no nothing. And Pete had brought them luck. The deal was better than ever, and apart from that, Pete's all right, a good guy. And hell, who wants to lose an arm anyway? Pete's got a right to put the pressure on. I'm glad he's learned. Leave it to Uncle Sam." "Who? Uncle Sam?" The king stared at him blankly. "The American symbol. You know," he said exasperatedly, "like John Bull." "Oh, sorry, Today, A wave of nausea surged over Peter Marlowe. "You beat it back to your bunk and relax. I'll take care of it." Peter Marlowe got up unsteadily. He wanted to smile and thank the king and shake his hand and bless him, but he remembered the word, and he felt only the sore, so he half nodded and walked out of the hut. For Christ's sake, the king told himself bitterly, he thinks I'd let him down, that I wouldn't do nothing unless he had the screws on me. Christ's sake, Peter, I would help, sure, even though you didn't have me by the shorts. Hell, you're my friend. Hey, Max. Yeah? Get Timpson here on the double. Sure, Max said and left. The king unlocked the black box and took out 3 eggs. "Tex, you like to cook yourself an egg, along with these 2? "Hell no," Tex said, grinning, and he took the eggs. "Hey, I took a look at Eve. Swear to God she's fatter today." "Impossible. She was only mated yesterday." Tex danced a little jig. 20 days and we're all daddies again." He accepted the oil and headed outside for the cooking area. The king lay back on his bunk, scratching a mosquito bite thoughtfully, and watching the lizards on the rafters hunt and fornicate. He closed his eyes and began to drowse contentedly. Here it was only 12 o'clock, and already he'd done a hard day's work. Hell, everything had been sewn up by 6 o'clock this morning. He chuckled to himself as he remembered. Yes, sir, it pays to have a good reputation, and it pays to advertise. It had happened just before dawn. He had been soft asleep, then a cautious, muted voice had interrupted his dreams. He awoke at once and looked out of the window and had seen a little weasel of a man staring at him in the shadowed contrails of the dawn. A man he had never seen before. "Yeah? I got something you want to buy." The man's voice had been expressionless and hoarse. "Who are you?" In answer, the little man had opened his grimy fist with its broken, dirt-flecked fingernails. The diamond ring was in his palm. "Price is 10,000 for a quick sale," he added sardonically. Then the fingers had snapped tight as the king moved to pick the ring up, and the fist was withdrawn. "Tonight," the man had smiled toothlessly. "It's the right one, never fear." "Are you the owner?" "It's in me hand, ain't it?" "It's a deal. What time?" "You wait in. I'll see you when there ain't no narcs about." And the man had gone as suddenly as he had appeared. The king settled more comfortably, gloating. Poor Timpson, he told himself. That poor son of a bitch has got egg on his face. I get the ring for half price. "Morning, cobber," Timpson said. "You wanted, mate?" The king opened his eyes and covered a yawn with his hand as Tiny Timpson walked up the hut. "Hi." The king swung his legs off the bed and stretched luxuriously. "Tired today. Too much excitement. You want an egg? Got a couple cooking." "Too right I'd like an egg." "Make yourself at home." The king could afford to be hospitable. "Now let's get down to business. We'll close the deal this afternoon." "Nah," Timpson shook his head. "Not today. Tomorrow." The king was hard put not to beam. "But he'll be off by then," Timpson was saying. "Hear that Gray's got himself out of hospital. He'll be eyeing this place." Timpson seemed gravely concerned. "We got to watch out, you and me. Don't want anything to go wrong. I got to watch out for you too. Don't forget we're cobbers." "To hell with tomorrow," the king said, feigning disappointment.
Let's do it this afternoon."
And he listened, shouting with laughter inside. Listened while Timpson said how important it was to be careful. The owner's scared, why he even got beat up last night, and why it was only me and my men what saved the poor bastard. So the king knew for sure then that Timpson was bleeding, that the diamond had slipped through his slimy mitts, that he was playing for time. Why, I'll bet, the king told himself ecstatically, that the Aussies are going out of their skulls trying to find the hijacker. I wouldn't like to be him, if they find him. So he allowed himself to be persuaded, just in case Timpson did find the guy, and the original deal stood. "Well, okay," the king said grudgingly. "I suppose you got a point. We'll make it tomorrow." He lit another cigarette and took a drag and passed it over and said sweetly, still playing the game, "On these hot nights few of my boys sleep. At least 4 of them are up. All night." Timpson understood the threat, but he had other things on his mind. Who, for the love of God, who bushwhacked Townsend? He prayed that his men would find the buggers quick. He knew he had to find the bushwhackers before they got to the king with the diamond, for then he'd be out of luck. "I know how it is. Just the same with my boys. Lucky they're so close to my poor old pal Townsend. Stupid bastard. How in the hell could a bugger be so weak as to allow himself to be jumped and not holler afore it was too late? Man can't be too careful these days, either." Tex brought in the eggs, and the 3 men ate them with lunch rice, and washed it all down with strong coffee. By the time Tex took out the dishes, the king had the conversation just where he wanted it. "I know a guy who's in the market for some drugs." Timpson shook his head. "He's got an hope, poor bastard. Ain't possible. Too right." Ah, he thought. Drugs. Who'd that be for? Not the king, certainly. He looks healthy enough, and not for resale either. The king never deals in drugs, which is all right, for that leaves the market in my hands. Must be for someone close to the king, though. Otherwise he'd never get involved. Drug trade's not his meat. Old McCoy, of course. I heard he wasn't so well these days. Maybe the colonel. He ain't been looking too well either. I heard of a limey who's some quinine, but Jesus whipped, he wants a bloody fortune for it. I want some antitoxin, a bottle, and sulfonamide powder." Timpson let out a whistle. "Not an hope," he said. Antitoxin and sulphur? Gangrene. The pommy. Christ, gangrene. And the whole pattern fell neatly into place. Got to be the pommy. Not through cunning alone had Timpson cornered the drug market. He knew enough about drugs from Civvy Street, where he had worked as an assistant druggist, which no bastard but him knew, because then the bastards would have put him in the medical corps, and that would have meant no fighting and no killing, and no self-respecting Aussie'd let his country down and dear old Blighty down by being just a stinking non-competent medical orderly. "Not an hope," he said again, shaking his head. "Listen," the king said. "I'll level with you. Timpson was the only man who could get it in the whole world, so he had to get his help. It's for Peter." "Tough," Timpson said. But inside he sympathized. Poor bugger. Gangrene. Good man, lot of guts. He still felt the smash the pommy'd given him last night, when the 4 of them had fallen on the king and the pommy. Timpson had found out about Peter Marlowe when he had been taken up by the king. A man can't be too careful, and information's always important. And Timpson knew about the 4 German planes, and about the 3 nips, and he knew about the village, and how the pommy'd tried to escape from Java, not like a lot who'd meekly sat and taken it. And yet, when you thought about it, it was pretty stupid to try. So far to go. Yes, too far. Yes, this pommy's a beaut. Timpson wondered if he could risk sending a man into the Japanese doctor's quarters to get the drugs. It was risky, but the quarters and the route had been pegged. Poor bugger Marlowe. He must be sick with worry. Of course I'll get the drugs, and it'll be done for free, or just for expenses. Timpson hated selling drugs, but someone had to, better him than someone else, for the cost was always reasonable as possible, and he knew he could make a fortune selling to the Japanese, but he never did, only to the camp, and really only for a slight profit when you thought of the risks involved. "It makes you sick," Timpson said, "when you think of all that Red Cross medical supplies in the go-down on Kidder Street." "Hell, that's a rumour." "Oh, no, it ain't.
I've seen it, mate. On a work party I was. Stashed full of Red Cross stuff. Plasma, quinine, sulphur, everything from floor to ceiling, and still in their cases. Why, the go-down must be a good 100 yards long and 30 wide, and it's all going to those bugger nips. They let the stuff in all right. Comes through Changi, I'm told. The Red Cross give it to the Siamese. They turn it over to the nips, all consigned for POW's Changi. Christ, I've even seen the labels. But the nips just use it for their own monkeys.
Anyone else know about this?
I told the colonel, and he told the camp commandant, who told that nip bastard, what's his name? Oh, yes, Yoshima. And the camp commandant, see, well, he demanded the supplies. But the nips just laughed at him and said it was a rumour, and that was the last of it. No work parties have ever gone again. Lousy fuckers. Ain't fair, not when we need the drugs so bad. They could give us a little. My cobber died 6 months back for want of a little insulin, and I saw crates of it. Crates!
Timpson rolled a cigarette and coughed and spat, and was so incensed he kicked the wall. He knew there was no future in getting upset about it, and there was no way he could get at that go-down. But he could get antitoxin and sulphur for the pommy. Oh, my word, yes. And he'd give it to him for nothing. But Timpson was much too clever to allow the king to see through him. That would be childish, to let the king know he'd a soft spot. For sure as God's country was down under, the king had used that as a lever some time later on. Yes, and he had to have the king for the deal of the diamond. Oh, bugger, I'd forgotten about that dirty bushwhacker. So Timpson named an extortionate figure and allowed himself to be beaten down. But he made the price steep, for he knew the king could afford it, and if he said he'd get the goods for a low price, the king would be very suspicious. All right, the king said glumly. You got a deal. Inside, he wasn't glum. Not too glum. He'd expected Timpson to soak him, but although the price was higher than he wanted to pay, it was fair.
It'll take 3 days,
Timpson said, knowing that 3 days would be too late.
I've got to have it tonight. Then it'll cost another 500.
I'm a friend of yours, the king said, feeling real pain. We're buddies, and you stick me for another 5 Cs.
All right, cobber,
Timpson was sad, dog-like.
But you know how it is. 3 days is the best I can do. God damn it, all right. And the nurse'll be an extra 500.
For Christ's sake, what the hell's the nurse for? Timpson enjoyed seeing the king squirm.
Well, he said agreeably, what are you going to do with this stuff when you've got it? How are you going to treat the patient?
How the hell do I know?
That's what the 500's for. I suppose you're going to give the stuff to the pommy, and he's going to take it up to the hospital and say to the nearest sawbones, I've got antitoxin and sulphur, fix my bleeding arm up. And then the doc's going to say, we ain't got no antitoxin, so where the hell did you get this from? And when the pommy won't tell, the bastard'll steal it off him and give it to some stinking limey colonel who's a slight case of piles.
He deftly took the packet of cigarettes out of the king's pocket and helped himself.
And,
he said, but now completely serious,
you have to find a place where you can treat him private-like, where he can lie down. These antitoxins are tough on some men, and part of the deal's that I accept no responsibility if the treatment turns sour.
If you've got antitoxin and sulphur, what can go sour?
Some folks can't take it. Nausea. Tough. And it mayn't work. Depends how much of the toxin's already in his system.
Timpson got up.
Sometime tonight. Oh, yes. And the equipment'll cost another 500.
The king exploded. What equipment, for Christ's sake?
Hypodermics and bandages and soap. Jesus.
Timpson was almost disgusted.
You think antitoxin's a pill you stick up his ass?
The king stared after Timpson sourly, kicking himself. Thought you were so clever, didn't you? Finding out what cured gangrene for a cigarette, and then, nuthead, you've got to ask what the hell you did with the stuff once you got it. Well, the hell with it. The dough's committed. And Pete's got his arm back. And the cost's all right, too. Then the king remembered the foxy little hijacker, and he beamed. Yes, he felt very pleased with the day's work. Chapter 21. That evening, Peter Marlowe gave his food away. He did not give it to Mac or Larkin, as he should, but to Ewart. He knew that if he had given it to his unit, they would have forced him to reveal what was the matter, and there was no point in telling them. That afternoon, sick with pain and worry, he'd gone to see Dr. Kennedy. Again, he had almost been crazed with agony while the bandage was ripped away. Then the doctor had said simply, "The poison's above the elbow. I can amputate below, but it's a waste of time. Might as well do the operation in one time. You'll have a nice stump at least 5 inches from the shoulder. Enough for an artificial arm to be strapped to. Quite enough." Kennedy had templed his fingers calmly. "Don't waste any more time, Marlowe." And he had laughed dryly and quipped, "Domani è troppo tardi." And when Peter Marlowe had looked at him blankly, without understanding, he had said flatly, "Tomorrow may be too late." Peter Marlowe had stumbled back to his bunk and had lain in a pool of fear. Then dinner had come and he had given it away. "You got fever?" Ewart said happily, filled by the extra food. "No. Can I get you anything?" "For Christ's sake, leave me alone!" Peter Marlowe turned away from Ewart. After a time he got up and left the hut, regretting that he had agreed to play bridge with Mac and Larkin and Father Donovan for an hour or two. "You're a fool," he told himself bitterly. "You should have stayed in your bunk until it was time to go through the wire to get the money." But he knew that he could not have lain on his bunk hour after hour until it was safe to go. Better to have something to do. "Hi, cobber." Larkin's face crinkled with his smile. Peter Marlowe did not return the smile. He just sat grimly in the doorway. Mac glanced at Larkin, who shrugged imperceptibly. "Peter," Mac said, forcing good humour, "the news is better every day, isn't it? Won't be long before we're out of here." "Too right," Larkin said. "You're living in a fool's paradise. We'll never get out of Changi." Peter Marlowe did not wish to be harsh, but he could not restrain himself. He knew Mac and Larkin were hurt, but he would do nothing to ease the hurt. He was obsessed with the 5-inch stump. A chill dissolved his spine and pierced his testicles. How the hell could the king really help? How? Be realistic. If it was the king's arm, what could I do, however much I'm his friend? Nothing. I don't think there's anything he can do. In time. Nothing. You'd better face it, Peter. It's amputate or die. Simple. And when it comes down to it, you can't die. Not yet. Once you're born, you are obligated to survive. At all costs. Yes, Peter Marlowe told himself, you'd better be realistic. There's nothing the king can do. Nothing. And you shouldn't have put him on the spot. It's your worry, not his. Just get the money and give it to him and go up to the hospital and lie on the table and let them cut your arm off. So the three of them, he, Mac and Larkin, sat in the fetid night, silent. When Father Donovan joined them, they forced him to eat a little rice and belacan. They made him eat it then, for if they had not, he would have given it away, as he gave away most of his rations. "You're very kind to me," Donovan said. His eyes twinkled as he added, "Now, if you three would see the error of your ways and come over to the right side of the fence, you'd complete my evening." Mac and Larkin laughed with him. Peter Marlowe did not laugh. "What's the matter, Peter?" Larkin said, an edge to his voice. "You've been like a dingo with a sore ass all evening." "No harm in being a little out of sorts," Donovan said quickly, healing the ragged silence. "My word, the news is very good, isn't it?" Only Peter Marlowe was outside the friendship that was in the little room. He knew his presence was suffocating, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing. The game started, and Father Donovan opened with 2 spades. "Pass," Mac said grumpily. "3 diamonds," Peter Marlowe said, and as soon as he had said it he wished he hadn't, for he had stupidly overbid his hand, and had said diamonds when he should have said hearts. "Pass," Larkin said testily. He was sorry now that he had suggested the game. There was no fun in it. No fun. 3 spades, Father Donovan said. "Pass." "Pass," Peter Marlowe said, and they all looked at him surprised. Father Donovan smiled. "You should have more faith." "I'm tired of faith." The words were sudden raw and very angry. "Sorry, Peter. I was only—" "Now look here, Peter," Larkin interrupted sharply. "Just because you're in a bad humour—" "I'm entitled to an opinion, and I think it was a bad joke," Peter Marlowe flared. Then he whirled back on Donovan. "Just because you martyr yourself by giving your food away and sleeping in the men's barracks, I suppose that gives you the right to be the authority. Faith's a lot of nothing. What does it get you? Nothing. Faith's for children, and so is God. What the hell can he do about anything? Really do, eh? Eh?"
Mac and Larkin stared at Peter Marlowe without recognition. "He can heal," Father Donovan said, knowing about the gangrene. He knew many things he did not want to know. Peter Marlowe slammed his cards down on the table. "Shit!" he shouted, berserk. "That's shit, and you know it! And another thing while we're on the subject. God, you know, I think God's a maniac, a sadistic, evil maniac, a bloodsucker."
"Are you out of your mind, Peter?" Larkin exploded.
"No, I'm not. Look at God,"
Peter Marlowe raved, his face contorted.
"God's nothing but evil. If he really is God, look at all the bloodshed that's been committed in the name of God."
He shoved his face nearer Donovan's.
"The Inquisition. Remember? All the thousands that were burned and tortured to death in his name by the Catholic sadists? And we won't even think about the Aztecs and Incas and the poor bloody Indian millions, and the Protestants burning and killing the Catholics, and the Catholics, the Jews, and the Mohammedans, and the Jews, more Jews, and the Mormons, and Quakers, and the whole stinking mess. Kill, torture, burn. Just so long as it's in the name of God, you're all right. What a lot of hypocrisy. Don't give me faith, it's nothing."
"And yet you have faith in the king," Father Donovan said quietly.
"I suppose you're going to say he's an instrument of God."
"Perhaps he is. I don't know."
"I must tell him that."
Peter Marlowe laughed hysterically.
"He'd laugh to high heaven."
"Listen, Marlowe," Larkin got up, shaking with rage. "You'd better apologise or get out."
"Don't worry, Colonel," Peter Marlowe slammed back. "I'm leaving."
He got up and glared at them, hating himself.
"Listen, priest, you're a joke. Your skirts are a joke. You're all an unholy joke, you and God. You don't serve God because God's the devil. You're the servant of the devil."
And then he scooped some of the cards off the table and threw them into Father Donovan's face and stormed out into the darkness.
"What in God's name has happened to Peter?"
Mac said, shattering the appalled silence.
"In God's name," Father Donovan said compassionately, "Peter has gangrene. He has to have his arm amputated or he will die. You could see the scarlet streaks clearly, above his elbow."
"What?" Larkin stared at Mac, petrified. Then simultaneously they both got up and began hurrying out, but Father Donovan called them back.
"Wait, there's nothing you can do."
"Damn it, there must be something." Larkin stood in the doorway. "The poor lad. And I thought—"
"The poor lad. There's nothing to do except wait. Except have faith and pray. Perhaps the king will help. Can help."
Then Father Donovan added tiredly, "The king is the only man who can." Peter Marlowe stumbled into the American hut.
"I'll get the money now," he muttered to the king.
"Are you crazy? There's too many people around."
"To hell with the people," Peter Marlowe said angrily. "Do you want the money or not?"
"Sit down. Sit down!" The king forced Peter Marlowe to sit and gave him a cigarette, and forced him to drink coffee, and thought, Jesus, what I have to do for a little loot. Patiently he told Peter Marlowe to keep his wits about him. Then everything was going to be all right, for the cure was already arranged, and after an hour Peter Marlowe was calmer, and at least coherent. But the king knew he was not getting through to him. He saw that he was nodding from time to time, but he knew, deep down, that Peter Marlowe was quite beyond him. And if he was beyond him, the king, he was beyond anyone.
"Is it time now?"
Peter Marlowe asked, almost blinded with pain, knowing if he did not go now, he would never go. The king knew that it was too early for safety, but he knew too that he could not keep him in the hut any longer, so he sent guards in all directions. The whole area was covered. Max was watching Gray, who was on his bunk. Byron Jones III was watching Timpson, and Timpson was north by the gate, waiting for the drug shipment, and Timpson's boys, another source of danger, were still desperately combing the area for the hijacker. The king and Tex watched Peter Marlowe walk, zombie-like, out of the hut and across the path and up to the storm ditch. He wavered on the brink, then stepped across it and began to stagger towards the fence.
Jesus,
Tex said.
I can't watch.
I can't either, the king said. Peter Marlowe was trying to focus his eyes on the fence, through the pain and delirium that was engulfing him. He was praying for a bullet. He could stand the agony no longer, but no bullet came, so he walked on, grimly erect, then reeled against the fence. He grabbed a wire to steady himself for a moment, then he bent down to step through the wires and gave a little moan as he fell into the dregs of hell. The king and Tex ran to the fence and picked him up and dragged him away from the fence. "What's the matter with him?" someone asked from the darkness. "Guess he's just gone stir-crazy," the king said. "Come on, Tex, let's get him in the hut." They carried him into the hut and laid him on the king's bed. Then Tex hurried away to recall their guards, and the hut returned to normal. Just one guard out. Peter Marlowe lay on the bed, moaning and mumbling deliriously. After a while he came out of the faint. "Oh, Christ!" he gasped, and tried to get off the bed, but his body defeated him. "Here," the king said anxiously, giving him 4 aspirins. "Take it easy. You'll be all right." His hand was shaking as he helped him to drink some water. Son of a bitch, he thought bitterly. If Timpson doesn't bring the stuff tonight, Peter won't make it. And if he doesn't, then how the hell am I going to get the dough? Son of a bitch. When Timpson finally arrived, the king was a wreck. "Hi, cobber." Timpson was nervous too. He had had to cover for his best cobber up by the main gate while the man had gone through the wire and into the Japanese doctor's quarters, which were 50 yards away and not so very far from the Yoshima house and too near the guardhouse for any man's nerves. But the Aussie had sneaked in and sneaked out, and while Timpson knew there ain't no thief in the world like a digger on the make for a piece of merchandise, no thief in the world. Even so, he had sweated, waiting until the man got back safely. "Where are we going to fix him?" he asked. "Here." "All right, better post some guards." "Where's the nurse?" "I'm the first one," Timpson said queasily. "Stephen can't get down here now. He'll take on from me." "You sure you know what the hell you're doing?" "Strike a bleeding light," Timpson said. "Course I know. You got some water boiling?" "No." "Well, get some. Don't you Yanks know anything? Keep your shirt on." The king nodded to Tex, and Tex got the water going. Timpson undid the surgical haversack and laid out a little towel. "I'll be goddamned," Tex said. "I ain't never seen something so clean before. Why, it's almost blue, it's so white." Timpson spat and washed his hands carefully with a new cake of soap and started to boil the hypodermic and forceps. Then he bent over Peter Marlowe and slapped his face a little. "Hey, cobber." "Yes," Peter Marlowe said weakly. "I'm going to clean the wound, right?" Peter Marlowe had to concentrate. "What?" "I'm going to give you the antitoxin." "I've got to get up to the hospital," he said drunkenly. "It's time now. Cut it. I'm telling you." His spirit left him once more. "Just as well," Timpson said. When the hypodermic was sterilized, Timpson gave an injection of morphine. "You help," he said brusquely to the king. "Keep the bloody sweat out of me eyes." Obediently, the king got a towel. Timpson waited until the injection reacted, then he ripped off the old bandage and laid the wound bare. Jesus! The whole wound area was puffy and purple and green. "I think it's too late." "My God," the king said. "No wonder the poor son of a bitch was crazy." Gritting his teeth, Timpson carefully cut away the worst of the rotted, putrid skin and probed deep and washed the wound as clean as he could. Then he sprinkled sulphur powder over it and neatly rebandaged it. When this was done, he straightened and sighed. "My bleeding back." He looked at the purity of the bandage, then turned to the king. "Got a piece of shirt?" The king grabbed a shirt from the wall and gave it to him. Timpson ripped the arm out and tore it into a rough bandage and wrapped it on top of the bandage. "What the hell's that for?" the king asked blearily. "Camouflage," Timpson said. "I suppose you think he can walk around the camp with a nice new bandage on him and not get stopped by curious docs and MPs asking him where the hell he got it." "Oh, I see." "Well, now, there's something." The king let the crack pass. He was too qualmish with the memory of Peter Marlowe's arm and the smell of it, and the blood, and the clotted mucus bandage that lay on the floor. "Hey, Tex, get rid of that stinking thing." "Who, me? Why get rid of it?" Tex reluctantly picked up the bandage and went outside. He kicked the soft earth away and buried it. and was sick. When he came back, he said, "Thank God I don't have to do this every day." Timson shakily filled the hypodermic and bent over Peter Marlowe's arm. "You gotta watch. Watch for Christ's sake," he growled as he saw the king turn away. "If Stephen doesn't come, maybe you'll have to do it. The injection's got to be intravenous, right? You find the vein, then you just stick the needle in and inch out a little until you can pull some blood into the syringe, see? Then you're sure the needle's in the vein. Once you're sure, you just squirt the antitoxin in, but not fast. Take about 3 minutes for the CC. The king watched, revolted, until the needle was jerked out and Timson pressed a little piece of cotton wool over the puncture. "God damn it," the king said. "I'll never be able to do that." "You want to let him die? Okay." Timson was sweating, and nauseated too. "And my old man wanted me to be a doctor." He pushed the king out of the way and put his head out of the window and was violently sick. "Get me some coffee, for God's sake." Peter Marlowe stirred and became half awake. "You're going to be all right, Cobber. You understand me?" Timson bent over him, gentle. Peter Marlowe nodded myopically and lifted his arm. For a moment he stared at it unbelievingly. Then he muttered, "What happened? It's still on. It's still on." "Of course it's on," the king said proudly. "We just fixed you up. Antitoxin, the lot. Me and Timson." But Peter Marlowe only looked at him, his mouth working and no words coming out. Then at length he said in a whisper, "It's still on." He used his right hand to feel the arm that should not be there, but was, and when he was sure he was not dreaming, he lay back in a pool of sweat and closed his eyes and began to cry. A few minutes later he was asleep. "Poor bugger," Timson said. "He must have thought he was on the op table." "How long's he going to be out?" "About another couple of hours." "Listen," Timson said, "he's got to have an injection every 6 hours until the toxin's out of him, for, say, about 48 hours, and new dressings every day, and more sulphur. But you got to remember, he must keep up the injections. And don't be surprised if he vomits all over the place. There's bound to be a reaction, a bad one. I made the first dose heavy." "You think he'll be all right?" "I'll answer that in 10 days. Timson got the haversack together and made a neat little parcel of the towel, soap, hypodermic, antitoxin, and sulphur powder. "Now let's settle up, right?" The king took out the pack that Shagata had given him. "Smoke?" "Ta." When the cigarettes were lit, the king said, matter of fact, "We can settle up when the diamond deal goes through." "Oh, no, mate. I deliver as I get paid. That's nothing to do with this," Timson said sharply. "No harm in waiting a day or so. You got enough money and then some from the profit." He stopped suddenly as he hit upon the answer. "Oh," he said with a broad smile, jerking his thumb at Peter Marlowe. "No money until your cobber goes and gets it, right?" The king slipped off his wristwatch. "You want to hold this as security?" "Oh, no, matey. I trust you." He looked at Peter Marlowe. "Well, seems like a lot depends on you, old son." When he turned back to the king, his eyes were crinkled merrily. "Gives me time, too, don't it?" "Huh?" the king said innocently. "Come off it, mate. You know the ring's been bushwhacked. There's only you in the camp what can handle it. If I could have, you think I'd let you in on it?" Timson's beam was seraphic. "So that gives me time to find the bushwhacker, right? If he comes to you first, you won't have the money to pay, right? Without the money, he won't let go of it, right? No money, no deal." Timson waited, and then said benignly, "Course you could tell me when the bastard offers it, couldn't you? After all, it's me property, right?" "Right," the king said agreeably. "But you won't," Timson sighed. "What a lot of ruddy thieves." He bent over Peter Marlowe and checked his pulse. He said reflectively. "Pulse is up." "Thanks for the help, Tim." "Think nothing of it, mate. I've got a vested interest in the bastard, right? And I'm going to watch him like a ruddy hawk, right?" He laughed again and went out. The king was exhausted. After he had made himself some coffee, he felt better, and he lay back in the chair and drifted into sleep. He awoke with a start and looked at the bed. Peter Marlowe was staring at him.
"Hello,"
Peter Marlowe said weakly. "How do you feel?" The king stretched and got up.
"Like hell. I'm going to be sick any moment. You know, there's nothing I can say."
The king lit the last of the queurs and stuck it between Peter Marlowe's lips. "You earned it, buddy." While Peter Marlowe lay gathering strength, the king told him about the treatment and what had to be done.
"The only place I can think of," Peter Marlowe said, "is the colonel's place. Mac can wake me and help me down from the hut. I can lie in my own bunk most of the time."
The king gingerly held one of his mess cans as Peter Marlowe vomited.
"Better keep it handy. Sorry." "My God,"
Peter Marlowe said aghast as he remembered.
"The money. Did I get it?"
"No, you passed out this side of the wire."
"Oh, God. I don't think I could make it tonight."
"No sweat, Peter. Soon as you feel better. No point in taking chances."
"It won't harm the deal?"
"No, don't worry about that." Peter Marlowe was sick again, and when he had recovered, he looked terrible.
"Funny,"
he said, holding back a retch.
"Had a weird dream. Dreamed I had a terrific row with Mac and the Colonel and old Father Donovan. My God, I'm glad it was a dream."
He forced himself up on his good arm, wavered and lay back.
"Help me up, will you?"
"Take your time. It's only just after lights out."
"Mate!"
The king leaped to the window and stared out into the darkness. He saw the faint outline of the little weasel man crouching against the wall.
"Hurry,"
the man whispered.
"I've got a stone here."
"You'll have to wait," the king said. "I can't give you the money for 2 days."
"Why, you rotten bastard!"
"Listen, you son of a bitch," the king said. "If you want to wait for 2 days, great. You don't, go to hell."
"All right, 2 days."
The man swore obscenely and disappeared. The king heard his feet patter away, and in a moment he heard other feet, hot in pursuit. Then silence, broken only by the hum of the crickets.
"What was that all about?"
Peter Marlowe said. "Nothing," replied the king, wondering if the man had escaped. But he knew that whatever happened, he would get the diamond, so long as he got the money. Chapter 22. For 2 days, Peter Marlowe battled with death, but he had the will to live, and he lived.
"Peter!"
Mac gently shook him awake.
"Yes, Mac?"
"It's time."
Mac helped Peter Marlowe off the bunk, and together they manoeuvred down the steps, youth leaning on age, and made their way into the darkness to the bungalow. Stephen was already there and waiting. Peter Marlowe lay on Larkin's bunk and submitted again to the needle stab. He had to bite hard, not to shout. Stephen was gentle, but the needle was blunt. "There," Stephen said. "Now let's take your temperature." He put the thermometer in Peter Marlowe's mouth, then took off the bandages and looked at the wound. The swelling was down and the green and purple hue was gone, and hard, clean scabs covered the wound. Stephen spread more sulphur powder on the wound. Very good. Stephen was pleased with the success of the treatment, but not pleased with today at all. That dirty Sergeant Fatty, he thought, nasty man. He knows I hate doing it, but he picks me every time. "Rotten," he said out loud. "What?" Mac and Larkin and Peter Marlowe were concerned.
"Is it all right?"
Peter Marlowe asked. "Oh, yes, dear. I was talking about something else. Now let's see the temperature." Stephen took the thermometer out and smiled at Peter Marlowe, reading the measure. "Normal. At least just a point over normal, but that doesn't matter. You're lucky. Very lucky." He held up the empty antitoxin bottle. "I just gave you the last of it." Stephen took his pulse. "Very good." He looked up at Mac. "Do you have a towel?" Mac gave it to him, and Stephen put cold water on it and put a compress on Peter Marlowe's head. "I found these," he said, giving him 2 aspirins. "They'll help a little, dear. Now rest for a while." He turned to Mac and got up and sighed and smoothed his sarong around his hips. "There's nothing more for me to do. He's very weak. You'll have to give him some broth, and all the eggs you can get, and take care of him. He turned back and looked at the gauntness of Peter Marlowe. He must have lost 15 pounds in the last 2 days, and that's dangerous at his weight, poor boy. He can't weigh more than 8 stone, which isn't much for his size.
We'd like to thank you, Stephen, Larkin said gruffly. We, appreciate all your work, you know.
Always glad to help, said Stephen brightly, fixing a lock of hair that curled on his forehead. Mac glanced at Larkin.
If there's anything, Stephen, we can do, just say the word.
That's very kind. You're both so kind, he said delicately, admiring the colonel, increasing their embarrassment, playing with a St. Christopher locket that he wore around his neck. If you could just do my borehole detail for me tomorrow, well, I'd do anything. Just anything. I can't stand those smelly cockroaches. Disgusting, he gushed. Would you?
All right, Stephen, Larkin said sourly.
We'll see you at dawn, then, Mac grunted and moved back a little, out of the way of Stephen's attempted caress. Larkin was not quick enough, and Stephen put his hand on the colonel's waist and patted it affectionately. Night, dears. Oh, you're both so kind to Stephen. When he'd gone, Larkin glared at Mac.
You say anything and I'll pin your ears back.
Mac chuckled.
Here, Mon, dinna fash yourself. But you certainly gave the impression you enjoyed it.
He bent down to Peter Marlowe, who'd been watching.
Hey, Peter?
I think you're both ready for a peace, said Peter Marlowe, smiling faintly. He's well paid, but you two go offering your services, tempting him. But what he could see in you two old farts, damned if I know. Mac grinned at Larkin.
The wee lad is better than somewhat. Now he can pull his weight for a change, and not, how is it the king puts it? Yes, and not goof off.
Is it 2 or 3 days since the first injection? Peter Marlowe said. 2 days. 2 days? Feels more like 2 years, Peter Marlowe thought. But tomorrow I'll be strong enough to get the money. That night, after the last roll call, Father Donovan came to play bridge with them. When Peter Marlowe told them about the nightmare quarrel he had had with them, they all laughed.
Hey, laddie,
Mac said, your mind can play strange tricks with you when there's fever on you. Yes, Father Donovan said. Then he smiled at Peter. I'm glad your arm is healed, Peter. Peter Marlowe smiled back. There's not much that goes on that you don't know about, is there? There's not much that goes on that he doesn't know about. Donovan was very sure, and completely peaceful. We're in good hands. Then he chuckled and added, Even you 3.
Well, that's something, Mac said, though I think the colonel is far beyond the pale.
After the game, and after Donovan had left, Mac nodded to Larkin. You keep a lookout. We'll hear the news, then call it a night. Larkin watched the road, and Peter Marlowe sat on the veranda and tried to keep his eyes alert. 2 days. Needles in his arm, and now he was cured and had his arm back. Strange days. Dream days. And now it was all right. The news was enormously good, and they all went back to their beds. Their sleep was dreamless and contented. At dawn, Mac went to the chicken run and found 3 eggs. He brought them back and made an omelette and filled it with a little rice he had saved from yesterday and perfumed it with a sliver of garlic. Then he carried it up to Peter Marlowe's hut and woke him and watched while he ate it all. Suddenly Spence rushed into the hut. "Hey, chaps!" he shouted. "There's a mail in the camp!" Mac's stomach turned over. Oh, God, let there be one for me. But there was no letter for Mac. In all, there were 43 letters among the 10,000. The Japanese had given mail to the camp twice in 3 years, a few letters. And on 3 occasions the men had been allowed to write a postcard of 25 words. But whether these cards were ever delivered, they did not know. Larkin was one who got a letter, the first he had ever received. His letter was dated April 2nd, 1945, 4 months old. The age of the other letters varied from 3 weeks to more than 2 years. Larkin read and reread the letter. Then he read it to Mac, Peter Marlowe and the King, sitting on the veranda of the bungalow. "Darling, this letter is number 205, it began. "I'm well and Jeanie is well, and Mother is staying with us, and we live just where we've always lived. We've had no news of you since your letter dated February 1st, 1942, posted from Singapore. But even so, we know you're well and happy, and we're praying for your safe return. I've started each letter off the same, so if you've read the above before, forgive me, but it's difficult not knowing if this one will reach you, if any of them have. I love you, I need you, and I miss you more than I can bear at times. Today I feel sad. I don't know why, but I am. I don't want to be depressed, and I wanted to tell you all manner of wonderful things. Perhaps I'm sad because of Mrs. Goebel. She got a postcard yesterday, and I didn't. I'm just selfish, I suppose, but that's me. Anyway, be sure to tell Vic Goebel that his wife Sarah got a postcard dated January 6th, 1943. She is well, and his son is bonny. Sarah is so happy that she is back in contact again. Ah, yes, and the regiment girls are all right. Timson's mother is just grand, and don't forget to remember me to Tom Masters. I saw his wife last night. She's well too and making a lot of money for him. She's in a new business. Ah, yes, and I saw Elizabeth Ford, Mary Vickers. Larkin looked up from the letter. She mentions maybe a dozen wives, but the men are dead. All of them. The only man who's alive is Timson. Read on, laddie, said Mac quietly, achingly aware of the agony that was written in Larkin's eyes. Today's hot, Larkin continued, and I'm sitting on the veranda, and Jean is playing in the garden. And I think this weekend I'll go up to the cottage in the Blue Mountains. I'd write about the news, but that's not allowed. Oh, God, how do you write in a vacuum? How do I know? Where are you, my love? For the love of Christ, where are you? I won't write any more. I'll just finish the letter here and won't send it. Oh, my love, I pray for you. Pray for me. Please pray for me. Pray for me. After a pause, Larkin said, There's no signature, and the address is in my mother's handwriting. Well, what do you think of that? You know how it is with a lass, Mac said. She probably just put it in a drawer, and then your mother found it and air-posted it off without reading it, without asking her. You know how mothers are. More than likely, Betty forgot all about it, and the next day she wrote another letter when she felt better. What does she mean by pray for me? Larkin asked. She knows I do. Every day. What's going on? For Christ's sake, is she sick or something? There's no need to worry, Colonel, Peter Marlowe said. What the hell do you know about things? Larkin flared abruptly. How the hell can't I worry? Well, at least you know she's all right and your daughter's all right, Mac slammed back, beside himself with longing. Bless your luck that far. We've not had a letter, none of us. You're lucky. And he stamped out furiously. I'm sorry, Mac. Larkin ran after him and pulled him back. I'm sorry. It's just that, after such a time... Hey, laddie, it wasn't anything you said. That was just me. It's me who should apologise. I was sick with jealousy. I think I hate these letters. You can say that again, the king said, enough to drive you crazy. Guys that get 'em go crazy, guys that don't go crazy. Nothing but trouble. It was dusk, just after chow. The whole American hut was assembled. Kurt spat on the floor and put the tray down. Here's 9. I kept one. My 10%. He spat again and left. They all looked at the tray. I think I'm going to be sick again, Peter Marlowe said. Don't blame you, the king agreed. I don't know about that, Max cleared his throat. They look just like rabbit legs. Small, sure, but still rabbit legs. You want to try one? The king asked. Hell no, I just said they looked like them. I can have an opinion, can't I? My ruddy oath, Timson said. Never thought we'd really sell any. If I didn't know... Tex stopped. I'm so hungry, and I ain't seen that much meat since we got that dog. What dog? Max asked suspiciously. Oh, hell, it was, years ago, Tex said, back in, 43. Oh, God damn, said the king, still fascinated by the tray. It looks all right. He bent forward and sniffed the meat, but did not put his nose too close. It smells all right. But it ain't, Byron Jones III interrupted acidly. It's rat meat. The king pulled his head back. What the hell you say that for, you son of a bitch? He said through the laughter. Well, that is rat, for Christ's sake. The way you were going on, it was enough to make a guy hungry. Peter Marlowe carefully picked up a leg and laid it on a banana leaf.
This I've got to have,
he said, and returned to his hut. He went to his bunk and whispered to Ewart.
Maybe we'll eat very well tonight.
What?
Never mind. Something special.
Peter Marlowe knew that Drinkwater was overhearing them. Furtively he put the banana leaf on his shelf and said to Ewart,
I'll be back in a mo.
Half an hour later he came back, and the banana leaf was gone, and so was Drinkwater.
Did you go out?
Peter Marlowe asked Ewart.
Only for a moment.
Drinkwater wanted me to get some water for him, said he was feeling proper poorly. And then Peter Marlowe had hysterics, and everyone in the hut thought he had gone off his head. Only when Mike shook him could he stop laughing.
Sorry, just a private joke.
When Drinkwater came back, Peter Marlowe pretended to be mortally concerned about the loss of some food. And Drinkwater was concerned too, and said, licking his chops, "What a dirty trick!" And Peter Marlowe's hysterics began again. At length Peter Marlowe groped into his bunk and lay back, exhausted by the laughter. And quickly this exhaustion added to the exhaustion of the last 2 days. He fell asleep, and in his dreams Drinkwater was eating mountains of little haunches, and he, Peter Marlowe, was there watching all the time, and Drinkwater kept saying, "What's the matter? They're delicious. Delicious." Ewart shook him awake.
There's an American outside, Peter. Wants to talk to you.
Peter Marlowe still felt weak and nauseated, but he got off the bed.
Where's Drinkwater?
I don't know. He took off after you had the fit.
Oh.
Peter Marlowe laughed again.
I was afraid it might have been a dream.
What?
Ewart studied him.
Nothing.
Don't know what's getting into you, Peter. You've been acting very strange lately.
Tex was waiting for Peter Marlowe in the lee of the hut.
Pete, he whispered, the king sent me. You're overdue.
Oh, blast! Sorry, I dropped off.
Yeah, that's what he figured. Better get with it, he told me to tell you.
Tex frowned.
You all right?
Yes. Still a bit weak. I'll be all right.
Tex nodded, then hurried away. Peter Marlowe rubbed his face and then walked down the steps to the asphalt road and stood under the shower, his body drinking strength from the cold. Then he filled his bottle and walked heavily to the latrines. He chose a hole at the bottom of the slope as near as possible to the wire. There was only a thread of a moon. He waited until the latrine area was momentarily empty, then he slipped across the naked ground and under the wire and into the jungle. He kept low as he skirted the wire, avoiding the sentry that he knew was meandering the path between jungle and fence. It took him an hour to find the spot where he had hidden the money. He sat down and took the inches of notes and tied them around his thighs and doubled his sarong around his waist. Now, instead of reaching the ground, the sarong was knee-length, and the bulk of it helped to hide the untoward thickness of his legs. He had to wait another hour just outside the latrine area before he could slip under the wire. He squatted down on the borehole in the darkness to catch his breath and wait until his heart was calmer. At length, he picked up his bottle and left the latrine area.
"Hello, cobber,"
Timpson said with a grin, coming out of the shadows.
"Gorgeous night, ain't it?"
"Yes,"
Peter Marlowe said.
"Beautiful night for a walk, right?"
"Oh?
Mind if I walks along with you?"
"No, come along, Tim. I'm happy to have you. Then there won't be any bloody hijackers, right?"
"Right, mate. You're a toff."
"You're not bad yourself, you old bastard."
Peter Marlowe slapped him on the back.
"I never did thank you."
"Think nothing of it, mate. My bloody oath."
Timpson chuckled.
"You nearly had me fooled. I thought you was only going to take a pong."
The king was grim when he saw Timpson, but at the same time he was not too grim, for the money was once more in his possession. He counted it and put it in the black box. "Now all we need's the ice."
"Yes, mate."
Timpson cleared his throat.
"If we catch the bushwhacker before he comes here, or after he comes here, then I gets the price we agreed, right? If you buy the ring from him and we don't catch him, then you're the winner, right? Fair enough?"
"Sure," the king said. "It's a deal."
"Good-o. God help him if we catch him."
Timpson nodded to Peter Marlowe and walked out. "Peter, take the bed," the king said, sitting on the black box. "You look wrung out."
"I thought I'd go on back."
"Stick around.
I need someone I can trust." The king was sweating, and the heat of the money from the black box seemed to be burning through the wood. So Peter Marlowe lay on the bed, his heart still aching from the strain. He slept, but his mind was alert. "Mate," the king jumped to the window. "Now? Hurry." The little man was vastly afraid, and the white of his eyes caught the light as they darted back and forth. "Come on, hurry!" The king slammed the key into the lock and threw back the lid and took out the pile of 10,000 he had already counted and rushed back to the window. "Here, 10 grand. I've counted it. Where's the diamond?" "When I gets the money." "When I've got the diamond," the king said, still holding tight to the notes. The little man stared up belligerently and then opened his fist. The king stared at the diamond ring, examining it, not making a move to take it. "Got to make sure," he told himself urgently. "Got to make sure. Yes, it's the one. I think it's the one." "Go on, mate," grated the little man. "Take it." The king let go of the notes only when he had a firm grip on the ring, and the little man darted away. The king held his breath and bent down beside the light and examined the ring carefully. "We've done it, Peter, buddy," he whispered, elated. "We've done it. We got the diamond, and we've got the money." The stress of the last few days closing in on him, the king opened a little sack of coffee beans and made as though to bury the diamond deep within. Instead, he palmed the ring neatly. Even Peter Marlowe, the closest man to him, was fooled. As soon as he had locked the box, he was overcome with a fit of coughing. No one saw him transfer the ring to his mouth. He felt around for the cup of cold coffee and drank it down, swallowing the stone. Now the diamond was safe. Very safe. He sat on a chair, waiting for the tension to pass. "Oh, yes," he told himself exultantly. "You've done it." A danger whistle cut the stillness. Max slipped through the doorway. "Cops," he said, and quickly joined the game of poker. "God damn!" The king forced his legs to move, and he grabbed the stacks of money. He threw an inch at Peter Marlowe, stuffed an inch into his own pockets, and raced down the room to the poker table and gave each man a stack which they stuffed in their pockets. Then he dealt out the rest on the table and grabbed another seat and joined the game. "Come on, for Christ's sake, deal," the king said. All right, Max said. 5 card. He pushed out $100. 100 to play. "Make it 2, Tex said, beaming. "I'm in." They were all in, and gloating and happy, and Max dealt the first 2 cards and dealt himself an ace up. "I bet 400. "You're 4 and up 4, said Tex, who had a deuce face up and nothing in the hole. "I'm in," said the king. And then he looked up, and Gray was standing at the door, between Bruff and Yoshima, and behind Yoshima were Shigata and another guard. Chapter 23. "Stand by your beds," Bruff ordered, his face stark and drawn. The king shot a murderous glance at Max, who was the night's lookout. Max had failed in his job. He had said cops and not noticed the Japanese. If he had said Japs, a different plan would have been used. Peter Marlowe tried to get to his feet. Standing made his nausea worse, so he stumbled to the king's table and leaned against it. Yoshima was looking down at the money on the table. Bruff had already seen it and winced. Gray had noticed it, and his pulse had quickened.
"Where did this money come from?"
Yoshima said. There was a vast silence. Then Yoshima shouted,
"Where did this money come from?"
The king was dying inside. He had seen Shigata, and knew Shigata was nervous, and the king knew he was within an ace of Outram Road. "It's gambling money, sir." Yoshima walked the length of the hut until he was in front of the king.
"None from black market?"
he asked. "No, sir," he said, forcing a smile. Peter Marlowe felt the vomit rising. He reeled heavily and almost fell, and could not keep his eyes focused. "Can I sit, please?" he said. Yoshima looked down the room and noticed the armband.
"What is an English officer doing here?"
He was surprised, for his informants had told him there was very little fraternization with the Americans. "I was just visiting," but Peter Marlowe could not continue. "Excuse—" He lurched to the window and vomited.
"What's the matter with him?"
Yoshima asked. "I think
It's fever, sir."
"You," Yoshima said to Tex, "sit him on that chair."
"Yes, sir," Tex said. Yoshima looked back at the king.
"How is there so much money without a black market?" he said silkily.
The king was conscious of the eyes upon him, and conscious of the appalling silence, and conscious of the diamond inside him, and conscious of Shigata in the doorway. He cleared his throat. "We've saved our dough for gambling." Yoshima's hand cracked against the king's face, rocking him backward.
"Liar!"
The blow did not hurt, really, but at the same time it seemed to be a death smash. "My God," the king told himself, "I'm dead. My luck's run out."
"Captain Yoshima,"
Bruff began to walk up the length of the hut. He knew there was no use in trying to interfere. Perhaps he would make it worse, but he had to try.
"Shut up,"
Yoshima said.
"The man lies. Everyone knows, stinking Yank."
Yoshima turned his back on Bruff and looked up at the king.
"Give me your water bottle."
In a dream, the king got his bottle off the shelf and handed it to Yoshima. The Japanese poured the water out, shook the bottle and peered into it. Then he tossed it on the floor and moved to Tex.
"Give me your water bottle."
Peter Marlowe's stomach heaved again. What about the water bottles? His brain screamed. Are Mac and Larkin being searched? And what happens if Yoshima asks for mine? He gagged and staggered to the window. Yoshima worked his way around the hut, examining every bottle. At last he stood in front of Peter Marlowe.
"Your water bottle."
began Peter Marlowe, and again nausea overwhelmed him and buckled his knees, and he was beyond speech. Yoshima turned to Shigata and said something furiously in Japanese at him. Shigata said,
"Hey! You!"
Yoshima pointed at Gray.
"Go with this man and the guard, and get the water bottle."
"Very well." "Excuse me, sir," the king said quickly. "His water bottle's here." The king reached under his bed and pulled out a bottle, his spare, kept in secret against a rainy day. Yoshima took it. It was very heavy. Heavy enough to contain a radio, or part of a radio. He pulled out the cork and upended it. A stream of dry rice grains poured out, and kept pouring until it was empty and light. No radio inside. Yoshima hurled the bottle away.
"Where is the radio?" he shouted.
"There isn't one," began Bruff, hoping to God Yoshima wouldn't ask him why the Englishman who was visiting should put his water bottle under a bed.
"Shut up!"
Yoshima and the guards searched the hut, making sure that there were no more water bottles, and then Yoshima went through the water bottles again.
"Where is the water bottle radio?" he shouted. "I know it is here. That one of you has it. Where is it?"
"There's no radio here," Bruff repeated. "If you like, we'll strip the whole hut for you." Yoshima knew that somehow his information was wrong. This time he had not been told the hiding place, only that it was contained in a water bottle, or water bottles, and tonight one of the men who owned it was at this moment in the American hut. His eyes looked at each man. Who? Oh, he could certainly march them all up to the guardhouse, but that wouldn't help. Not without the radio. The general didn't like failures, and without the radio. So this time he had failed. He turned to Gray.
"You will inform the camp commandant that all water bottles are confiscated. They are to be taken up to the guardhouse tonight."
"Yes, sir," Gray said. His whole face seemed eyes. Yoshima realized that by the time the water bottles were taken to the guardhouse, the one or ones containing the radio would be buried or hidden. But that didn't matter. It would make the search easier, for the hiding place would have to be changed, and in the changing eyes would be watching. Who would have thought a radio could be put inside a water bottle?
"Yankee pigs," he snarled. "You think you're so clever, so strong, so big. Well, remember, if this war lasts 100 years, we will beat you. Even if you beat the Germans, we can fight on alone. You will never beat us, never. You may kill many of us, but we will kill many more of you. You will never conquer us, because we are patient and not afraid to die. Even if it takes 200 years, eventually we will destroy you."
Then he stormed out. Bruff turned on the king.
"You're supposed to be on the ball, and you let the Jap bastard and guards walk into the hut with all that loot spread around? You need your head examined."
"Yes, sir, I sure as hell do."
"And another thing, where's the diamond?"
"What diamond, sir?" Bruff sat down.
"Colonel Smedley Taylor called me in and said that Captain Gray had information that you've got a diamond ring you're not supposed to have. You and Flight Lieutenant Marlowe. Of course, any searching to be done, I've got to be present. And I've no objection to Captain Gray looking, so long as I'm here. We were just about to hightail it over here when Yoshima busted in with his guards and started yakking about he was going to search this hut. One of you was supposed to have a radio in a water bottle. How crazy can you get? Gray and I were told to go with him."
Now that the search was over, he thanked God there was no water-bottled radio here, and he knew also that Peter Marlowe and the king were part of the radio detail. Why else would the king pretend that an American water bottle belonged to the Englishman?
"All right," Bruff said to the king. "Take your clothes off. You're going to be searched, and your bunk and your black box." He turned around. "The rest of you guys keep it quiet and get on with your game." He glanced back at the king. "Unless you want to hand over the diamond."
"What diamond, sir?" As the king began undressing, Bruff went over to Peter Marlowe.
"Anything I can get you, Pete?"
he asked.
"Just some water."
"Tex," Bruff ordered, "get some water."
Then to Peter Marlowe.
"You look terrible. What is it?"
"Just fever. Feel rough."
Peter Marlowe lay back on Tex's bed and forced a weak smile.
"That bloody Jap frightened me to death."
"Me too."
Gray went through King's clothes and the black box and his shelves and the sack of beans, and the men were astonished when the search failed to uncover the diamond.
"Marlowe!"
Gray stood in front of him. Peter Marlowe's eyes were bloodshot, and he could hardly see.
"Yes? I want to search you."
"Listen, Gray," Bruff said. "You're within your rights to search here if I'm here, but you got no authority."
"It's all right," Peter Marlowe said. "I don't mind. If I don't, he'll only think. Give me a hand with him."
Peter Marlowe took off his sarong and threw it and the inch of money onto a bed. Gray went through the hems carefully. Angrily he threw the sarong back.
"Where did you get this money?"
"Gambling," Peter Marlowe said, retrieving his sarong.
"You?"
Gray barked at the king.
"What about this?"
He held up another inch of notes. "Gambling, sir," the king said innocently as he dressed, and Bruff hid a smile.
"Where's the diamond?"
"What diamond, sir?" Bruff got up and moved down to the poker table.
"Looks as though there's no diamond."
"Then where did all this money come from?"
"The man says that it's gambling money. There's no law against gambling. Of course, I don't approve of gambling either," he added with a thin smile, his eyes on the king.
"You know that's not possible,"
Gray said. "It's not probable, if that's what you mean," interrupted Bruff. He was sorry for Gray, with his death-bright eyes, his mouth twitching and his hands palsied. Sorry for him.
"You wanted to search here and you've searched, and there's no diamond."
He stopped as Peter Marlowe began to reel towards the door. The king caught him just before he fell. "Here, I'll help you," the king said. "I'd better take him to his hut."
"You stay here," said Bruff. "Gray, maybe you'd give him a hand."
"He can drop dead as far as I'm concerned."
Gray's eyes went to the king.
"You too, but not before I've caught you. And I will."
"When you do, I'll throw the book at him."
Bruff glanced at the king.
"Right?"
"Yes, sir." Bruff glanced back at Gray.
"But until you do, or he disobeys my orders, there's nothing to be done."
"Then order him to stop black marketing," Gray said.
Bruff kept his temper.
"Anything for a peaceful life," he said,
and felt his men's contempt, and smiled inside. Sons of bitches.
"You," he said to the king, "you're ordered to stop black marketing. As I understand black marketing, it means to sell food, any goods, anything to your own people for profit. You're not to sell anything for profit."
"Dealing in contraband, that's black marketing."
"Captain Gray, selling for profit, or even stealing from the enemy is not black marketing. There's no harm in a little trading. But it's against orders, Jap orders. And I don't acknowledge enemy orders. And they are the enemy."
Bruff wanted to end this nonsense.
"No black marketing. It's ordered."
"You Americans stick together. I'll say that for you."
"Now don't you start. I've had enough for one night from Yoshima. No one's black marketing here or breaking any laws that are laws, so far as I know. Now that's the end of it. I catch anyone stealing anything or selling food for profit or drugs for profit, I'll break his arm off myself and stuff it down his throat. And I'm senior American officer, and these are my men, and that's what I say. Understand?"
Gray stared at Bruff and promised himself that he would watch him too. Rotten people. Rotten officers. He turned and stalked out of the hut.
"Help Peter back to his bunk, Tex," said Bruff.
"Sure, Don." Tex lifted him in his arms and grinned at Bruff.
"Like a baby, sir,"
he said, and went out. Bruff stared at the money on the poker table.
"Yeah," he said, nodding as though to himself. "Gambling's no good. No goddamn good at all."
He looked up at the king and said sweetly,
"I don't approve of gambling. Do you?"
"Watch yourself," the king told himself. "Bruff's got that mean officer look about him. Why is it only son-of-a-bitch officers get that look, and why is it you always know it, and can always smell the danger 20 feet away?" "Well," the king said, offering Bruff a cigarette and holding the light for him, "I guess it depends on how you look at it."
"Thanks. Nothing like a tailor-made."
Once more Bruff's eyes locked on the king's.
"And how do you look at it, Corporal?"
"If I'm winning, it looks good. If I'm losing, not so good." And added under his breath,
"You son of a bitch. What the hell's on your mind?"
Bruff grunted and looked at the stack of notes in front of the place where the king had been seated. Nodding thoughtfully, he thumbed through the notes and held them in his hand. All of them. His eyes saw the large piles in front of every place.
"Looks like everybody's winning in this school," he said reflectively to no one in particular.
The king didn't answer.
"Looks like you could afford a contribution."
"Huh?"
"Yes. Huh, God damn it." Bruff held up the notes. "About this much. To go into the goddamn pool. Officers and enlisted men alike."
The king moaned. "There's part of $400.
"Jesus, Don, gambling's a bad habit. Like swearing, goddammit. You play cards, you might just lose the money. Then where'd you be? A contribution would save your soul for better things."
"Barter, you fool," the king told himself. "Settle for half."
"Gee, I'd be happy to." "Good."
Bruff turned to Max.
"You too, Max."
"But, sir," the king began heatedly.
"You had your say."
Max tried not to look at the king, and Bruff said,
"That's right, Max. You look at him. Good man. He's made a contribution. Why the hell can't you?"
Bruff took 3/4 of the notes from each stack and counted the money quickly, in front of them. The king had to sit and watch.
"That makes $10 a man a week for 6 weeks, said Bruff. "Thursday's payday. Oh, yeah. Max, collect all water bottles and take them up to the guardhouse. Right now."
He stuffed the money into his pocket, then walked to the door. At the door he had a sudden thought. He took the notes out once more and peeled off a single $5 bill. Looking at the king, he tossed it into the center of the table.
"Burying money."
His smile was angelic.
"Night, you guys."
Throughout the camp, the collection of water bottles was underway. Mac and Larkin and Peter Marlowe were in the bungalow. On the bed beside Peter Marlowe were their water bottles.
"We could take the wireless out of them and drop the cases down a borehole," Mac said. "Those bloody bottles are going to be difficult to hide now."
"We could drop them as they are down a borehole," Larkin said.
"You don't really mean that, do you, Colonel?"
asked Peter Marlowe.
"No, copper. But I said it, and we should all decide what to do."
Mac picked up one of the bottles.
"Perhaps they'll return the other ones in a day or so. We cannot hide the guts of the bottles any better than they're hid now."
He looked up and said venomously,
"But who's the bastard who knows?"
They stared at the water bottles.
"Isn't it about time to listen for the news?"
Peter Marlowe said.
"Aye, laddie,"
Max said, and looked at Larkin.
"I agree," he said.
The king was still awake when Timson peered through the window.
"Cobber?"
"Yeah?" Timson held up a bundle of notes.
"We got the 10 you paid?"
The king sighed, and he opened his black box and paid Timson what was owed.
"Thanks, Cobber,"
Timson chuckled.
"Here you had a set to with Gray and Yoshima."
"So?"
"Nothing. Just a pity Gray didn't find the stone. I wouldn't be in your shoes, or Pete's for that. Oh dear, no. Very dangerous, right?"
"Go to hell, Timson." Timson laughed.
"Just a friendly warning, right? Oh, yes. The first shipment of nettings under the hut, enough for 100 or so cages."
He peeled off $120.
"I sold the first shipment at 30 a leg. Here's your cut. 50-50.
"Who's got 'em?" Timson winked.
"Just friends of mine. Night, Cobber."
The king relaxed in his bed and rechecked to see that the net was once more tight under his mattress. He was alert for danger. He knew that he could not go to the village for 2 days, and between then and now many eyes would be watching and waiting. That night his sleep was fitful, and the next day he stayed in the hut, surrounded by guards. After lunch there was a sudden search of the bungalow area. 3 times the guards went through the little rooms before the search was called off. At nightfall Mac groped his way to the latrine area and pulled up the 3 water bottles that were dangling on a string in one of the boreholes. He cleaned them and brought them back to the room and connected them. He, Larkin and Peter Marlowe listened to the news, memorizing it. Afterwards he did not take the bottles back to their cache, for though he had been cautious, he knew he had been observed. The 3 of them decided not to hide the bottles any more. They knew, without despair, that very soon they would be caught. Chapter 24. The king hurried through the jungle. As he approached the camp he became more careful until he was in a position just opposite the American hut. He lay on the ground and yawned contentedly, waiting for the moment to slip across the path and under the wire and back to the safety of the hut. The balance of the money bulked his pockets. He had gone alone to the village. Peter Marlowe was not fit enough to go with him. He had met Chung San and given him the diamond. Then they had had a feast, and he had gone to Cassie, and she had welcomed him. Dawn was painting the new day as King sneaked under the wire and into the hut. It was only when he got in bed that he noticed that his black box was missing.
"Why, you stupid sons of bitches!" he screamed. "Can't you be trusted to do a goddamn thing?"
"God damn it to hell," Max said.
"It was there a few hours ago. I got up to go to the latrine. Where the hell is it now?"
But none of the men had seen or heard anything.
"Get Samson and Brandt," the king said to Max.
"Jesus," Max said.
"It's a little early."
"I said get 'em." In half an hour Colonel Sampson arrived, wet with fear.
"What's the matter? You know I mustn't be seen here. Some son of a bitch has stolen my box. You can help find out who did it." "How can I?"
"I don't care how," the king interrupted.
"Just keep your ears open around the officers. There's no more dough for you until I know who's done it." "But, Corporal, I had nothing to do with it."
"As soon as I know, the weekly payoff will start again. Now beat it." A few minutes later Major Brandt arrived and got the same treatment. As soon as he left, the king fixed himself some breakfast, while the others in the hut were scouring the camp. He had just finished eating when Peter Marlowe came in. The king told him about the theft of the black box.
"That's a bad bit of luck,"
Peter Marlowe said. The king nodded, then winked.
"It doesn't matter. I got the rest of the dough from Chung San, so we've plenty. I just thought it was about time to bear down a little. The guys got careless, and as a matter of principle."
He handed him a small pile of notes.
"Here's your cut from the diamond."
Peter Marlowe wanted the money badly, but he shook his head.
"You keep it. I owe you much more than I can ever pay you. And there's the money you put out for the medicine."
"All right, Peter, but we're still partners."
Peter Marlowe smiled.
"Good.
The trap-door opened and Kurt climbed up into the room. 70 so far, he said. Huh? The king said. It's B-Day. God damn, the king said. I'd forgotten all about it. Just as well I didn't, ain't it? I'll butcher another 10 in a few days. No need in feeding the males. There's 5 or 6 that are big enough. The king felt sick, but he said, All right, I'll tell Timpson. When Kurt had gone, Peter Marlowe said, I don't think I'll come around for a day or so. Huh? I think it's better. We can't hide the wireless anymore. We've decided, the 3 of us, to stay around the room. You want to commit suicide? Get rid of the goddamn thing if you figure you're spotted. Then if you're questioned, deny it. We thought about that. But ours is the only wireless left, so we want to keep it going as long as we can. With a little luck, we won't be caught. You better look after number 1, buddy. Peter Marlowe smiled. Yes, I know. That's why I'm not coming here for a while. Don't want to drag you into anything. What are you going to do if Yoshima starts heading your way? Make a run for it. Run where, for God's sake? Better that than just sit. Dino, the guard of the moment, stuck his head through the doorway. Excuse me, but Timpson's heading this way. Okay, the king said. I'll see him. He turned back to Peter Marlowe. It's your neck, Peter. My advice is dump it. Wish we could, but we can't. The king knew that there was nothing he could do. Hi, Cobber, Timpson said as he came in, his face taut with anger. Heard you had a bad bit of luck, right? I need a new set of watchdogs, that's for sure. You and me both, Timpson said furiously. The bushwhackers dumped your black books under my bloody hut. My hut! What? That's right. It's there, under my hut, clean as a whistle. Bloody bastards, that's the truth. No Aussie'd steal it and dump it under my hut. No, sir. Got to be a Pommy or a Yank. Like who? I don't know. All I know is they weren't none of mine. You got my ruddy oath on that. I'll believe you. But you can spread the word. There's $1,000 reward for the proof as to who hijacked my box. The king reached under his pillow and deliberately pulled out the pile of notes that Chung San had given him for the completion of the sale. He peeled off $300 and offered them to Timpson, who was staring wide-eyed at the vastness of the pile. I'll need some sugar and coffee and oil, maybe a coconut or 2. You fix it? Timpson took the money, unable to tear his eyes from the remaining pile of notes. You completed the sale, right? My ruddy oath. Never thought you'd do it. But you have, right? Sure, the king said nonchalantly. I got enough to last a month or 2. A bloody year, mate, Timpson said, overwhelmed. He turned and walked slowly to the door, then looked back with a sudden laugh. 1,000, eh? I'd say that'd produce results, right? Yeah, the king said. Just a question of time. Within the hour, the news of the reward had spread through the camp. Eyes began to watch with renewed interest. Ears were tuned to catch the whispers on the wind. Memories were searched and researched. It was only a question of time before the 1,000 would be claimed. That night, when the king walked the camp, he felt, as never before, the hate and the envy and the strength of the eyes. It made him feel good, and better than good, for he knew that they all knew he had a vast pile of notes where they had none, that he, of all of them, truly had it made. Samson sought him out, and Brandt, and many others, and though he sickened at their fawning, it pleased him enormously that for the first time they did it in public. He passed the MP hut, and even Grey, standing outside, merely returned his neat salute and did not call him in to be searched. The king smiled to himself, knowing that even Grey was thinking about the stack of notes and the reward. Nothing could touch the king now. The stack of notes were safety and life and power, and they were his alone. Chapter 25. When Yoshima came this time, he came stealthily, but with great speed. He did not come as usual through the camp along the road, but he came with many guards through the wire. And when Peter Marlowe saw the first of the guards, the bungalow was already surrounded, and there was nowhere to run. Mac was still under his mosquito net, listening through the earphone, when Yoshima swooped into the bungalow. Peter Marlowe and Larkin and Mac were herded into one corner. Then Yoshima picked up the earphone and listened. The radio was still connected, and he heard the tail end of the news broadcast.
"Very ingenious," he said,
putting the earphone down.
"Your names, please."
"I'm Colonel Larkin, this is Major McCoy, and this is Flight Lieutenant Marlowe." Yoshima smiled.
"Would you like a cigarette?" he asked.
They each took a cigarette and accepted a light from Yoshima, who also lit one for himself. They all smoked in silence. Then Yoshima spoke.
"Disconnect the radio and come with me."
Mac's fingers trembled as he bent down. He looked around nervously, as another Japanese officer appeared abruptly out of the night. The officer whispered urgently in Yoshima's ear. For a moment Yoshima stared at him, speechless. Then he snapped at a guard who posted himself in the doorway and hurried away, with the officer and all the other guards.
"What's up?"
said Larkin, his eyes on the guard who covered them with a bayoneted rifle. Mac stood near his bed, above the radio, his knees shaking, hardly breathing. When at length he could talk, he said hoarsely,
"I think I know. It's the news. I didn't have time to tell you. We've a new type of bomb, an atom bomb. Yesterday, at 8:15 in the morning, one was dropped on Hiroshima. The whole city disappeared. They say the casualties will be in the hundreds of thousands. Men, women and children." "Oh my God."
Larkin sat suddenly, and the nervous guard cocked his rifle and half pressed the trigger as Mac shouted in Malay,
"Wait, he's just sitting." "All of you sit,"
the guard shouted back in Malay, cursing them. When they had obeyed him, he said,
"Thou art fools. Be more careful as thou move, for I am responsible that thou do not escape. Sit where thou art, and stay where thou art. I will shoot thee without question."
So they sat, and did not talk. In time they fell asleep, dozing restlessly under the harsh light of the electric lamp, slapping at the mosquitoes until dawn took away the mosquitoes. At dawn the guard was changed. Still the three friends sat. Outside the bungalow, nervous men walked the path, but they looked the other way until they were well clear of the condemned room. The day was bleak under the scorching sky. It dragged long, longer than any day had ever dragged. In the middle of the afternoon, the three looked up as Gray approached the guard and saluted. In his hands were 2 mess cans.
"Can I give them this, Markan?"
He opened the mess cans and showed the guard the food. The guard shrugged and nodded. Gray walked across the veranda and put the food down at the doorway, his eyes red-rimmed and piercing.
"Sorry it's cold," he said.
"Come to gloat, Gray, old man," Peter Marlowe said with a mirthless smile.
"It's no bloody satisfaction to me that they're going to put you away. I wanted to catch you breaking the laws, not see you caught for risking your life for the good of us all. Just your bloody luck you'll go in a blaze of glory."
"Peter,"
Mac whispered, "distract the guard."
Peter Marlowe got up and quickly moved to the doorway. He saluted the guard and asked permission to go to the latrine. The guard pointed to the ground just outside the bungalow. Peter Marlowe squatted in the dirt and relieved himself, hating to do it there in the open, but thankful that they were not going to be made to do it in the little room. As the guard watched Peter Marlowe, Mac whispered the news to Gray, who blanched. Gray got up and nodded to Peter Marlowe, who nodded back, and saluted the guard once more. The guard pointed at the fly-covered mess and told Gray to return with a bucket and clean it away. Gray passed the news on to Smedley Taylor, who whispered it to the others, and soon the whole of Changi knew, long before Gray had found a bucket and had cleaned away the mess and set another bucket on the ground for them to use. The first of the great fears permeated the camp, the fear of reprisal. At sundown the guard was changed again, and the new guard was Shigata. Peter Marlowe tried to talk to him, but Shigata just motioned him back into the little room with his bayonet.
"I cannot talk with thee. Thou hast been caught with a radio, which is forbidden. I will shoot even thee if any of thee attempt to escape. I do not wish to shoot thee." And he moved back to the door. My bloody oath, Larkin said. I wish they'd just finish us off.
Mac looked at Shagata.
Sir, he said, motioning toward his bed, I beg thee a favour. May I rest there, please? I slept little in the night. Assuredly, rest while thou hast time, old man. I thank thee. Peace be upon thee, and upon thee.
Mac went over to his bed and lay down. He let his head rest on the pillow.
It's still connected, he said, keeping his voice level with difficulty. There's a music recital. I can hear it clearly.
Larkin saw the earphone near Mac's head and suddenly laughed. Then they were all laughing. Shagata jerked his rifle towards the men.
"Stop it!"
he shouted, frightened by the laughter.
"We beg thy pardon," Peter Marlowe said. "It is just that we, who are so near eternity, find small things amusing. Truly thou art near death, and also a fool to be caught breaking the law. But I hope that I may have the courage of laughter when my time arrives."
He threw a pack of cigarettes into the room.
"Here," he said. "I'm sorry that thou hast been caught." "No sorrier than I," Peter Marlowe said.
He divided the cigarettes and glanced across at Mac.
"What's the recital?"
"Bach, laddie," Mac said, hard put not to break out into hysterical laughter again. He moved his head nearer the earphone.
"Shut up, will you now? I'd like to enjoy the music."
"Maybe we can take turns," Larkin said. "Anyone who can enjoy Bach is a bit of a wit." Peter Marlowe smoked his cigarette and said pleasantly to Shagata,
"Thank thee for thy cigarettes."
Flies were swarming the bucket and its rough lid on top. The afternoon rains came early and settled the stench, and then the sun came out and began to dry the wetness of Changi. The king walked down the line of bungalows, conscious of the eyes on him. He stopped cautiously outside the condemned bungalow. "Tabe, Shagata-san," he said. "Ichiban day, no? Can I talk to my Ichiban friend?" Shagata stared at him uncomprehendingly.
"He begs thy permission to talk to me," Peter Marlowe said.
Shagata thought a moment, then nodded.
"Because of the money I made from the sale, I will let thee talk."
He turned to Peter Marlowe.
"If I have thy words that thou wilt not try to escape." "Thou hast our words. Be quick. I will watch."
Shagata moved so that he could keep an eye on the road.
"There's a rumour that guards are pouring into the guardhouse," the king began nervously. "God damned if I'm going to sleep tonight. They're just the sort of bastards who do it at night."
His lips felt dry, and he had been watching the wire all day, hoping for a sign from the guerrillas that would trigger the decision to make a break. But there had been none.
"Listen,"
he dropped his voice and told them about the plan.
"When the killing starts, rush the guard and break out near our hut. I'll try and cover for the three of you, but don't hope for much."
Then he got up and nodded to Shagata and walked away. Once in the American hut, he called a council of war. He told them of his plan, but he didn't tell them that only 10 could go. They all discussed the plan and then decided to wait.
"Can't do more," Ruff said, echoing their fears. "If we tried now, we'd be shot to pieces."
Only the very sick slept that night, or those, the infinite few, who could commit themselves peacefully into the hands of God, or fate. Dave Davin was sleeping.
"They brought Dave back from Outram Road this afternoon," Gray had whispered as he brought them their evening meal. "How is he?" Peter Marlowe asked. "He only weighs 70 pounds.
Davin slept that night, and the next awesome day, and he died in his coma, as Mac was listening to the news commentator. "The second atom bomb has destroyed Nagasaki. President Truman has issued a last ultimatum to Japan. Surrender unconditionally or face total destruction." The next day the work parties went out and, unbelievably, returned. Rations continued to come into the camp, and Samson weighed the rations in public and took extra down to the men who had put him in charge of the supplies. There were still 2 days' rations in the store hut and cookhouses, and there was cooked food, and the flies swarmed and nothing had changed. The bedbugs bit, and the mosquitoes bit, and the rats suckled their young. A few men died. Ward 6, had 3 new patients. Another day, and another night, and another day. Then Mac heard the holy words. "This is Calcutta calling. The Tokyo radio has just announced that the Japanese government has surrendered unconditionally. 3 years, 250 days since the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The war is over. God save the king." Soon all of Changi knew, and the words became part of the earth and sky and walls and cells of Changi. Still, for 2 more days and 2 more nights, nothing changed. On the 3rd day, the camp commandant walked along the line of bungalows with Awata, the Japanese sergeant. Peter Marlowe and Mac and Larkin saw the 2 men approaching, and they died 1,000 times for each pace the men took. They knew at once that their time had come. Chapter 26. "Patti," Mac said. "Yes," replied Larkin. Peter Marlowe simply stared at Awata, frozen. The camp commandant's face was etched deep with fatigue, but even so his shoulders were squared and he walked firmly. He was dressed neatly, as always, the left arm of his shirt tucked neatly into his belt. On his feet were wooden slippers, and he wore his peaked cap, grey-green with years of tropic sweat. He walked up the steps of the veranda and hesitated in the doorway. "Good morning," he said hoarsely as they got up. Awata snapped gutturally at the guard. The guard bowed and fell into place beside Awata. Another curt order, and the 2 men shouldered their rifles and walked away. "It's over," the camp commandant said throatily. "Bring the wireless and follow me." Numbly they did as he ordered, and they walked out of the room into the sun. And the sun and the air felt good. They followed the camp commandant up the street, watched by the stunned eyes of Changi. The 6 senior colonels were waiting in the camp commandant's quarters. Bruff was also there. They all saluted. "Stand easy, please," the camp commandant said, returning the salute. Then he turned to the 3. "Sit down. We owe you a debt of gratitude." Eventually Larkin said, "It's really over?" "Yes. I've just seen the general." The camp commandant looked around the speechless faces, collecting his thoughts. "At least I think it's over," he said. "Yoshima was with the general. I said, the war's over. The general just stared at me when Yoshima translated. I waited, but he said nothing, so I said again, 'The war's over. I demand your surrender.'" The camp commandant rubbed his bald head. "I didn't know what else to say. For a long time the general just looked at me. Yoshima said nothing at all. Then the general said, and Yoshima interpreted, 'Yes, the war is over. You will return to your post in the camp. I have ordered my guards to turn their backs on the camp and guard you against anyone who tries to force an entrance into the camp to hurt you. They are your guards now, for your protection, until I have further orders. You are still responsible for the camp's discipline.' I didn't know what to say, so I asked him to double the rations and give us medicines, and he said, 'Tomorrow the rations will be doubled. You will receive some medical supplies. Unfortunately, we do not have much, but you are responsible for discipline. My guards will protect you against those who wish to kill you.' 'Who are they?' I asked. The general shrugged and said, 'Your enemies. This interview is over.' 'God damn,' Bruff said. 'Maybe they want us to go out, to give them an excuse to shoot us.' 'We can't let the men out,' Smedley Taylor said, appalled. 'They'd riot. But we must do something. Perhaps we should tell them to hand over their weapons.' The camp commandant held up his hand. 'I think all we can do is wait. I'm
I think someone will arrive, and until they do, I think it's best we carry on as usual. Oh yes, we are allowed to send a bathing party to the sea, 5 men from each hut, in rotation." "Oh, my God," he said, and it was a prayer. "I hope no one goes off half-cocked. There's still no guarantee that the Japs here will obey the surrender. They may even go on fighting. All we can do is hope for the best and prepare for the worst."
He paused and looked at Larkin.
"I think that the wireless should be left here."
He nodded at Smedley Taylor.
"You'll arrange for permanent guards?"
"Yes, sir."
"Of course,"
the camp commandant said to Larkin, including Peter Marlowe and Mac.
"You are still to operate it."
"If you don't mind, sir," Mac said, "let someone else do that. I'll repair it if anything goes wrong, but, well, I suppose you want to have it connected 24 hours a day. We couldn't do that, and somehow, well, speaking for myself, now that it's in the open, let people share in the listening."
"Take care of it, Colonel,"
the camp commandant said. "Yes, sir," Smedley Taylor said.
"Now we'd better discuss operations."
Outside the camp commandant's quarters, a group of curious bystanders, including Max, began to collect, impatient to learn what was being said and what had happened, and why the Japanese guard had been taken off the radio. When Max could stand the strain no longer, he ran back to the American hut. "Hey, you guys!" he managed to shout. "The Japs are coming!" The king was ready to jump through the window and head for the fence. "No, Jesus!" Max said, out of breath, unable to go on. "Well, what the hell's up?" the king said. "They've taken the Jap guards off Pete and the radio," Max said, getting his breath. "And the camp commandant took Pete, Larkin, and the Scot and the radio up to his quarters. There's a big powwow going on there right now. All the senior colonels are there, even Bruff's there." "You sure?" the king asked. "I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes, but I don't believe it either." In the violent silence, the king pulled out a cigarette, and then Tex said what he had already realized. "It's over, then. It's really over. That's what it's got to mean. If they've taken the guard off the radio—" Tex looked around. "Doesn't it?" Max sank heavily onto his bunk and wiped the sweat off his face. "That's what I figure. If they've taken the guard away, that means that they're gonna give up here, not go on fighting." He peered at Tex helplessly. "Doesn't it?" But Tex was lost in his own private bewilderment. At length he said impassively, "It's over." The king soberly puffed his cigarette. "I'll believe it when I see it." Then suddenly, in the eerie silence, he was afraid. Dino was automatically maiming flies. Byron Jones III absently moved a bishop. Miller took it and left his queen unguarded. Max was staring at his feet. Tex scratched. "Well, I don't feel different," Dino said and stood up. "I gotta go take a piss." And he went out. "Don't know whether I'm gonna laugh or cry," Max said. "Just feel like I'm gonna throw up." "Don't make sense," Tex said aloud, but he was talking to himself and did not know that he had spoken. "Just don't make sense." "Hey, Max," the king said, "you want to fix some coffee?" Automatically, Max went out and filled the saucepan with water. When he came back, he plugged in the hot plate and set the saucepan on it. He began to go back to his bunk, but he stopped in his tracks, turned around and stared at the king. "What's the matter, Max?" the king said uneasily. Max just looked at him, his lips moving spastically and soundlessly. "What the hell are you staring at?" Suddenly Max grabbed the saucepan and hurled it through the window. "You out of your goddamn mind?" the king exploded. "You got me all wet." "That's tough," Max shouted, his eyes bulging. "I ought to beat the bejesus out of you. You gone crazy?" "The war's over. Get your own goddamn coffee," Max screamed, a touch of foam in the corners of his lips. The king was on his feet and towering over Max, his face mottled with rage. "You get out of here before I put my foot through your face. You do that. Just do that. But don't forget I'm a top sergeant. I'll have you court-martialed." Max began to laugh hysterically. Then abruptly the laughter turned to tears, shattering tears, and Max fled the hut, leaving a horrified silence in his wake.
"Crazy son of a bitch," the king muttered.
"Fix some water, will you, Tex?" And he sat down in his corner. Tex was at the doorway, staring after Max. He looked around slowly. "I'm busy," he said after an agony of indecision. The king's stomach turned over. He forced back his nausea and set his face. "Yeah," the king said with a grim smile. "So I notice." He could feel the depths of the stillness. He took out his wallet and selected a note. "Here's a 10 spot. Get unbusy and go get some water, will you?" He hid the ache in his bowels and watched Tex. But Tex said nothing, just shuddered nervously and looked away. "You still got to eat, till it's really over," the king said disdainfully, then looked around the hut. "Who wants some coffee?" "I'd like some coffee," Dino spoke up unapologetically. He fetched the saucepan and filled it and set it to cook. The king dropped the $10 note on the table. Dino stared at it. "No thanks," he said throatily, shaking his head. "Just a coffee." He walked unsteadily back down the length of the hut. Self-consciously, the men turned away from the king's smouldering contempt. "I hope for your sakes, you sons of bitches, the war's over for real," the king said. When the colonel returned, a week later, Mema was shocked to see him look so ill. He interrupted her brusquely. She stared at him incredulously. "I don't understand."
"We have surrendered,"
he began again.
"The war is over. We have lost."
"But that's impossible," Mema cried, brinked on insanity. "You told me—"
"Apparently," said the colonel, "my information was incorrect."
"But then—" Mema stared at him, bewildered. "Then the English and Americans, they've beaten us. I mean—" The words were almost too extraordinary to say. "You mean we've beaten you?"
"Yes."
The colonel grimly took off his samurai sword and sat down. "But that means—" Mema sank onto a chair, staring at him, trying to understand. Then the thoughts burst through her. "Then Mac, my husband—"
"You will have to speak in Japanese if you wish me to understand you," the colonel said curtly.
"Then my husband? What about my real husband?"
"He may be dead. He may be alive. Perhaps he is."
"Alive?" Mem repeated weakly.
"Yes."
The colonel got up.
"You are free to go."
"Go where?" she burst out.
"Anywhere. With the loss of the war, my love for you is lost. The war is over. My love is over."
But what shall I do?"
"That is your problem."
Mema got up and weakly sat again, for her legs did not seem to be her own, trying to understand, trying to think. But it was too difficult. Too difficult. "Be patient with me, my husband," she said. "The war is over, and we have lost."
"I've said so," the colonel snapped. "This whole interview is distasteful."
Mema didn't hear the words, so locked was she in her nightmare. "Then what I think, will you please kill me before you commit harikiri?" The tears were streaming.
"I'm not going to commit harikiri,"
said the colonel contemptuously.
But our code of honor, Bushido. You're a samurai."
"I obey the orders of the Emperor. He has ordered that we surrender."
The scales fell from Mema's eyes, and she saw him standing before her. In one clear instant she knew. She knew.
"You're afraid," she gasped.
"You're afraid." "I'm not."
The colonel's face was ashen.
"You're afraid, you, the samurai. You're afraid."
"I am going now, with my men. We have orders to assemble for transshipment for home."
He bowed curtly and walked, The heels of his polished boots clicked on the veranda steps, and he began to walk down them.
"But what about me?" Memma gasped. "And our children?"
The Colonel stopped and looked back at her.
"Angus is your child, not mine. And as for the girl, she's a half-caste and a bastard. Do what you like with her."
Memma stared at him blankly.
"What?"
The Colonel's fury lashed out.
"It would be easy to kill you. Very easy. But you can live and take your own life. You damned whites. You've beaten us. But by my ancestors I can have a little revenge by leaving you alive. Let's both be honest. You bought yourself a soft life with your body. You're no better than a whore. Rot in the stupid hell you believe in for all I care."
Then he walked down the path, and his chauffeur bowed, and he got into the car, and the chauffeur closed the door, and the car was lost in the Sumatran night. Memma was crying now, piteously.
"Okasan?"
piped Angus as he ran across the room.
"Okasan? Doshta naiteruno?"
Memma stared at him blankly, not understanding the gibberish words.
"What did you say, darling?"
Angus stared at her, frightened, not understanding the strange gibberish that his mother was speaking, and not understanding her tears. So he said again, pathetically,
"Okasan?"
And Memma forced her brain to think the words her son understood. Japanese words. Only Japanese words. Her son, the son of her and Angus McCoy, who might be alive, her true husband.
"I don't know, my son,"
she said, the tears streaming. Then there were more frightened little feet, and then little Nobu was in her arms, whimpering, too young to know speech, but old enough to know terror, and know that tears were frightening, and that her mother was frightened even as she. And because Memma was crying, silently, helplessly, frighteningly, and moaning in a strange gibberish, Angus and little Nobu began crying too, caught in her arms.
"Oh, God," Memma said aloud, "what shall I do? What shall I do?"
Peter Marlowe walked out of the camp commandant's quarters and hurried towards the American hut. He replied automatically to the greetings of the men he knew, and he could sense the constant eyes, incredulous eyes, that watched him. Yes, he thought, I don't believe it either. Soon to be home, soon to fly again, soon to see my old man again, drink with him, laugh with him, and all the family. God, it'll be strange. I'm alive. I'm alive. I made it. "Hello, you fellas," he beamed as he entered the hut. "Hi, Peter," Tex said as he jumped to his feet and shook his hand warmly. "Boy, were we glad to hear about the guard, old buddy." "That's a masterpiece of understatement," Peter Marlowe said and laughed. As they surrounded him, he basked in the warmth of their greetings. "What happened with the brass?" Dino asked. Peter Marlowe told them, and they became even more apprehensive. All except Tex. "Hell, there's no need to prepare for the worst. It's over," he said confidently. "It's over for sure," Max said gruffly as he walked into the hut. "Hello, Max. Peter Marlowe did not continue. He was shocked by the frightening look in Max's eyes. "You all right?" he asked, perturbed. "Course I'm all right," Max flared. He shoved past and fell on his bunk. "What the hell are you staring at? Can't a guy lose his temper once in a while all you bastards staring?" "Take it easy," Tex said. "Thank Christ I'll be out of this lousy dump soon." Max's face was grey-brown and his mouth twitched. "And that goes for you lousy bastards. Shut up, Max. Go to hell!" Max wiped the spittle from his chin. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of $10 notes, then savagely ripped them and scattered them like confetti. "What the hell's gotten into you, Max?" Tex asked. "Nothing, you son of a bitch. The bills are no goddamn good." "Huh? I just been to the store. Yeah, thought I'd get me a coconut. But that goddamn Chinese wouldn't take my dough. Wouldn't take it. Said he'd sold his whole stock to the goddamn camp commandant. On a note, the English government promises to pay X straight dollars. You can wipe your goddamn ass on the Jap bucks. That's all they're good for." "Wow," Tex said. "That's the clincher. If the Chinese won't take the dough, then we've really got it made, eh, Peter?" "We have indeed." Peter Marlowe felt warmed by their friendship. Even Max's malevolent stare could not destroy his happiness. "Can't tell you how much you fellas have helped me, kidding around and all that." "Hell," Dino said, "you're one of us." He punched him playfully. "You're not bad for a goddamn limey." "You better get your ass stateside when you get out. We might even let you become an American," Byron Jones III said. "You gotta see Texas, Peter boy. You ever get to the States, you gotta come to the state." "Not much chance of that," Peter Marlowe said amid the catcalls. "But if I ever do, you can depend on it." He glanced towards the king's corner. "Where's our fearless leader?" "He's dead," Max rocked with obscene laughter. "What?" Peter Marlowe said, frightened in spite of himself. "He's still alive," Tex said, "but he's dead all the same." Peter Marlowe looked searchingly at Tex. Then he saw the expressions on all their faces. Suddenly he felt very sad. "Don't you think that's a little abrupt?" "Abrupt nothing," Max spat. "He's dead. We worked our asses off for that son of a bitch, and now he's dead." Peter Marlowe pounced on Max, loathing him. "But when things were bad, he gave you food and money, and—" "We worked for it," Max screamed, the tendons in his neck stretching. "I took enough crap from that bastard." His eyes saw the rank insignia on Peter Marlowe's arm. "And from you, you limey bastard. You want to kiss my ass like you kissed his?" "Shut up, Max," Tex said warningly. "Drop dead, you Lone Star pimp." Max spat at Tex, and the spittle streaked the rough wood floor. Tex flushed. He hurled himself at Max and smashed him against the wall with a back-handed blow across the face. Max reeled and fell off his bunk, but he whirled to his feet, grabbed a knife off his shelf, and lunged at Peter Marlowe. Tex just managed to catch Max's arm, and the knife only scored Peter Marlowe's stomach. Dino grabbed Max around the throat and shoved him back on the bunk. "You out of your skull?" Dino gasped. Max stared up, his face twitching, his eyes fixed on Peter Marlowe. Suddenly he began screaming, and he hurled himself off the bunk, fighting insanely, his arms flailing, lips stretched from his teeth, nails clawing. Peter Marlowe grabbed an arm, and they all fell on Max and hauled him back to the bunk. It took 3 men to hold him down as he kicked and screamed and fought and bit. "He's flipped!" Tex shouted. "Clobber him, someone!" "Get some rope!" Peter Marlowe yelled frantically as he held on to Max, his forearm jammed under Max's chin away from the grinding teeth. Dino shifted his grip, worked one arm free, and smashed Max on the jaw, knocking him unconscious. "Jesus," he said to Peter Marlowe as they stood up. "He goddamn near murdered you." "Quick," Peter Marlowe said urgently. "Put something between his teeth. He'll bite his bloody tongue off." Dino found a piece of wood and they tied it between Max's teeth. Then they tied his hands. When Max was secure, Peter Marlowe relaxed, weak with relief. "Thanks, Tex. If you hadn't stopped that knife, I would have had it."
"Think nothing of it. Reflex action. What are we going to do about him?"
"Get a doctor. He just had a fit, that's all. There wasn't any knife." Peter Marlowe rubbed the score on his stomach as he watched Max jerking spastically. "Poor bugger." "Thank God you stopped him, Tex," Dino said. "Gives me a sweat to think about it." Peter Marlowe looked at the king's corner. It seemed very lonely. Unconsciously, he flexed his hand and arm, and gloried in its strength.
"How is it, Peter?"
Tex asked. It took Peter Marlowe a long time to find the right words. "Alive, Tex, alive. Not dead." Then he turned and walked out of the hut into the sun. When he found the king, eventually, it was already dusk. The king was sitting on a broken coconut stump in the north vegetable garden, half hidden by vines. He was staring moodily out of the camp and made no sign that he had heard Peter Marlowe approaching. "Hello, old chap," Peter Marlowe said cheerfully. But the welcome in him died when he saw the king's eyes.
"What do you want, sir?" the king asked, insultingly.
"I wanted to see you. Just wanted to see you." Oh, my God, he thought with pity, as he saw through his friend.
"Well, you've seen me. So now what?"
The king turned his back.
"Get lost."
"I'm your friend, remember?"
"I got no friends. Get lost."
Peter Marlowe squatted down beside the coconut stump and found the 2 tailor-made cigarettes in his pocket. "Have a smoke. I got them off Shigata."
"Smoke 'em yourself, sir."
For a moment Peter Marlowe wished that he had not found the king, but he did not leave. He carefully lit the 2 cigarettes and offered one to the king. The king made no move to take it.
"Go on, please."
The king smashed the cigarette out of his hands.
"Screw you and your goddamn cigarette. You want to stay here? All right."
He got up and began to stride away. Peter Marlowe caught his arm.
"Wait. This is the greatest day in our lives. Don't spoil it because your cellmate's got a little thoughtless."
"You take your hand away," the king said through his teeth, "or I'll stomp it off."
"Don't worry about them,"
Peter Marlowe said, the words beginning to pour out of him.
"The war's over. That's the important thing. It's over and we've survived. Remember what you used to drum into me about looking after number 1? Well, you're all right. You've made it. What does it matter what they say?"
"I don't give a good goddamn about them. They've got nothing to do with it. And I don't give a good goddamn about you."
The king ripped his arm away. Peter Marlowe stared at the king helplessly.
"I'm your friend, damn it. Let me help you."
"I don't need your help."
"I know, but I'd like to stay friends. Look," he continued with difficulty, "you'll be home soon."
"The hell I will,"
the king said, his blood roaring in his ears.
"I got no home."
The wind rustled the leaves. Crickets grated monotonously. Mosquitoes swarmed around them. Hut lights began to cast harsh shadows, and the moon sailed in a velvet sky.
"Don't worry, old chum,"
Peter Marlowe said compassionately.
"Everything's going to be all right."
He did not flinch from the fear he saw in the king's eyes.
"Is it?"
the king said in torment.
"Yes."
Peter Marlowe hesitated.
"You're sorry it's over, aren't you?"
"Leave me alone. God damn it, leave me alone,"
the king shouted and turned away and sat on the coconut stump.
"You'll be all right,"
Peter Marlowe said.
"And I'm your friend. Never forget it."
He reached out with his left hand and touched the king's shoulder, and he felt the shoulder jerk away under his touch.
"Night, old chum,"
he said quietly.
"See you tomorrow."
And miserably he walked away. Tomorrow, he promised himself, tomorrow I'll be able to help him. The king shifted on the coconut stump, glad to be alone, terrified by his loneliness. Colonels Smedley Taylor and Jones and Sellers were cleaning their plates.
"Magnificent," Sellers said, licking the juice off his fingers.
Smedley Taylor sucked the bone, though it was already quite clean.
"Jones, my boy, I have to hand it to you," he belched. "What a superb way to end the day. Delicious. Just like rabbit. A little stringy and somewhat tough, but delicious. Haven't enjoyed a meal so much in years," Sellers chortled. "The meat's a little greasy, but by Jove, just marvellous." He glanced at Jones. "Can you get any more? 1 leg each isn't very much."
"Perhaps." Jones picked up the last grain of rice delicately. His plate was dry and empty, and he was feeling very full.
"It was a bit of luck, wasn't it? Where did you get them?" "Blakely told me about them. An Aussie was selling them." Jones belched. "I bought all he had." He glanced at Smedley Taylor. "Lucky you had the money."
Smedley Taylor grunted.
"Yes."
He opened a wallet and tossed $360 on the table. "There's enough for another 6. No need to stint ourselves, gentlemen?" Sellers looked at the notes.
"If you had all this money hidden away, why didn't you use it a little months ago?"
"Why, indeed?" Smedley Taylor got up and stretched. "Because I was saving it for today. And that's the end of it," he added. His granite eyes locked on Sellers.
"Oh, come off it, man. I don't want you to say anything. I just can't understand how you managed to do it, that's all."
Jones smiled.
"Must have been an inside job. I hear the king nearly had a heart attack."
"What's the king got to do with my money?" Smedley Taylor asked.
"Nothing."
Jones began counting the money. There were indeed $360, enough for 12 Rusaticus haunches at $30 each, which was their real price. Not $60, as Smedley Taylor believed. Jones smiled to himself, thinking that Smedley Taylor could well afford to pay double, now that he had so much money. He wondered how Smedley Taylor had managed to effect the theft, but he knew Smedley Taylor was right to keep a tight rein on his secrets. Like the other 3 Rusaticus, the ones that he and Blakely had cooked and eaten in secret this afternoon. Blakely had eaten one, he had eaten the other two, and the two added to the one he had just devoured was the reason that he was satiated.
"My God," he said, rubbing his stomach, "don't think I could eat as much every day." "You'll get used to it," Sellers said. "I'm still hungry. Try and get some more, there's a good chap."
Smedley Taylor said,
"How about a rubber or two?"
"Admirable," said Sellers. "Who'll we get as a fourth?"
"Sampson?"
Jones laughed.
"I bet he'd be very upset if he knew about the meat." "How long do you think it'll take our fellows to come to Singapore?" Sellers asked, trying to conceal his anxiety.
Smedley Taylor looked at Jones.
"A few days. At the most, a week. If the Japs here are really going to give in. If they leave us the wireless, they mean to." "I hope so. My God, I hope so."
They looked at one another, the goodness of the food forgotten, lost in the worry of the future.
"Nothing to worry about. It's going to be all right,"
Smedley Taylor said, outwardly confident. But inside he was panicked, thinking of Maisie and his sons and daughter, wondering if they were alive. Just before dawn, a 4-engined airplane roared over the camp. Whether it was Allied or Japanese, no one knew, but at the first sound of the engines the men had been panic-stricken, waiting for the expected bombs that would rain down. When the bombs did not fall, and the airplane droned away, the panic built once more. Perhaps they've forgotten us. They'll never come. Ewart groped his way into the hut and shook Peter Marlowe awake.
"Peter, there's a rumour that the plane circled the airfield, that a man parachuted out of it."
"Did you see it?"
"No."
"Did you talk to anyone who did?"
"No, it's just a rumour."
Ewart tried not to show his fear.
"I'm scared to death that as soon as the fleet comes into the harbour, the Japs will go crazy."
"They won't."
"I went up to the camp commandant's office. There's a whole group of chaps there. They keep giving out news bulletins. The last one said—"
For a moment Ewart couldn't speak. Then he continued.
"That the casualties in Hiroshima and Nagasaki are over 300,000. They say people are still dying like flies there. That this hell bomb does something to the air and keeps on killing. My God, if that happened to London and I was in charge of a camp like this, I'd slaughter everyone. I would. By God, I would."
Peter Marlowe calmed him, then left the hut and walked to the gate in the gathering light. Inside he was still afraid. He knew that Ewart was right. Such a hell bomb was too much. But he knew, of a sudden, a great truth, and he blessed the brains that had invented the bombs. Only the bombs had saved Changi from oblivion. Oh yes, he told himself, whatever happens because of the bombs, I will bless the first two and the men who made them. Only they have given me back my life when there was truly no hope of life. And though the first two have consumed a multitude, by their very vastness they have saved the lives of countless 100,000 others. Ours. And theirs. By the Lord God, this is the truth. He found himself beside the main gate. The guards were there as usual. Their backs were toward the camp, but they still had rifles in their hands. Peter Marlowe watched them curiously. He was sure that these men would blindly die in defence of men who only a day ago were their despised enemies. My God, Peter Marlowe thought, how incredible some people are. Then suddenly, out of the growing light of dawn, he saw an apparition. A strange man, a real man who had breadth and thickness, a man who looked like a man, a white man. He wore a strange green uniform, and his parachute boots were polished, and his beret decal flashed like fire, and he had a revolver on his wide belt, and there was a neat field pack on his back. The man walked the centre of the road, his heels click-clicking, until he was in front of the guardhouse. The man— now Peter Marlowe could see that he wore the rank of a captain. The captain stopped and glared at the guards, and then he said, "Salute, you bloody bastards!" When the guards stared at him stupidly, the captain went up to the nearest guard and ripped the bayoneted rifle out of his hands and stuck it viciously in the ground and said again, "Salute me, you bloody bastards!" The guards stared at him nervously. Then the captain pulled out his revolver and fired a single round into the earth at the feet of the guards and said, "Salute, you bloody bastards! Awata, the Japanese sergeant, Awata the fearful, sweating and nervous, stepped forward and bowed. Then they all bowed. "That's better, you bloody bastards," the captain said. Then he tore the rifle out of each man's hands and threw it on the ground. "Get back in the bloody guardhouse." Awata understood the movement of his hand. He ordered the guards to line up. Then, on his command, they bowed again. The captain stood and looked at them. Then he returned the salute. "Salute, you bloody bastards," the captain said once more. Again the guards bowed. "Good," the captain said. "And next time I say salute, salute!" Awata and all the men bowed, and the captain turned and walked to the barricade. Peter Marlowe felt the eyes of the captain on him, and on the men near him, and he started with fear and backed away. He saw first revulsion in the eyes of the captain, then compassion. The captain shouted at the guards, "Open this bloody gate, you bloody bastards!" Awata understood the point of the hand and quickly ran out with 3 guards and pulled the barricade out of the way. Then the captain walked through, and when they began to close it again, he shouted, "Leave that bloody thing alone!" And they left it alone, and bowed in salute. Peter Marlowe tried to concentrate. This was wrong. All wrong. This could not be happening. Then, suddenly, the captain was standing in front of him. "Hello," the captain said. "I'm Captain Forsyth. Who's in charge here?" The words were soft and very gentle, but Peter Marlowe could only see the captain looking at him from head to toe. "What's the matter? What's wrong with me?" Peter Marlowe desperately asked himself. "What's the matter with me?" Frightened, he backed another step. "There's no need to be afraid of me." The captain's voice was deep and sympathetic. "The war's over. I've been sent to see that you're all looked after." The captain took a step forward. Peter Marlowe recoiled, and the captain stopped. Slowly the captain took out a pack of players, good English players. "Would you like a cigarette?" The captain stepped forward, and Peter Marlowe ran away, terrified. "Wait a minute!" the captain shouted after him. Then he approached another man, but the man turned tail and fled too, and all the men fled from the captain. The second great fear engulfed Changi. Fear of myself. Am I all right? Am I, after all this time? I mean, am I all right in the head? It is 3.5 years. My God. Remember what Van der Selt said about impotence. Will it work? Will I be able to make love? Will I be all right? I saw the horror in the eyes of the captain when he looked at me. Why? What was wrong? Do you think... Dare I ask him? Dare I... Am I all right? When the king first heard about the officer, he was lying on his bed, brooding. True, he still had the choice position under the window, but now he had the same space as the other men, 6 feet by 4 feet. When he had returned from the north garden, he had found his bed and chairs moved, and other beds were now spread into the space that was his by right. He had said nothing, and they had said nothing, but he had looked at them, and they had all avoided his eyes. And, too, no one had collected or saved his evening meal. It had just been consumed by others. "Gee," Tex had said absently, "I guess we forgot about you. Better be here next time. Every man's responsible for his own chow." So he had cooked one of his hens. He had cleaned it and fried it and eaten it. At least he had eaten half of it and kept half of it for breakfast. Now he had only 2 hens left. The others had been consumed during the last days, and he had shared them with the men who had done the work. Yesterday he had tried to buy the camp store, but the pile of money that the diamond had brought was worthless. In his wallet he still had $11 American, and these were good currency, but he knew, chilled, he could not last forever on $11 and 2 hens. He had slept little the previous night, But in the bleak watches of the early morning he had faced himself and told himself that this was weak and foolish and not the pattern of a king. It did not matter that when he had walked the camp earlier, people had looked through him. Brant and Prouty and Sampson and all the others had passed by and not returned his salute. It had been the same with everyone. Tinker Bell and Timpson and the MPs and his informants and employees, men he had helped or known or sold for or given food or cigarettes or money. They had all looked at him as though he did not exist. Where always eyes had been watching him and hate had been surrounding him when he walked the camp, now there was nothing. No eyes, no hate, no recognition. It had been freezing to walk the camp a ghost, to return to his home a ghost, to lie in bed a ghost. Nothingness. Now he was listening as Tex poured out to the hut the incredible news of the captain's arrival, and he could sense the new fear gnawing at them. "What's the matter?" he said. "What are you all so goddamn silent about? A guy's arrived from outside, that's all." No one said anything. The king got up, galled by the silence, hating it. He put on his best shirt and his clean pants, and wiped the dust off his polished shoes. He set his cap at a jaunty angle and stood for a moment in the doorway. "Think I'm going to have me a cook-up today," he said to no one in particular. When he glanced around he could see the hunger in their faces and the barely concealed hope in their eyes. He felt warmed again, and normal again, and looked at them selectively. "You going to be busy today, Dino?" he said at length. No. "No," Dino said. "My bed needs fixing, and there's some laundry." "You, want me to do them?" Dino asked uncomfortably. "You want to?" Dino swore under his breath, but the remembrance of the perfume of the chicken last night shattered his will. "Sure," he said. "Thanks, pal," said the king derisively, amused by Dino's obvious struggle with his conscience. He turned and started down the steps. "Which hand do you want to have?" Dino called out after him. The king did not stop. "I'll think about that," he said. "You just fix the bed and the laundry." Dino leaned against the doorway, watching the king walk in the sun along the jail wall and around the corner of the jail. "Son of a bitch. Go get the laundry," Tex said. "Crap off. I'm hungry. He aced you into doing his work without any goddamn chicken." "He'll eat one today," Dino said stubbornly, "and I'll help him eat it. He's never eaten one before without giving the helper some." "What about last night?" "Hell, he was fit to be tied because we took over his space." Dino was thinking about the English captain, and home, and his girlfriend, and wondered if she was waiting or if she was married. Sure, he told himself sullenly, she'll be married, and no one'll be there. How the hell am I going to get me a job? "That was before," Byron Jones III was saying. "I'll bet the son of a bitch cooks it and eats it in front of us." But he was thinking about his home. God damned if I'm going to stay there any more. Got to get me my own apartment. Yeah, but where the hell's the dough coming from? "So what if he does?" Tex asked. "We got maybe 2 or 3 days to go. Then home to Texas," he was thinking. "Can I get my job back? Where the hell will I live? What am I going to use for dough? When I get in the hay, is it going to work?" "What about the limey officer, Tex? You think we should go talk with him?" "Yeah, we should. But hell, later today, or tomorrow. We got to get used to the idea." Tex suppressed a shudder. When he looked at me, it was as though, just like he was looking at a geek. Holy cow, what's so goddamn wrong with me? I look all right, don't I? They all studied Tex, trying to see what the officer had seen. But they saw only Tex, the Tex they had known for 3.5 years. "You look all right to me," Dino said finally. "If anyone's a freak, it's him. God damned if I'd parachute into Singapore alone. Not with all the lousy Japs around. No, sir, he's the real freak." The king was walking along the jail wall. "You're a stupid son of a bitch," he told himself. "What the hell are you so upset about? All's well in the world. Sure, and you're still the king. You're still the only guy who knows how to get with it." He cocked his hat at a rakish angle and chuckled as he remembered Dino. "Yeah, that bastard would be cursing, wondering if he'd really get the chicken, knowing he'd been aced into working. The hell with him. Let him sweat, the king thought cheerfully. He crossed the path between two of the huts. Around the huts were groups of men. They were all looking north towards the gate, silently, motionless. He rounded another hut and saw the officer standing in a pool of emptiness, staring around, bewildered, his back towards him. He saw the officer go towards some men and laughed sardonically as he saw them retreat. Crazy, he thought cynically. Plain crazy. What's there to be scared of? The guy's only a captain. Yep, he's sure going to need a hand. But what the hell they're so scared about beats me. He quickened his pace, but his footsteps made no noise. "Morning, sir," he said crisply, saluting. Captain Forsyth spun around, startled. "Oh, hello." He returned the salute with a sigh of relief. "Thank God someone here is normal." Then he realized what he had said. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean—" "That's all right," the king said agreeably. "This dump's enough to put anyone off kilter. Boy, are we pleased to see you. Welcome to Changi." Forsyth smiled. He was much shorter than the king, but built like a tank. "Thank you. I'm Captain Forsyth. I've been sent to look after the camp until the fleet arrives." "When's that?" 6 days. "Can't they make it any sooner?" "These things take time, I suppose." Forsyth nodded toward the huts. "What's the matter with everyone?" "It's as though I was a leper." The king shrugged. "Guess they're in a state of shock. Don't believe their eyes yet. You know how some guys are. And it has been a long time." "Yes, it has," Forsyth said slowly. "Crazy that they be scared of you." The king shrugged again. "But that's life, and their business." "You're an American?" "Sure. There are 25 of us, officers and enlisted men. Captain Bruff's our senior officer. He got shot down flying the hump in 43. Maybe you'd like to meet him." "Of course." Forsyth was dead tired. He'd been given this assignment in Burma 4 days ago. The waiting and the flight and the jump and the walk to the guardhouse and the worry of what he would meet and what the Japanese would do and how the hell he was going to carry out his orders, all these things had wrecked his sleep and terrored his dreams. Well, old chap, you asked for the job and you've got it, and here you are. At least you passed the first test up at the main gate. Bloody fool, he told himself. You were so petrified all you could say was, "Salute, you bloody bastards." From where he stood, Forsyth could see clusters of men staring at him from the huts, and the windows, and the doorways and shadows. They were all silent. He could see the bisecting street, and beyond the latrine area. He noticed the sores of huts, and his nostrils were filled with the stench of sweat and mildew and urine. Zombies were everywhere. Zombies in rags, zombies in loincloths, zombies in sarongs, boned and meatless. "You feeling okay?" the king asked solicitously. "You don't look so hot." "I'm all right." "Who are those poor buggers?" "Just some of the guys," the king said. "Officers." "What?" "Sure. What's wrong with them?" "You mean to tell me those are officers?" "That's right. All these huts are officers' huts. Those rows of bungalows are where the brass live, majors and colonels. There's about 1,000 Aussies and English, he said quickly, correcting himself, in huts south of the jail. Inside the jail are about 7,000 or 8,000 English and Aussies, all enlisted men." "Are they all like that?" "Sir? Do they all look like that? Are they all dressed like that?" "Sure." The king laughed. "Guess they do look like a bunch of bums at that. It sure never bothered me up to now." Then he realized that Forsyth was studying him critically. "What's the matter?" he asked, his smile fading. Behind and all around, men were watching, Peter Marlowe among them. But they all stayed out of range. They were all wondering if their eyes really saw a man who looked like a man with a revolver at his waist talking to the king. "Why are you so different from them?" Forsyth said. "Sir? Why are you properly dressed, and they're all in rags?" The king's smile returned. "I've been looking after my clothes. I guess they haven't." "You look quite fit." "Not as fit as I'd like to be, but I guess I'm in good shape. You like me to show you around? Thought you'd need a hand. I could rustle up some of the boys, get a detail together. There's no supplies in the camp worth talking about, but there's a truck up at the garage. We could drive her to Singapore and liberate— How is it that you are apparently unique here? Forsyth interrupted, the words like bullets. Huh? Forsyth pointed a blunt finger at the camp. I can see perhaps 200 or 300 men, but you're the only one clothed. I can't see a man who's not as thin as a bamboo. But you— He turned back and looked at the king, his eyes flinty. You are in good shape. I'm just the same as them. I've just been on the ball, and lucky. There is no such thing as luck in a hellhole like this. Sure there is, the king said, and there's no harm in looking after your clothes, no harm in keeping fit as you can. Man's got to look after number one, no harm in that. No harm at all, Forsyth said, providing it's not at the expense of others. Then he barked, Where's the camp commandant's quarters? Over there, the king pointed, the first row of bungalows. I don't know what's gotten into you. I thought I could help. Thought you'd need someone to put you in the picture. I don't need your help, Corporal. What's your name? The king was sorry that he had taken the time out to try to help. Son of a bitch, he thought furiously. That's what comes of trying to help. King, sir. You're dismissed, Corporal. I won't forget you, and I'll certainly make sure I see Captain Bruff at the earliest opportunity. Now what the hell does that mean? It means I find you entirely suspicious, Forsyth rapped. I want to know why you're fit and others aren't. To stay fit in a place like this, you've got to have money, and there will be very few ways to get money. Very few ways. Informing, for one. Selling drugs or food for another. I'll be goddamned if I'll take that crap. You're dismissed, Corporal. But don't forget I'll make it my business to look into you. It took a supreme effort for the king to keep from smashing his fist into the captain's face. You're dismissed, Forsyth repeated, then added viciously, Get out of my sight! The king saluted and walked away, blood filming his eyes. Hello, Peter Marlowe said, intercepting the king. My God, I wish I had your guts. The king's eyes cleared, and he croaked, Hi, sir. He saluted and began to pass. My God, Raja, what the hell's the matter? Nothing. Just don't feel like talking. Why? If I've done something to hurt you or get you fed up with me, tell me, please. Nothing to do with you. The king forced a smile, but inside he was screaming, Jesus, what have I done that's so wrong? I fed the bastards and helped them, and now they look at me as though I'm not here anymore. He looked back at Forsyth and saw him walk between two huts and disappear. And him, he thought in agony, he thinks I'm a goddamn informer. What did he say? Peter Marlowe asked. Nothing. I've got to do something for him. I'm your friend. Let me help. Isn't it enough that I'm here? But the king only wanted to hide. Forsyth and the others had taken away his face. He knew that he was lost, and faceless, he was terrified. See you around, he muttered, and saluted, and hurried away. Jesus God, he wept inside. Give me back my face. Please give me back my face. The next day, a plane buzzed the camp. Out of its belly poured a supply drop. Some of the supplies fell into the camp. Those that fell outside the camp were not sought. No one left the safety of Changi. It still could be a trick. Flies swarmed. A few men died. Another day. Then planes began to circle the airstrip. A full colonel strode into the camp. With him were doctors and orderlies. They brought medical supplies. Other planes circled and landed. Suddenly there were jeeps screaming through the camp, and huge men with cigars and 4 doctors. They were all Americans. They rushed into the camp and stabbed the Americans with needles and gave them gallons of fresh orange juice and food and cigarettes and embraced them. Their boys. Their hero boys. They helped them into the jeeps and drove them to Changi Gate, where a truck was waiting. Peter Marlowe watched, astonished. They're not heroes, he thought, bewildered. Neither are we. We lost. We lost the war, our war, didn't we? We're not heroes. We're not. He saw the king through the fog of his mind, his friend. He had been waiting the days to talk with him, but each time he had found him the king had put him off. Later, the king had always said, "I'm busy now." When the new Americans had arrived, there still had been no time. So Peter Marlowe stood at the gate, with many men watching the departure of the Americans, waiting to say a last goodbye to his friend, waiting patiently to thank him for his arm, and for the laughter they had had together. Among the watchers was Grey. Forsyth was standing tiredly beside the lorry. He handed over the list. "You keep the original, sir," he said to the senior American officer. "Your men are all listed by rank, service, and serial number." "Thanks," said the major, a squat, heavy-jowled paratrooper. He signed the paper and handed back the other 5 copies. "When are the rest of your folks arriving?" "A couple of days." The major looked around and shuddered. "Looks like you could use a hand. Have you any excess drugs, by any chance?" "Sure. We got a bird stacked with the stuff. Tell you what, once I've got our boys on their way, I'll bring it all back in our jeeps. I'll let you have a dock and 2 orderlies until yours get here." "Thanks." Forsyth tried to rub the fatigue out of his face. "We could use them. I'll sign for the drugs. SEAC will honor my signature." "No goddamn paper. You want the drugs, you got 'em. That's what they're there for." He turned away. "All right, Sergeant, get 'em in the truck." He walked over to the jeep and watched as the stretcher was lashed securely. "What do you think, Doc?" "He'll make it stateside." The doctor glanced up from the unconscious figure neatly trussed in the straitjacket. "But that's about it. His mind's gone for good." "Son of a bitch," the major said wearily, and he made a check mark against Max's name on the list. "Seems kinda unfair." He dropped his voice. "What about the rest of them?" "Not good. Withdrawal symptoms generally. Anxiety about the future. There's only one that's in halfway decent shape physically." "I'll be goddamned if I know how any of 'em made it. You been in the jail?" "Sure. Just a quick run around. That was enough." Peter Marlowe was watching morosely. He knew his unhappiness was not due solely to the departure of his friend. It was more than that. He was sad because the Americans were leaving. Somehow he felt he belonged there with them, which was wrong because they were foreigners. Yet he knew he did not feel like a foreigner when he was with them. Is it envy, he asked himself, or jealousy? No, I don't think so. I don't know why, but I feel they're going home, and I'm being left behind. He moved a little closer to the truck as the orders began to sound, and the men began to climb aboard. Bruff and Tex and Dino and Byron Jones III and all the others resplendent in their new starched uniforms, looking unreal. They were talking and shouting and laughing. But not the king. He stood slightly to one side, alone. Peter Marlowe was glad that his friend was back once more with his own people, and he prayed that once the king was on his way, all would be well with him. "Get in the truck, you guys! Come on, get in the goddamn truck! Next stop, stateside!" Grey was unaware that he was standing beside Peter Marlowe. "They say," he said, looking at the truck, "that they've a plane to fly them all the way back to America. A special plane. Is that possible? Just a handful of men and some junior officers?" Peter Marlowe had also been unaware of Grey. He studied him, despising him. "You're such a goddamn snob, Grey, when it comes down to it." Grey's head whipped around. "Oh, it's you." "Yes." Peter Marlowe nodded at the truck. "They think that one man's as good as another. So they get a plane, all to themselves. It's a great idea when you think of it. Don't tell me the upper classes have at last realized—" "Oh, shut up!" Peter Marlowe moved away, his bile rising. Beside the truck was a sergeant, a vast man with many stripes on his sleeve and an unlit cigar in his mouth. "Come on, get in the truck," he repeated patiently. The king was the last on the ground. "For Christ's sake, get in the truck," the sergeant growled. The king didn't move. Then, impatiently, the sergeant threw the cigar away and, stabbing the air with his finger, shouted, "You, Corporal, get your goddamn ass in the truck!" The king came out of his trance. "Yes, Sergeant. Sorry, Sergeant." Meekly he got into the back of the truck and stood while everyone else sat, and around him there were excited men talking to one another, but not to him. No one seemed to notice him. He held to the side of the truck as it roared into life and swept the Changi dust into the air. Peter Marlowe frantically ran forward and held up his hand to wave at his friend, but the king did not look back. He never looked back. Suddenly, Peter Marlowe felt very lonely, there by Changi Gate. "That was worth watching," Grey said, gloating. Peter Marlowe turned on him. "Go away before I do something about you. It was good to see him go like that. You, Corporal, get your goddamn arse in the truck." There was a vicious glint in Grey's eyes. "Like the scum he was." But Peter Marlowe only remembered the king as he truly was. That wasn't the king who meekly said, "Yes, Sergeant." Not the king. This had been another man, torn from the womb of Changi, the man that Changi had nurtured so long. "Like the thief he was," Grey said deliberately. Peter Marlowe bunched his good left fist. "I told you before, a last time." Then he slammed his fist into Grey's face, knocking him backwards. But Grey stayed on his feet and threw himself at Peter Marlowe. The two men tore at each other, and suddenly Forsyth was beside them. "Stop it!" he ordered. "What the hell are you two fighting about?" "Nothing," Peter Marlowe said. "Take your hand off me," Grey said, and pulled his arm from Forsyth. "Get out of my way! Any more trouble out of either of you, and I'll confine you to your quarters." Appalled, Forsyth noticed that one man was a captain and the other a flight lieutenant. "Ought to be ashamed of yourselves, brawling like common soldiers. Go on, both of you, get out of here. The war's over, for God's sake." "Is it?" Grey looked once at Peter Marlowe, then walked off. "What's between you two?" Forsyth said. Peter Marlowe stared into the distance. The truck was nowhere to be seen. "You wouldn't understand," he said, and turned away. Forsyth watched him until he had disappeared. "You can say that 1,000,000 times, he thought exhaustedly. "I don't understand anything about any of you." He turned back to Changi Gate. There were, as always, groups of men silently staring out. The gate was, as always, guarded, but the guards were officers, and no longer Japanese or Koreans. The day he had arrived, he had ordered them away and posted an officer guard to keep the camp safe and to keep the men in. But the guards were unnecessary, for no one had tried to break out. "I don't understand," Forsyth told himself tiredly. "It doesn't make sense. Nothing here makes sense." It was only then that he remembered he had not reported the suspicious American, the corporal. He had had so much to worry about that the man had completely slipped his mind. Bloody fool. Now it's too late. Then he recalled that the American major was coming back. Good, he thought, I'll tell him. He can deal with him. 2 days later, more Americans arrived, and a real American general. He was swarmed like a queen bee by photographers and reporters and aides. The general was taken to the camp commandant's bungalow. Peter Marlowe and Mac and Larkin were ordered there. The general picked up the earphone of the radio and pretended to listen. "Hold that, General. Just one more, General." Peter Marlowe was shoved to the front and told to bend over the radio as though explaining it to the general. "Not that way. Let's see your face. Yeah, let's see your bones, Sam, in the light. That's better." That night the third and last and greatest fear crucified Changi. Fear of tomorrow. All Changi knew now that the war was over. The future had to be faced. The future outside of Changi. The future was now. Now. And the men of Changi withdrew into themselves. There was nowhere else to go. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere but inside. And inside was terror. The Allied fleet arrived at Singapore. More outsiders converged on Changi. It was then that the questions began. Name, rank, serial number, unit? Where did you fight? Who died? Who was killed? What about atrocities? How many times were you beaten? Who did you see bayoneted? No one? Impossible. Think, man. Use your head. Remember, how many died? On the boat? 3, 4, 5? Why? Who was there? Who's left in your unit? 10? Out of a regiment? Good, that's better. Now how did the others die? Yes, the details. Ah, you saw them bayoneted? 3 Pagoda Pass? Ah, the railroad. Yes, we know about that. What can you add? How much food did you get? Anesthetics? Sorry, of course, I forgot. Cholera? Yes, I know all about Camp 3. What about 14? The one on the Burma-Siam border? Thousands died there, didn't they? With the questions, the outsiders brought opinions. The men of Changi heard them, furtively whispered, one to another. Did you see that man? My God, it's impossible. He's walking around naked. In public. And look over there. There's a man doing it in public. And God, he's not using paper. He's using water and his hands. My God, they all do. Look at that filthy bed. My God, the place is crawling with bugs. What degradation these poor swine have sunk to. Worse than animals. Ought to be in an insane asylum. Certainly the Japs did it to them, but all the same it'd be safer to lock them up. They don't seem to know what's right and what's wrong. Look at them lap up that filth. My God, you give them bread and potatoes and they want rice. Got to get back to the ship. Can't wait to bring the fellows out. Chance of a lifetime. Never see this again. My God, those nurses are taking a chance, walking around. Rubbish, they're safe enough. Seen a lot of the girls coming up to have a look. By Jove, that one's a corker. Disgusting the way the POWs are looking at them. With the questions and the opinions, the outsiders brought answers. Ah, Flight Lieutenant Marlowe? Yes, we've had a cable answer from the Admiralty. Captain Marlowe, RN, is, I'm afraid your father's dead. Killed in action on the Murmansk run, September 10th, 43. Sorry. Next. Captain Spence? Yes, we've a lot of mail for you. You can get it at the guardhouse. Oh, yes, your wife and child were killed in London in an air raid. January this year. Sorry, a V2. Terrible. Next. Lieutenant Colonel Jones? Yes, sir, you'll be on the first party leaving tomorrow. All senior officers are going. Bon voyage. Next. Major McCoy? Oh, yes, you were inquiring about your wife and son. Let me see, they were aboard the Empress of Shropshire, weren't they? The ship that sailed from Singapore on February 9th, 1942. Sorry, we've no news, except that we know it was sunk somewhere off Borneo. There are rumours that there were survivors, but if there were, or where they would be, no one knows. You'll have to be patient. We hear there are POW camps all over. The Celebes, Borneo. You'll have to be patient. Next. Ah, Colonel Smedley Taylor? Sorry, bad news, sir. Your wife was killed in an air raid 2 years ago. Your youngest son, Squadron Leader P.R. Smedley Taylor, V.C., was lost over Germany in 44. Your son John is presently in Berlin with the occupation forces. Here is his address. Rank? Lieutenant Colonel. Next. Colonel Larkin. Oh, Australians are dealt with somewhere else. Next. Captain Grey. Ah, well, it's somewhat difficult. You see, you were reported lost in action in 42. I'm afraid your wife remarried. She's, well, here's her present address. I don't know, sir. You'll have to ask the Solicitor General's office. Afraid legalities are out of my line. Next. Captain Ewart? Oh, yes, the Malayan Regiment. Yes, I'm happy to tell you your wife and 3 children are safe and well. They're at Cha Song Camp in Singapore. Yes, we transport for you this afternoon. I beg your pardon? Well, I don't know. The memo says 3, not 2 children. Perhaps it's an error. Next. More men went swimming now, but the outside was still fearful, and the men that went were glad to be back inside once more. Sean went swimming. He walked down to the shore with the men, and in his hand was a bundle. When the party got to the beach, Sean turned away, and the men laughed and jeered, most of them, at the pervert who wouldn't take off his clothes like anyone else. Pansy! Bugger! Ron Fairy! Homo! Sean walked up the beach, away from the jeers, until he found a private place. He slipped off his short pants and shirt and put on the evening sarong and padded bra and belt and stockings, and combed his hair and put on makeup. Carefully. Very carefully. And then the girl stood up, confident and very happy. She put on her high-heeled shoes and walked into the sea. The sea welcomed her and made her sleep easy, and then, in the course of time, devoured the clothes and body and the time of her. The Major was standing in the doorway of Peter Marlowe's hut. His tunic was crusted with medal ribbons, and he seemed very young. He peered around the hut at the obscenities lying on their bunks, or changing, or smoking, or preparing to take a shower. His eyes came to rest on Peter Marlowe.
"What the fucking hell are you staring at?"
Peter Marlowe screamed.
"Don't talk to me like that. I'm a major, and I don't give a goddamn if you're Christ. Get out of here. Get out. Stand to attention. I'll have you court-martialed," the Major snapped, eyes popping, sweat pouring. "Ought to be ashamed of yourself standing there in a skirt. It's a sarong. It's a skirt. Standing in a skirt half naked. You POWs think you can get away with anything. Well, thank God you can't. And now you'll be taught respect for—"
Peter Marlowe caught up his hafted bayonet, rushed to the door and thrust the knife in the Major's face.
"Get away from here, or by Christ, I'll cut your fucking throat."
The Major evaporated. "Take it easy, Peter," Phil muttered. "You'll get us all into trouble."
"Why do they stare at us? Why? God damn it, why?"
Peter Marlowe shouted. There was no answer. A doctor walked into the hut, a doctor with a red cross on his arm, and he hurried, but pretended not to hurry, and smiled at Peter Marlowe. "Don't pay any attention to him," he said, indicating the Major who was walking through the camp.
"Why the hell do all you people stare at us?
Have a cigarette and calm down." The doctor seemed nice enough and quiet enough, but he was an outsider, and not to be trusted.
"Have a cigarette and calm down? That's all you bastards can say," Peter Marlowe raged. "I said, why do you all stare at us?"
The doctor lit a cigarette himself and sat on one of the beds, and then wished he hadn't, for he knew that all the beds were diseased. But he wanted to help. "I'll try to tell you," he said quietly. "You, all of you, have suffered the unsufferable and endured the unendurable. You're walking skeletons. Your faces are all eyes, and in the eyes there's a look." He stopped a moment, trying to find the words, for he knew that they needed help and care and gentleness. "I don't quite know how to describe it. It's furtive. No, that's not the right word. And it's not fear. But there's the same look in all your eyes. And you're all alive, when by all the rules you should be dead. We don't know why you aren't dead, or why you've survived. I mean, each of you here. Why you? We, from the outside, stare at you because you're fascinating.
Like freaks in a goddamn sideshow, I suppose."
"Yes," said the doctor calmly. "That would be one way of putting it.
But I swear to Christ I'll kill the next bugger who looks at me as though I'm a monkey."
"Here," the doctor said, trying to appease him. "Here are some pills. They'll calm you down." Peter Marlowe knocked the pills out of the doctor's hand and shouted,
"I don't want any goddamn pills! I just want to be left alone!"
And he fled the hut. The American hut was deserted. Peter Marlowe lay on the king's bed and wept. "Bye, Peter," Larkin said.
"Bye, Colonel."
"Bye, Mac. Good luck, laddie. Keep in touch." Larkin shook their hands, and then he walked up to Changi Gate, where trucks were waiting to take the last of the Aussies to ships, to home.
"When are you off, Peter?"
Mac asked after Larkin had disappeared.
"Tomorrow. What about you?" "I'm leaving now, but I'm going to stay in Singapore. No point in getting a boat until I know which way."
"Still no news?"
"No. They could be anywhere in the Indies. But if she and Angus were dead, I think I'd know. Inside."
Mac lifted his rucksack and unconsciously checked that the secret can of sardines was still safe.
"I heard a rumour there are some women in one of the camps in Singapore who are on the Shropshire. Perhaps one of them will know something or give me a clue, if I can find them."
He looked old and lined, but very strong. He put out his hand.
"Salamat."
"Salamat."
"Poke Marlowe."
"Senderi."
said Peter Marlowe, conscious of his tears but not ashamed of them. Nor was Mac of his.
You can always write me care of the Bank of Singapore, laddie.
I will.
Good luck, Mac. Salamat.
Peter Marlowe stood in the street that bisected the camp and watched Mac walk the hill. At the top of the hill, Mac stopped and turned and waved once. Peter Marlowe waved back, and then Mac was lost in the crowd. And now Peter Marlowe was quite alone. Last dawn in Changi. A last man died. Some of the officers of Hut 16 had already left, the sickest ones. Peter Marlowe lay under his mosquito net on his bunk in half-sleep. Around him men were waking, getting up, going to relieve themselves. Barstairs was standing on his head, practicing yoga. Phil Mint was already picking his nose with one hand and maiming flies with the other. The bridge game already started. Minor already doing scales on his wooden keyboard, and Thomas already cursing the lateness of breakfast.
"What do you think, Peter?"
Mike asked. Peter Marlowe opened his eyes and studied him.
"Well, you look different, I'll say that."
Mike rubbed his shaven top lip with the back of his hand.
"I feel naked."
He looked back at himself in the mirror. Then he shrugged.
"Well, it's off, and that's that."
"Hey, grub's up," Spence called out.
"What is it?"
"Porridge, toast, marmalade, scrambled eggs, bacon, tea." Some men complained about the smallness of their portions. Some complained about the bigness. Peter Marlowe took only scrambled eggs and tea. He mixed the eggs into some rice he had saved from yesterday and ate with vast enjoyment. He looked up as Drinkwater bustled in.
"Oh, Drinkwater?"
He stopped him.
"Have you got a minute?"
"Why, certainly." Drinkwater was surprised at Peter Marlowe's sudden affability. But he kept his pale blue eyes down, for he was afraid that his consuming hatred for Peter Marlowe would spill out. "Hold on, Theo," he told himself. "You've stuck it for months. Don't let go now. Only a few more hours, then you can forget him and all the other awful men. Lyles and Blodger had no right to tempt you, no right at all. Well, they got what they deserved."
"You remember that rabbit leg you stole?"
Drinkwater's eyes flashed.
What are you talking about?"
Across the aisle, Phil stopped scratching and looked up.
"Oh, come on, Drinkwater," Peter Marlowe said. "I don't care any more. Why the hell should I? The war's over and we're out of it. But you do remember the rabbit leg, don't you?"
Drinkwater's eyes flashed.
What are you talking about?"
"No," he said gruffly.
"No, I don't."
But he was hard put not to say, "Delicious, delicious."
"It wasn't rabbit, you know."
"Oh?
Sorry, Marlowe. It wasn't me. And I don't know to this day who took it, whatever it was."
"I'll tell you what it was," Peter Marlowe said, glorying in the moment. "It was rat meat. Rat meat." Drinkwater laughed.
"You're very amusing,"
he said sarcastically.
"Oh, but it was rat.
Oh, yes, it was. I caught a rat. It was big and hairy, and there were scabs all over it, and I think it had plague." Drinkwater's chin trembled, his jowls shaking. Phil winked at Peter Marlowe and nodded cheerfully. "That's right, Reverend. It was all scabby. I saw Peter skin the leg. Then Drinkwater vomited all over his nice, clean uniform and rushed out, and vomited some more. Peter Marlowe began laughing, and soon the entire hut was roaring.
"Oh, God," Phil said weakly. "I've got to hand it to you, Peter. What a brilliant idea, to pretend it was a rat. Oh, my God, that pays the bugger back."
"But it really was rat," Peter Marlowe said. "I planted it, so he'd steal it."
"Oh, yes, of course,"
Phil said sarcastically, automatically using his fly swat.
"Don't try to cap such a wonderful story. Wonderful."
Peter Marlowe knew they would not believe him, so he didn't say any more. No one would believe him unless he showed the farm to them. My God, the farm! And his stomach turned over. He put on his new uniform. On the epaulettes was his rank, flight lieutenant. On his left breast, his wings. He looked around at his possessions: bed, mosquito net, mattress, blanket, sarong, rag shirt, a ragged pair of shorts, 2 pairs of clogs, knife, spoon, and 3 aluminium plates. He scooped everything off his bed and carried it outside and set fire to it.
"Hey, you!"
"Oh, excuse me, sir," the sergeant said. "Fires are dangerous." The sergeant was an outsider, but Peter Marlowe wasn't afraid of outsiders. Not now.
"Beat it,"
snapped Peter Marlowe.
"But, sir,
I said beat it, goddammit!"
"Yes, sir."
The sergeant saluted, and Peter Marlowe felt very pleased that he wasn't afraid of outsiders any more. He returned the salute and then wished he hadn't, for he didn't have his cap on. So he tried to cover his mistake with, "Oh, where the hell's my cap?" and walked back into the hut, feeling the fear of outsiders returning. But he forced it away and swore to himself, "By the Lord my God, I'll never be afraid again. Never." He found his cap and concealed can of sardines. He put the can in his pocket and walked down the stairs of the hut and up the road beside the wire. The camp was almost deserted now. The last of the English troops were going today, and on the same convoy as his. Going away. Long after all the Aussies had left, and an age after the Yanks. But that was only to be expected. We're slow, but very sure. He stopped near the American hut. The canvas flap of the overhang waved miserably on the wind of the past. Then Peter Marlowe went inside the hut for the last time. The hut was not empty. Grey was there, polished and uniformed. "Come to look a last time at the place of your triumphs?" he asked venomously. "That's one way of putting it." Peter Marlowe rolled a cigarette and replaced the savings in his tobacco box. "And now the war's over. Now we're equal, you and me." "That's right." Grey's face was stretched, his eyes snake-like. "I hate your guts. Remember Dino? What about him? He was your informer, wasn't he? I suppose there's no harm in admitting it now. The king knew all about Dino." "I don't believe you." "Dino was giving you information on orders. On the king's orders." Peter Marlowe laughed. "You're a bloody liar." "Why should I lie?" Peter Marlowe's laugh died abruptly. "The time for lying's over. Finished. But Dino was doing it on orders. Remember how you were always just too late? Always?" "Oh, my God," thought Grey. Yes, I can see that now." Peter Marlowe drew on his cigarette. "The king figured that if you didn't get real information, you'd really try to get an informer. So he gave you one." Suddenly Grey felt very tired. Very tired. A lot of things were hard to understand. Many things. Strange things. Then he saw Peter Marlowe and the taunting smile, and all his pent-up misery exploded. He slammed across the hut and kicked the king's bed over and scattered his possessions, then whipped on Peter Marlowe. "Very clever, but I saw the king cut down to size, and I'll see it happen to you, and your stinking class." "Oh, you can bet your bloody life. I'll fix you somehow, if I have to spend the rest of my life doing it. I'll beat you in the end. Your luck's going to run out." "Luck's got nothing to do with it." Grey pointed a finger in Peter Marlowe's face. "You were born lucky. You've ended Changi lucky. Why, you've even escaped with what precious little soul you ever had. What are you talking about?" Peter Marlowe shoved the finger away. "Corruption. Moral corruption. You were saved just in time. A few more months around the king's evil and you'd have been changed forever. You were beginning to be a great liar and a cheat, like him. He wasn't evil, and he cheated no one. All he did was adapt to circumstances. The world would be a sorry place if everyone hid behind that excuse. There's such a thing as morality." Peter Marlowe threw his cigarette on the floor and ground it to dust. "Don't tell me you'd rather be dead with your goddamn virtues than alive and know you've had to compromise a little." "A little?" Grey laughed harshly. "You sold out everything. Honour, integrity, pride, all for a handout from the worst bastard in this stinkhole. When you think about it, The king's sense of honour was pretty high. But you're right in one thing. He did change me. He showed me that a man's a man, irrespective of background, against everything I've been taught. So I was wrong to sneer at you for something you had no hand in, and I'm sorry for that. But I don't apologise for despising you for the man you are. At least I didn't sell my soul." Grey's uniform was streaked with sweat, and he stared malevolently at Peter Marlowe. But inside, he was choked with self-hatred. What about Smedley Taylor? He asked himself. That's right. I sold out too. I did. But at least I know what I did was wrong. I know it, and I know why I did it. I was ashamed of my birth, and I wanted to belong to the gentry. To your bloody class, Marlowe. In the service. But now I couldn't care less. "You buggers have got the world by the shorts," he said aloud. "But not for long, by God. Not any more. We're going to get even, people like me. We didn't fight the war to be spat on. We're going to get even." "Jolly good luck." Grey tried to control his breathing. He unclenched his fists with an effort and wiped the sweat out of his eyes. "But you're not worth fighting. You're dead. The point is, we're both very much alive." Grey turned away and walked to the doorway. On the top step he turned back. "Actually, I should thank you and the king for one thing," he said viciously. "My hatred of you two kept me alive." Then he strode away, and never looked back. Peter Marlowe gazed out at the camp, then back at the hut and the scattered possessions of the king. He picked up the plate that had served the eggs, and noticed that it was already covered with dust. Absently, he stood the table upright and put the plate on it, lost in thought. Thoughts of Grey, and the king, and Samson, and Sean, and Max, and Tex. And where was Mac's wife? And was Nye just a dream? And the general, and the outsiders, and home, and Changi. I wonder, he thought helplessly. Is it wrong to adapt? Wrong to survive? What would I have done had I been Grey? What would Grey have done if he'd been me? What is good, and what is evil? And Peter Marlowe knew, tormented, that the only man who could, perhaps, tell him had died in freezing seas on the Murmansk run. His eyes looked at the things of the past, the table where his arm had rested, the bed where he had recovered, the bench he and the king had shared, the chairs they had laughed in, already ancient and moulding. In the corner was a wad of Japanese dollars. He picked them up and stared at them. Then he let them drop, one by one. As the notes settled, flies clustered on them, swarmed and clustered back once more. Peter Marlowe stood in the doorway. "Goodbye," he said with finality to all that had belonged to his friend. "Goodbye, and thanks." He walked out of the hut and along the jail wall until he reached the line of trucks that waited patiently at the gate of Changi. Forsyth was standing beside the last truck, glad beyond gladness that his work was finished. He was exhausted, and the mark of Changi was in his eyes. He ordered the convoy to begin. The first truck moved, and the second, and the third. And all the trucks left Changi, and only once did Peter Marlowe look back. When he was far away. When Changi looked like a pearl in an emerald oyster shell, blue-white under a bowl of tropical skies. When Changi stood on a slight rise, and around was a belt of green, and farther off the green gave way to blue-green seas, and the seas to infinity of horizon. And then, in his turn, he looked back no more. That night, Changi was deserted. By men. But the insects remained. And the rats. They were still there, beneath the hut, and many had died, for they had been forgotten by their captors. But the strongest was still alive. Adam was tearing at the wire to get at the food outside his cage, fighting the wire as he had been fighting it for as long as he had been within the cage. And his patience was rewarded. The side of the cage ripped apart, and he fell on the food and devoured it, and then he rested, and with renewed strength he tore at another cage, and in the course of time devoured the flesh within. Eve joined him, and he had his fill of her, and she of him, and then they foraged in consort. Later the whole side of a trench collapsed, and many cages were opened, and the living fed on the dead, and the living weak became food for the living strong, until the survivors were equally strong. And then they fought among themselves and foraged. And Adam ruled, for he was the king, until the day his will to be king deserted him. Then he died, food for a stronger. And the strongest was always the king, not by strength alone, but king by cunning and luck and strength together. Among the Rats. This concludes the reading of King Rat, the epic novel of war and survival, by James Clavell. Copyright 1962, by James Clavell. This book was read by Simon Vance. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Leopard Publishing Company Limited and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.